Civil Wars Book 3, 48–47 BCE. 3:1. Julius Caesar, holding the election as dictator, was himself appointed consul with Publius Servilius, for this was the year in which it was permitted by the laws that he should be chosen consul. This business being ended, as credit was beginning to fail in Italy, and the debts could not be paid, he determined that arbitrators should be appointed, and that they should make an estimate of the possessions and properties of the debtors, how much they were worth before the war, and that they should be handed over in payment to the creditors. This he thought the most likely method to remove and abate the apprehension of an abolition of debt, the usual consequence of civil wars and dissensions, and to support the credit of the debtors. He likewise restored to their former condition the praetors and tribunes, first submitting the question to the people, some persons condemned for bribery at the elections, by virtue of Pompey's law. At the time when Pompey kept his legions quartered in the city, these trials were finished in a single day, one judge hearing the merits, and another pronouncing the sentences. Because they had offered their service to him in the beginning of the civil war, if he chose to accept them, setting the same value on them as if he had accepted them, because they had put themselves in his power. For he had determined that they ought to be restored rather by the judgment of the people than appear admitted to it by his bounty, that he might neither appear ungrateful in repaying an obligation, nor arrogant in depriving the people of their prerogative of exercising this bounty. 3:2. In accomplishing these things, and celebrating the Latin festival, and holding all the elections, he spent 11 days. And having resigned the dictatorship, set out from the city, and went to Brundusium, where he had ordered 12 legions and all his cavalry to meet him. But he scarcely found as many ships as would be sufficient to transport 15,000 legionary soldiers and 500 horse. This, the scarcity of shipping, was the only thing that prevented Caesar from putting a speedy conclusion to the war. And even these troops embarked very short of their number, because several had fallen in so many wars in Gaul, and the long march from Spain had lessened their number very much, and a severe autumn in Apulia and the district about Brundusium, after the very wholesome countries of Spain and Gaul, had impaired the health of the whole army. 3:3. Pompey having got a year's respite to provide forces, during which he was not engaged in war, nor employed by an enemy, had collected a numerous fleet from Asia, and the Cyclades, from Corcyra, Athens, Pontus, Bithynia, Syria, Cilicia, Phoenicia, and Egypt, and had given directions that a great number should be built in every other place. He had exacted a large sum of money from Asia, Syria, and all the kings, dynasts, tetrarchs, and free states of Achaia, and had obliged the corporations of those provinces, of which he himself had the government, to count down to him a large sum. 3:4. He had made up 9 legions of Roman citizens, 5 from Italy, which he had brought with him, 1 veteran legion from Sicily, which being composed of 2 he called the Gemella, 1 from Crete and Macedonia, of veterans who had been discharged by their former generals and had settled in those provinces, 2 from Asia, which had been levied by the activity of Lentulus. Besides, he had distributed among his legions a considerable number, by way of recruits, from Thessaly, Boeotia, Achaia, and Epirus. With his legions he also intermixed the soldiers taken from Caius Antonius. Besides these, he expected 2 legions from Syria, with Scipio, from Crete, Lacedaemon, Pontus, Syria, and other states. He got about 3,000 archers, 6 cohorts of slingers, 2,000 mercenary soldiers, and 7,000 horse, 600 of which Deiodorus had brought from Gaul, Ariobarzanes, 500 from Cappadocia. Codus had given him about the same number from Thrace, and had sent his son Sidales with them. From Macedonia there were 200, of extraordinary valor, commanded by Recipolis, 500 Gauls and Germans, Gabinius as troops from Alexandria, whom Aulus Gabinius had left with King Ptolemy, to guard his person. Pompey, the son, had brought in his fleet 800, whom he had raised among his own and his shepherd slaves. Tarquindarius, Castor and Donilas, had given 300 from Galligratia. One of these came himself, the other sent his son. 200 were sent from Syria by Commagenus Antiochus, whom Pompey rewarded amply. The most of them were archers. To these were added Dardanians and Bessians, some of them mercenaries. Others procured by power and influence, also, Macedonians, Thessalians, and troops from other nations and states, which completed the number which we mentioned before. 3:5. He had laid in vast quantities of corn from Thessaly, Asia, Egypt, Crete, Cyrene, and other countries. He had resolved to fix his winter quarters at Dyrrachium, Apollonia, and the other seaports, to hinder Caesar from passing the sea, and for this purpose had stationed his fleet along the sea-coast. The Egyptian fleet was commanded by Pompey, the son, the Asiatic, by Decimus Laelius, and Caius Triarius, the Syrian, by Caius Cassius, the Rhodian, by Caius Marcellus, in conjunction with Caius Coponius, and the Liburnian and Achaean, by Scribonius Libo, and Marcus Octavius. But Marcus Bibulus was appointed commander-in-chief of the whole maritime department, and regulated every matter. The chief direction rested upon him. 3:6. When Caesar came to Brundusium, he made a speech to the soldiers, that since they were now almost arrived at the termination of their toils and dangers, they should patiently submit to leave their slaves and baggage in Italy, and to embark without luggage, that a greater number of men might be put on board, that they might expect everything from victory and his liberality. They cried out with one voice, he might give what orders he pleased, that they would cheerfully fulfill them. He accordingly set sail the 4th day of January, with 7 legions on board, as already remarked. The next day he reached land, between the Ceraunian rocks and other dangerous places. Meeting with a safe road for his shipping to ride in, and dreading all other ports which he imagined were in possession of the enemy, he landed his men at a place called Pharsalus, without the loss of a single vessel. 3:7. Lucretius Vespillo and Minucius Rufus were at Oricum, with 18 Asiatic ships, which were given into their charge by the orders of Decimus Laelius, Marcus Bibulus at Corcyra, with 110 ships. But they had not the confidence to dare to move out of the harbor, though Caesar had brought only 12 ships as a convoy, only 4 of which had decks. Nor did Bibulus, his fleet being disordered and his seamen dispersed, come up in time, for Caesar was seen at the continent, before any account whatsoever of his approach had reached those regions. 3:8. Caesar, having landed his soldiers, sent back his ships the same night to Brundusium, to transport the rest of his legions and cavalry. The charge of this business was committed to Lieutenant Fufius Calenus, with orders to be expeditious in transporting the legions. But the ships having put to sea too late, and not having taken advantage of the night breeze, fell a sacrifice on their return. For Bibulus at Corcyra, being informed of Caesar's approach, hoped to fall in with some part of our ships, with their cargoes, but found them empty. And having taken about 30, vented on them his rage at his own remissness, and set them all on fire, and, with the same flames, he destroyed the mariners and masters of the vessels, hoping by the severity of the punishment to deter the rest. Having accomplished this affair, he filled all the harbors and shores from Salona to Oricum with his fleets. Having disposed his guard with great care, he lay on board himself in the depth of winter, declining no fatigue or duty, and not waiting for reinforcements, in hopes that he might come within Caesar's reach. 3:9. But after the departure of the Liburnian fleet, Marcus Octavius sailed from Illyricum with what ships he had to Salona, and having spirited up the Dalmatians, and other barbarous nations, he drew Issa off from its connection with Caesar. But not being able to prevail with the council of Salona, either by promises or menaces, he resolved to storm the town. But it was well fortified by its natural situation and a hill. The Roman citizens built wooden towers, the better to secure it. But when they were unable to resist, on account of the smallness of their numbers, being weakened by several wounds, they stooped to the last resource, and set at liberty all the slaves old enough to bear arms. And cutting the hair off the women's heads, made ropes for their engines. Octavius, being informed of their determination, surrounded the town with 5 encampments, and began to press them at once with a siege and storm. They were determined to endure every hardship, and their greatest distress was the want of corn. They, therefore, sent deputies to Caesar, and begged a supply from him. All other inconveniences they bore by their own resources, as well as they could, and after a long interval, when the length of the siege had made Octavius's troops more remiss than usual, having got an opportunity at noon. When the enemy were dispersed, they disposed their wives and children on the walls, to keep up the appearance of their usual attention. And forming themselves into one body, with the slaves whom they had lately enfranchised, they made an attack on Octavius's nearest camp, and having forced that, attacked the second with the same fury. And then the third and the fourth, and then the other, and beat them from them all, and having killed a great number, obliged the rest and Octavius himself to fly for refuge to their ships. This put an end to the blockade. Winter was now approaching, and Octavius, despairing of capturing the town, after sustaining such considerable losses, withdrew to Pompey, to Dyrrachium. 310. We have mentioned, that Vibullius Rufus, an officer of Pompey's, had fallen twice into Caesar's power, first at Corfinium, and afterward in Spain. Caesar thought him a proper person, on account of his favors conferred on him, to send with proposals to Pompey, and he knew that he had an influence over Pompey. This was the substance of his proposals, that it was the duty of both, to put an end to their obstinacy, and forbear hostilities, and not tempt fortune any further. That sufficient loss had been suffered on both sides, to serve as a lesson and instruction to them, to render them apprehensive of future calamities, by Pompey, in having been driven out of Italy, and having lost Sicily, Sardinia, and the 2 Spains, and 130 cohorts of Roman citizens, in Italy and Spain, by himself, in the death of Curio, and the loss of so great an army in Africa, and the surrender of his soldiers in Corcyra. Wherefore, they should have pity on themselves, and the Republic, for, from their own misfortunes, they had sufficient experience of what fortune can effect in war. That this was the only time to treat for peace. When each had confidence in his own strength, and both seemed on an equal footing. Since, if fortune showed ever so little favor to either, he who thought himself superior, would not submit to terms of accommodation. Nor would be content with an equal division, when he might expect to obtain the whole. That as they could not agree before, the terms of peace ought to be submitted to the Senate and people in Rome. That in the meantime, it ought to content the Republic and themselves, if they both immediately took oath in a public assembly that they would disband their forces within the 3 following days. That having divested themselves of the arms and auxiliaries, on which they placed their present confidence, they must both of necessity acquiesce in the decision of the people and Senate. To give Pompey the fuller assurance of his intentions, he would dismiss all his forces on the land, even his garrisons. 311. Vibullius, having received this commission from Caesar, thought it no less necessary to give Pompey notice of Caesar's sudden approach, that he might adopt such plans as the circumstance required, than to inform him of Caesar's message. And therefore continuing his journey by night as well as by day, and taking fresh horses for dispatch, he posted away to Pompey, to inform him that Caesar was marching toward him with all his forces. Pompey was at this time in Candavia, and was on his march from Macedonia to his winter quarters in Apollonia and Dyrrachium. But surprised at the unexpected news, he determined to go to Apollonia by speedy marches, to prevent Caesar from becoming master of all the maritime states. But as soon as Caesar had landed his troops, he set off the same day for Oricum. When he arrived there, Lucius Torquatus, who was governor of the town by Pompey's appointment, and had a garrison of Parthenians in it, endeavored to shut the gates and defend the town, and ordered the Greeks to man the walls, and to take arms. But as they refused to fight against the power of the Roman people, and as the citizens made a spontaneous attempt to admit Caesar, despairing of any assistance, he threw open the gates, and surrendered himself and the town to Caesar, and was preserved safe from injury by him. 312. Having taken Oricum, Caesar marched without making any delay to Apollonia. Stiberius the governor, hearing of his approach, began to bring water into the citadel, and to fortify it, and to demand hostages of the townspeople. But they refused to give any, or to shut their gates against the consul, or to take upon them to judge contrary to what all Italy and the Roman people had judged. As soon as he knew their inclinations, he made his escape privately. The inhabitants of Apollonia sent ambassadors to Caesar, and gave him admission into their town. Their example was followed by the inhabitants of Bullus, Amantia, and the other neighboring states, and all Epirus, and they sent ambassadors to Caesar, and promised to obey his commands. 3:13. But Pompey, having received information of the transactions at Oricum and Apollonia, began to be alarmed for Dyrrachium, and endeavored to reach it, marching day and night. As soon as it was said that Caesar was approaching, such a panic fell upon Pompey's army, because in his haste he had made no distinction between night and day, and had marched without intermission, that they almost every man deserted their colors in Epirus and the neighboring countries. Several threw down their arms, and their march had the appearance of a flight. But when Pompey had halted near Dyrrachium, and had given orders for measuring out the ground for his camp, his army even yet continuing in their fright, Labienus first stepped forward and swore that he would never desert him, and would share whatever fate fortune should assign to him. The other lieutenants took the same oath, and the tribunes and centurions followed their example, and the whole army swore in like manner. Caesar, finding the road to Dyrrachium already in the possession of Pompey, was in no great haste, but encamped by the river Opsus, in the territory of Apollonia, that the states which had deserved his support might be certain of protection from his outguards and forts. And there he resolved to wait the arrival of his other legions from Italy, and to winter in tents. Pompey did the same, and pitching his camp on the other side of the river Opsus, collected there all his troops and auxiliaries. 3:14. Calenus, having put the legions and cavalry on board at Brundusium, as Caesar had directed him, as far as the number of his ships allowed, weighed anchor, and having sailed a little distance from port, received a letter from Caesar, in which he was informed, that all the ports and the whole shore was occupied by the enemy's fleet. On receiving this information he returned into the harbor, and recalled all the vessels. One of them, which continued the voyage and did not obey Calenus's command, because it carried no troops, but was private property, bore away for Oricum, and was taken by Bibulus, who spared neither slaves nor free men, nor even children, but put all to the sword. Thus the safety of the whole army depended on a very short space of time and a great casualty. 3:15. Bibulus, as has been observed before, lay with his fleet near Oricum, and as he debarred Caesar of the liberty of the sea and harbors, so he was deprived of all intercourse with the country by land. For the whole shore was occupied by parties disposed in different places by Caesar, and he was not allowed to get either wood or water, or even anchor near the land. He was reduced to great difficulties, and distressed with extreme scarcity of every necessary, insomuch that he was obliged to bring, in transports from Corcyra, not only provisions, but even wood and water. And it once happened that, meeting with violent storms, they were forced to catch the dew by night which fell on the hides that covered their decks. Yet all these difficulties they bore patiently and without repining, and thought they ought not to leave the shores and harbors free from blockade. But when they were suffering under the distress which I have mentioned, and Libo had joined Bibulus, they both called from on shipboard, to Marcus Acilius and Statius Marcus, the lieutenants, one of whom commanded the town, the other the guards on the coast, that they wished to speak to Caesar on affairs of importance, if permission should be granted them. They add something further to strengthen the impression that they intended to treat about an accommodation. In the meantime they requested a truce, and obtained it from them. For what they proposed seemed to be of importance, and it was well known that Caesar desired it above all things, and it was imagined that some advantage would be derived from Bibulus's proposals. 3:16. Caesar, having set out with one legion to gain possession of the more remote states, and to provide corn, of which he had but a small quantity, was at this time at Buthrotum, opposite to Corcyra. There receiving Acilius and Marcus's letters, informing him of Libo's and Bibulus's demands, he left his legion behind him, and returned himself to Oricum. When he arrived, they were invited to a conference. Libo came and made an apology for Bibulus, that he was a man of strong passion, and had a private quarrel against Caesar, contracted when he was aedile and praetor. That for this reason he had avoided the conference, lest affairs of the utmost importance and advantage might be impeded by the warmth of his temper. That it now was and ever had been Pompey's most earnest wish, that they should be reconciled and lay down their arms, but they were not authorized to treat on that subject, because they resigned the whole management of the war, and all other matters to Pompey, by order of the council. But when they were acquainted with Caesar's demands, they would transmit them to Pompey, who would conclude all of himself by their persuasions. In the meantime, let the truce be continued till the messengers could return from him. And let no injury be done on either side. To this he added a few words of the cause for which they fought, and of his own forces and resources. 3:17. To this, Caesar did not then think proper to make any reply, nor do we now think it worth recording. But Caesar required that he should be allowed to send commissioners to Pompey, who should suffer no personal injury. And that either they should grant it, or should take his commissioners in charge, and convey them to Pompey. That as to the truce, the war in its present state was so divided, that they by their fleet deprived him of his shipping and auxiliaries, while he prevented them from the use of the land and fresh water. And if they wished that this restraint should be removed from them, they should relinquish their blockade of the seas, but if they retained the one, he in like manner would retain the other. That nevertheless, the treaty of accommodation might still be carried on, though these points were not conceded, and that they need not be an impediment to it. They would neither receive Caesar's commissioners, nor guarantee their safety, but referred the whole to Pompey. They urged and struggled eagerly to gain the one point respecting a truce. But when Caesar perceived that they had proposed the conference merely to avoid present danger and distress, but that they offered no hopes or terms of peace, he applied his thoughts to the prosecution of the war. 3:18. Bibulus, being prevented from landing for several days, and being seized with a violent distemper from the cold and fatigue, as he could neither be cured on board, nor was willing to desert the charge which he had taken upon him, was unable to bear up against the violence of the disease. On his death, the sole command devolved on no single individual, but each admiral managed his own division separately, and at his own discretion. Vibullius, as soon as the alarm, which Caesar's unexpected arrival had raised, was over, began again to deliver Caesar's message in the presence of Libo, Lucius Lucius, and Theophanes, to whom Pompey used to communicate his most confidential secrets. He had scarcely entered on the subject when Pompey interrupted him, and forbade him to proceed. What need, says he, have I of life or Rome, if the world shall think I enjoy them by the bounty of Caesar, an opinion which can never be removed while it shall be thought that I have been brought back by him to Italy, from which I set out. After the conclusion of the war, Caesar was informed of these expressions by some persons who were present at the conversation. He attempted, however, by other means to bring about a negotiation of peace. 3:19. Between Pompey's and Caesar's camp there was only the river Opsus, and the soldiers frequently conversed with each other, and by a private arrangement among themselves, no weapons were thrown during their conferences. Caesar sent Publius Vatinius, one of his lieutenants, to the bank of the river, to make such proposals as should appear most conducive to peace, and to cry out frequently with a loud voice, asking, "Are citizens permitted to send deputies to citizens to treat of peace?" A concession which had been made even to fugitives on the Pyrenean mountains, and to robbers, especially when by so doing they would prevent citizens from fighting against citizens. Having spoken much in humble language, as became a man pleading for his own and the general safety in being listened to with silence by the soldiers of both armies, he received an answer from the enemy's party that Aulus Varro proposed coming the next day to a conference, and that deputies from both sides might come without danger, and explain their wishes. And accordingly a fixed time was appointed for the interview. When the deputies met the next day, a great multitude from both sides assembled, and the expectations of every person concerning this subject were raised very high, and their minds seemed to be eagerly disposed for peace. Titus Labienus walked forward from the crowd, and in submissive terms began to speak of peace, and to argue with Vatinius. But their conversation was suddenly interrupted by darts thrown from all sides, from which Vatinius escaped by being protected by the arms of the soldiers. However, several were wounded, and among them Cornelius Balbus, Marcus Plotius, and Lucius Tiburtius, centurions, and some privates. Hereupon Labienus exclaimed, "Forbear, then, to speak any more about an accommodation, for we can have no peace unless we carry Caesar's head back with us." 320. At the same time in Rome, Marcus Caelius Rufus, one of the praetors, having undertaken the cause of the debtors, on entering into his office, fixed his tribunal near the bench of Caius Trebonius, the city praetor. And promised if any person appealed to him in regard to the valuation and payment of debts made by arbitration, as appointed by Caesar when in Rome, that he would relieve them. But it happened, from the justice of Trebonius's decrees and his humanity, for he thought that in such dangerous times justice should be administered with moderation and compassion, that not one could be found who would offer himself the first to lodge an appeal. For to plead poverty, to complain of his own private calamities, or the general distresses of the times, or to assert the difficulty of setting the goods to sale, is the behavior of a man even of a moderate temper. But to retain their possessions entire, and at the same time acknowledge themselves in debt, what sort of spirit, and what impudence would it not have argued? Therefore nobody was found so unreasonable as to make such demands. But Caelius proved more severe to those very persons for whose advantage it had been designed. And starting from this beginning, in order that he might not appear to have engaged in so dishonorable an affair without effecting something, he promulgated a law that all debts should be discharged in 6 equal payments, of 6 months each, without interest. 321. When Servilius, the consul, and the other magistrates opposed him, and he himself effected less than he expected, in order to raise the passions of the people, he dropped it, and promulgated 2 others. 1, by which he remitted the annual rents of the houses to the tenants, the other, an act of insolvency, upon which the mob made an assault on Caius Trebonius, and having wounded several persons, drove him from his tribunal. The consul Servilius informed the Senate of his proceedings, who passed a decree that Caelius should be removed from the management of the Republic. Upon this decree, the consul forbade him the Senate. And when he was attempting to harangue the people, turned him out of the rostrum. Stung with the ignominy and with resentment, he pretended in public that he would go to Caesar, but privately sent messengers to Milo, who had murdered Clodius, and had been condemned for it. And having invited him into Italy, because he had engaged the remains of the gladiators to his interest, by making them ample presents, he joined him, and sent him to Thurinum to tamper with the shepherds. When he himself was on his road to Casilinum, at the same time that his military standards and arms were seized at Capua, his slaves seen at Naples, and the design of betraying the town discovered, his plots being revealed. And Capua shut against him, being apprehensive of danger, because the Roman citizens residing there had armed themselves, and thought he ought to be treated as an enemy to the state, he abandoned his first design, and changed his route. 322. Milo in the meantime dispatched letters to the free towns, purporting that he acted as he did by the orders and commands of Pompey, conveyed to him by Bibulus, and he endeavored to engage in his interest all persons whom he imagined were under difficulties by reason of their debts. But not being able to prevail with them, he set at liberty some slaves from the workhouses, and began to assault Cosa in the district of Thurinum. There having received a blow of a stone thrown from the wall of the town which was commanded by Quintus Pedius with 1 legion, he died of it. And Caelius having set out, as he pretended for Caesar, went to Thurii, where he was put to death as he was tampering with some of the freemen of the town, and was offering money to Caesar's Gallic and Spanish horse, which he had sent there to strengthen the garrison. And thus these mighty beginnings, which had embroiled Italy, and kept the magistrates employed, found a speedy and happy issue. 323. Libo having sailed from Oricum, with a fleet of 50 ships, which he commanded, came to Brundusium, and seized an island, which lies opposite to the harbor. Judging it better to guard that place, which was our only pass to sea, than to keep all the shores and ports blocked up by a fleet. By his sudden arrival, he fell in with some of our transports, and set them on fire, and carried off 1 laden with corn. He struck great terror into our men, and having in the night landed a party of soldiers and archers, he beat our guard of horse from their station, and gained so much by the advantage of situation, that he dispatched letters to Pompey, And if he pleased he might order the rest of the ships to be hauled upon shore and repaired. For that with his own fleet he could prevent Caesar from receiving his auxiliaries. 324. Antonius was at this time at Brundusium, and relying on the valor of his troops, covered about 60 of the longboats belonging to the men of war with penthouses and bulwarks of hurdles, and put on board them select soldiers. And disposed them separately along the shore, and under the pretext of keeping the seamen in exercise, he ordered 2 3-banked galleys, which he had built at Brundusium, to row to the mouth of the port. When Libo saw them advancing boldly toward him, he sent 5 4-banked galleys against them, in hopes of intercepting them. When these came near our ships, our veteran soldiers retreated within the harbor. The enemy, urged by their eagerness to capture them, pursued them unguardedly, for instantly the boats of Antonius, on a certain signal, rowed with great violence from all parts against the enemy. And at the first charge took one of the 4-banked galleys, with the seamen and marines, and forced the rest to flee disgracefully. In addition to this loss, they were prevented from getting water by the horse which Antonius had disposed along the sea-coast. Libo, vexed at the distress and disgrace, departed from Brundusium, and abandoned the blockade. 325. Several months had now elapsed, and winter was almost gone, and Caesar's legions and shipping were not coming to him from Brundusium, and he imagined that some opportunities had been neglected, for the winds had at least been often favorable. And he thought that he must trust to them at last. And the longer it was deferred, the more eager were those who commanded Pompey's fleet to guard the coast, and were more confident of preventing our getting assistance. They received frequent reproofs from Pompey by letter. That as they had not prevented Caesar's arrival at the first, they should at least stop the remainder of his army, and they were expecting that the season for transporting troops would become more unfavorable every day, as the winds grew calmer. Caesar, feeling some trouble on this account, wrote in severe terms to his officers at Brundusium, and gave them orders, that as soon as they found the wind to answer, they should not let the opportunity of setting sail pass by. If they were even to steer their course to the shore of Apollonia, because there they might run their ships on ground. That these parts principally were left unguarded by the enemy's fleet, because they dared not venture too far from the harbor. 326. They, his officers, exerting boldness and courage, aided by the instructions of Marcus Antonius, and Fusius Calenus, and animated by the soldiers strongly encouraging them, and declining no danger for Caesar's safety. Having got a southerly wind, weighed anchor, and the next day were carried past Apollonia and Dyrrachium, and being seen from the continent, Quintus Coponius, who commanded the Rhodian fleet at Dyrrachium, put out of the port with his ships. And when they had almost come up with us, in consequence of the breeze dying away, the south wind sprang up afresh, and rescued us. However, he did not desist from his attempt, but hoped by the labor and perseverance of his seamen to be able to bear up against the violence of the storm. And although we were carried beyond Dyrrachium, by the violence of the wind, he nevertheless continued to chase us. Our men, taking advantage of fortune's kindness, for they were still afraid of being attacked by the enemy's fleet, if the wind abated, having come near a port, called Nymphaeum, about 3 miles beyond Lissus. Put into it, this port is protected from a southwest wind, but is not secure against a south wind. And thought less danger was to be apprehended from the storm than from the enemy. But as soon as they were within the port, the south wind, which had blown for 2 days, by extraordinary good luck veered round to the southwest. 327. Here one might observe the sudden turns of fortune. We who, a moment before, were alarmed for ourselves, were safely lodged in a very secure harbor, and they who had threatened ruin to our fleet, were forced to be uneasy on their own account, and thus, by a change of circumstances. The storm protected our ships, and damaged the Rhodian fleet to such a degree that all their decked ships, 16 in number, foundered, without exception, and were wrecked, and of the prodigious number of seamen and soldiers. Some lost their lives by being dashed against the rocks, others were taken by our men, but Caesar sent them all safe home. 328. 2 of our ships, that had not kept up with the rest, being overtaken by the night, and not knowing what port the rest had made to, came to an anchor opposite Lissus. Oticilius Crassus, who commanded Pompey's fleet, detached after them several barges and small craft, and attempted to take them. At the same time, he treated with them about capitulating, and promised them their lives if they would surrender. One of them carried 220 recruits, the other was manned with somewhat less than 200 veterans. Here it might be seen what security men derive from a resolute spirit. For the recruits, frightened at the number of vessels, and fatigued with the rolling of the sea, and with seasickness, surrendered to Oticilius, after having first received his oath, that the enemy would not injure them. But as soon as they were brought before him, contrary to the obligation of his oath, they were inhumanly put to death in his presence. But the soldiers of the veteran legion, who had also struggled, not only with the inclemency of the weather, but by laboring at the pump, thought it their duty to remit nothing of their former valor, and having protracted the beginning of the night in settling the terms, under pretense of surrendering, they obliged the pilot to run the ship aground, and having got a convenient place on the shore, they spent the rest of the night there, and at daybreak, when Oticilius had sent against them a party of the horse, who guarded that part of the coast, to the number of 400, besides some armed men, who had followed them from the garrison, they made a brave defense, and having killed some of them, retreated in safety to our army. 329. After this action, the Roman citizens, who resided at Lissus, a town which Caesar had before assigned them, and had carefully fortified, received Antony into their town, and gave him every assistance. Oticilius, apprehensive for his own safety, escaped out of the town, and went to Pompey. All his forces, whose number amounted to 3 veteran legions, and 1 of recruits, and about 800 horse being landed, Antony sent most of his ships back to Italy, to transport the remainder of the soldiers and horse. The pontons, which are a sort of Gallic ships, he left at Lissus with this object, that if Pompey, imagining Italy defenseless, should transport his army thither, and this notion was spread among the common people, Caesar might have some means of pursuing him. And he sent messengers to him with great dispatch, to inform him in what part of the country he had landed his army, and what number of troops he had brought over with him. 330. Caesar and Pompey received this intelligence almost at the same time. For they had seen the ships sail past Apollonia and Dyrrhachium. They directed their march after them by land, but at first they were ignorant to what part they had been carried, but when they were informed of it, they each adopted a different plan. Caesar, to form a junction with Antonius as soon as possible, Pompey, to oppose Antonius's forces on their march to Caesar, and, if possible, to fall upon them unexpectedly from ambush. And the same day they both led out their armies from their winter encampment along the river Opsus, Pompey, privately by night, Caesar, openly by day. But Caesar had to march a longer circuit up the river to find a ford. Pompey's route being easy, because he was not obliged to cross the river, he advanced rapidly and by forced marches against Antonius, and being informed of his approach, chose a convenient situation, where he posted his forces, and kept his men close within camp, and forbade fires to be kindled, that his arrival might be the more secret. An account of this was immediately carried to Antonius by the Greeks. He dispatched messengers to Caesar, and confined himself in his camp for 1 day. The next day Caesar came up with him. On learning his arrival, Pompey, to prevent his being hemmed in between 2 armies, quitted his position, and went with all his forces to Asparagium, in the territory of Dyrrhachium, and there encamped in a convenient situation. 331. During these times, Scipio, though he had sustained some losses near Mount Amanus, had assumed to himself the title of imperator, after which he demanded large sums of money from the states and princes. He had also exacted from the tax-gatherers 2 years' rents that they owed, and enjoined them to lend him the amount of the next year, and demanded a supply of horse from the whole province. When they were collected, leaving behind him his neighboring enemies, the Parthians, who shortly before had killed Marcus Crassus, the imperator, and had kept Marcus Bibulus besieged, he drew his legions and cavalry out of Syria. And when he came into the province, which was under great anxiety and fear of the Parthian war, and heard some declarations of the soldiers, that they would march against an enemy, if he would lead them on, but would never bear arms against a countryman and consul, He drew off his legions to winter quarters to Pergamus, and the most wealthy cities, and made them rich presents, and in order to attach them more firmly to his interest, permitted them to plunder the cities. 332. In the meantime, the money which had been demanded from the province at large, was most vigorously exacted. Besides, many new imposts of different kinds were devised to gratify his avarice. A tax of so much a head was laid on every slave and child. Columns, doors, corn, soldiers, sailors, arms, engines, and carriages, were made subject to a duty. Wherever a name could be found for anything, it was deemed a sufficient reason for levying money on it. Officers were appointed to collect it, not only in the cities, but in almost every village and fort, and whosoever of them acted with the greatest rigor and inhumanity, was esteemed the best man, and best citizen. The province was overrun with bailiffs and officers, and crowded with overseers and tax-gatherers, who, besides the duties imposed, exacted a gratuity for themselves. For they asserted, that being expelled from their own homes and countries, they stood in need of every necessary, endeavoring by a plausible pretense, to color the most infamous conduct. To this was added the most exorbitant interest, as usually happens in times of war, the whole sums being called in, on which occasion, they alleged that the delay of a single day was a donation. Therefore, in those 2 years, the debt of the province was doubled, but notwithstanding, taxes were exacted, not only from the Roman citizens, but from every corporation in every state. And they said that these were loans, exacted by the Senate's decree. The taxes of the ensuing year were demanded beforehand as a loan from the collectors, as on their first appointment. 333. Moreover, Scipio ordered the money formerly lodged in the temple of Diana at Ephesus, to be taken out with the statues of that goddess, which remained there. When Scipio came to the temple, letters were delivered to him from Pompey, in the presence of several senators, whom he had called upon to attend him, informing him, that Caesar had crossed the sea with his legions. That Scipio should hasten to him with his army, and postpone all other business. As soon as he received the letter, he dismissed his attendants, and began to prepare for his journey to Macedonia, and a few days after set out. This circumstance saved the money at Ephesus. 334. Caesar, having effected a junction with Antonius's army, and having drawn his legion out of Oricum, which he had left there to guard the coast, thought he ought to sound the inclination of the provinces, and march further into the country. And when ambassadors came to him from Thessaly and Aetolia, to engage that the states in those countries would obey his orders, if he sent a garrison to protect them, he dispatched Lucius Cassius Longinus, with the 27th. A legion composed of young soldiers, and 200 horse, to Thessaly, and Caius Calvisius Sabinus, with 5 cohorts, and a small party of horse, into Aetolia. He recommended them to be especially careful to provide corn, because those regions were nearest to him. He ordered Gnaeus Domitius Calvinus to march into Macedonia with 2 legions, the 11th and 12th, and 500 horse. From which province, Menedemus, the principal man of those regions, on that side which is called the Free, having come as ambassador, assured him of the most devoted affection of all his subjects. 335. Of these Calvisius, on his first arrival in Aetolia, being very kindly received, dislodged the enemy's garrisons in Calydon and Naupactus, and made himself master of the whole country. Cassius went to Thessaly with his legion. As there were 2 factions there, he found the citizens divided in their inclinations. Hegesaridas, a man of established power, favored Pompey's interest. Patrius, a young man of a most noble family, warmly supported Caesar with his own and his friends' influence. 336. At the same time, Domitius arrived in Macedonia, and when numerous embassies had begun to wait on him from many of the states, news was brought that Scipio was approaching with his legions, which occasioned various opinions and reports. For in strange events, rumor generally goes before. Without making any delay in any part of Macedonia, he marched with great haste against Domitius. And when he was come within about 20 miles of him, wheeled on a sudden toward Cassius Longinus in Thessaly. He effected this with such celerity, that news of his march and arrival came together. For to render his march expeditious, he left the baggage of his legions behind him at the river Haliacmon, which divides Macedonia from Thessaly, under the care of Marcus Favonius, with a guard of 8 cohorts. And ordered him to build a strong fort there. At the same time, Codus's cavalry, which used to infest the neighborhood of Macedonia, flew to attack Cassius's camp, at which Cassius being alarmed, and having received information of Scipio's approach, and seen the horse, which he imagined to be Scipio's, he betook himself to the mountains that environ Thessaly, and thence began to make his route toward Ambracia. But when Scipio was hastening to pursue him, dispatches overtook him from Favonius, that Domitius was marching against him with his legions, and that he could not maintain the garrison over which he was appointed, without Scipio's assistance. On receipt of these dispatches, Scipio changed his designs and his route, desisted from his pursuit of Cassius, and hastened to relieve Favonius. Accordingly, continuing his march day and night, he came to him so opportunely, that the dust raised by Domitius's army, and Scipio's advanced guard, were observed at the same instant. Thus, the vigilance of Domitius saved Cassius, and the expedition of Scipio, Favonius. 337. Scipio, having stayed for 2 days in his camp, along the river Haliacmon, which ran between him and Domitius's camp, on the 3rd day, at dawn, led his army across a ford, and having made a regular encampment the day following, drew up his forces in front of his camp. Domitius thought he ought not to show any reluctance, but should draw out his forces and hazard a battle. But as there was a plain 6 miles in breadth between the 2 camps, he posted his army before Scipio's camp, while the latter persevered in not quitting his entrenchment. However, Domitius with difficulty restrained his men, and prevented their beginning a battle. The more so as a rivulet with steep banks, joining Scipio's camp, retarded the progress of our men. When Scipio perceived the eagerness and alacrity of our troops to engage, suspecting that he should be obliged the next day, either to fight, against his inclination, or to incur great disgrace by keeping within his camp. Though he had come with high expectation, yet by advancing rashly, made a shameful end. And at night crossed the river, without even giving the signal for breaking up the camp, and returned to the ground from which he came, and there encamped near the river, on an elevated situation. After a few days, he placed a party of horse in ambush in the night, where our men had usually gone to forage for several days before. And when Quintus Varus, commander of Domitius's horse, came there as usual, they suddenly rushed from their ambush. But our men bravely supported their charge, and returned quickly every man to his own rank, and in their turn, made a general charge on the enemy. And having killed about 80 of them, and put the rest to flight, retreated to their camp with the loss of only 2 men. 338. After these transactions, Domitius, hoping to allure Scipio to a battle, pretended to be obliged to change his position through want of corn, and having given the signal for decamping, advanced about 3 miles. And posted his army in cavalry in a convenient place, concealed from the enemy's view. Scipio being in readiness to pursue him, detached his cavalry and a considerable number of light infantry to explore Domitius's route. When they had marched a short way, and their foremost troops were within reach of our ambush, their suspicions being raised by the neighing of the horses, they began to retreat, and the rest who followed them, observing with what speed they retreated, made a halt. Our men, perceiving that the enemy had discovered their plot, and thinking it in vain to wait for any more, having got 2 troops in their power, intercepted them. Among them was Marcus Opimius, general of the horse, but he made his escape. They either killed or took prisoners all the rest of these 2 troops, and brought them to Domitius. 339. Caesar, having drawn his garrisons out of the seaports, as before mentioned, left 3 cohorts at Oricum to protect the town, and committed to them the charge of his ships of war, which he had transported from Italy. Acilius, as lieutenant general, had the charge of this duty and the command of the town. He drew the ships into the inner part of the harbor, behind the town, and fastened them to the shore, and sank a merchant ship in the mouth of the harbor to block it up. And near it he fixed another at anchor, on which he raised a turret, and faced it to the entrance of the port, and filled it with soldiers, and ordered them to keep guard against any sudden attack. 340. Gnaeus, Pompey's son, who commanded the Egyptian fleet, having got intelligence of these things, came to Oricum, and weighed up the ship, that had been sunk, with a windlass, and by straining at it with several ropes. And attacked the other which had been placed by Acilius to watch the port with several ships, on which he had raised very high turrets, so that fighting as it were from an eminence, and sending fresh men constantly to relieve the fatigued. And at the same time attempting the town on all sides by land, with ladders and his fleet, in order to divide the force of his enemies, he overpowered our men by fatigue, and the immense number of darts, and took the ship. Having beat off the men that were put on board to defend it, who, however, made their escape in small boats. And at the same time he seized a natural mole on the opposite side, which almost formed an island over against the town. He carried over land, into the inner part of the harbor, 4 galleys, by putting rollers under them, and driving them on with levers. Then attacking on both sides the ships of war which were moored to the shore, and were not manned, he carried off 4 of them, and set the rest on fire. After dispatching this business, he left Decimus Laelius, whom he had taken away from the command of the Asiatic fleet, to hinder provisions from being brought into the town from Byblus and Amantia, and went himself to Lissus, where he attacked 30 merchantmen, left within the port by Antonius, and set them on fire. He attempted to storm Lissus, but being delayed 3 days by the vigorous defense of the Roman citizens who belonged to that district, and of the soldiers which Caesar had sent to keep garrison there, and having lost a few men in the assault, he returned without effecting his object. 341. As soon as Caesar heard that Pompey was at Asparagium, he set out for that place with his army, and having taken the capital of the Parthenians on his march, where there was a garrison of Pompey's, he reached Pompey in Macedonia on the 3rd day, and encamped beside him. And the day following, having drawn out all his forces before his camp, he offered Pompey battle. But perceiving that he kept within his trenches, he led his army back to his camp, and thought of pursuing some other plan. Accordingly, the day following, he set out with all his forces by a long circuit, through a difficult and narrow road to Dyrrachium, hoping either that Pompey would be compelled to follow him to Dyrrachium, or that his communication with it might be cut off, because he had deposited there all his provisions and material of war. And so it happened. For Pompey, at first not knowing his design, because he imagined he had taken a route in a different direction from that country, thought that the scarcity of provisions had obliged him to shift his quarters. But having afterward got true intelligence from his scouts, he decamped the day following, hoping to prevent him by taking a shorter road. Which Caesar, suspecting might happen, encouraged his troops to submit cheerfully to the fatigue, and having halted a very small part of the night, he arrived early in the morning at Dyrrachium, when the van of Pompey's army was visible at a distance, and there he encamped. 342. Pompey, being cut off from Dyrrachium, as he was unable to effect his purpose, took a new resolution, and entrenched himself strongly on a rising ground, which is called Petra, where ships of a small size can come in, and be sheltered from some winds. Here he ordered a part of his men of war to attend him, and corn and provisions to be brought from Asia, and from all the countries of which he kept possession. Caesar, imagining that the war would be protracted to too great a length, and despairing of his convoys from Italy, because all the coasts were guarded with great diligence by Pompey's adherents, and because his own fleets, which he had built during the winter, in Sicily, Gaul, and Italy, were detained, sent Lucius Canuleius into Epirus to procure corn. And because these countries were too remote, he fixed granaries in certain places, and regulated the carriage of the corn for the neighboring states. He likewise gave directions that search should be made for whatever corn was in Lissus, the country of the Partheni, and all the places of strength. The quantity was very small, both from the nature of the land, for the country is rough and mountainous, and the people commonly import what grain they use. And because Pompey had foreseen what would happen, and some days before had plundered the Partheni, and having ravaged and dug up their houses, carried off all the corn, which he collected by means of his horse. 343. Caesar, on being informed of these transactions, pursued measures suggested by the nature of the country. For round Pompey's camps there were several high and rough hills. These he first of all occupied with guards, and raised strong forts on them. Then drawing a fortification from one fort to another, as the nature of each position allowed, he began to draw a line of circumvallation round Pompey, with these views. As he had but a small quantity of corn, and Pompey was strong in cavalry, that he might furnish his army with corn and other necessaries from all sides with less danger. Secondly, to prevent Pompey from foraging, and thereby render his horse ineffectual in the operations of the war. And thirdly, to lessen his reputation, on which he saw he depended greatly, among foreign nations, when a report should have spread throughout the world that he was blockaded by Caesar, and dare not hazard a battle. 344. Neither was Pompey willing to leave the sea in Dyrrhachium, because he had lodged his material there, his weapons, arms, and engines, and supplied his army with corn from it by his ships. Nor was he able to put a stop to Caesar's works without hazarding a battle, which at that time he had determined not to do. Nothing was left but to adopt the last resource, namely, to possess himself of as many hills as he could, and cover as great an extent of country as possible with his troops, and divide Caesar's forces as much as possible. And so it happened, for having raised 24 forts, and taken in a compass of 15 miles, he got forage in this space, and within this circuit there were several fields lately sown, in which the cattle might feed in the meantime. And as our men, who had completed their works by drawing lines of communication from one fort to another, were afraid that Pompey's men would sally out from some part and attack us in the rear. So the enemy were making a continued fortification in a circuit within ours to prevent us from breaking in on any side, or surrounding them on the rear. But they completed their works first. Both because they had a greater number of men, and because they had a smaller compass to enclose. When Caesar attempted to gain any place, though Pompey had resolved not to oppose him with his whole force, or to come to a general engagement, yet he detached to particular places slingers and archers, with which his army abounded. And several of our men were wounded, and filled with great dread of the arrows. And almost all the soldiers made coats or coverings for themselves of hair cloths, tarpaulins, or raw hides to defend them against the weapons. 345. In seizing the posts, each exerted his utmost power. Caesar, to confine Pompey within as narrow a compass as possible, Pompey, to occupy as many hills as he could in as large a circuit as possible, and several skirmishes were fought in consequence of it. In one of these, when Caesar's 9th legion had gained a certain post, and had begun to fortify it, Pompey possessed himself of a hill near to and opposite the same place, and endeavored to annoy the men while at work. And as the approach on one side was almost level, he first surrounded it with archers and slingers, and afterward by detaching a strong party of light infantry, and using his engines, he stopped our works. And it was no easy matter for our men at once to defend themselves, and to proceed with their fortifications. When Caesar perceived that his troops were wounded from all sides, he determined to retreat and give up the post. His retreat was down a precipice, on which account they pushed on with more spirit, and would not allow us to retire, because they imagined that we resigned the place through fear. It is reported that Pompey said that day in triumph to his friends about him, that he would consent to be accounted a general of no experience. If Caesar's legions effected a retreat without considerable loss from that ground into which they had rashly advanced. 346. Caesar, being uneasy about the retreat of his soldiers, ordered hurdles to be carried to the further side of the hill, and to be placed opposite to the enemy. And behind them a trench of a moderate breadth to be sunk by his soldiers under shelter of the hurdles. And the ground to be made as difficult as possible. He himself disposed slingers in convenient places to cover our men in their retreat. These things being completed, he ordered his legions to file off. Pompey's men insultingly and boldly pursued and chased us, leveling the hurdles that were thrown up in the front of our works, in order to pass over the trench. Which as soon as Caesar perceived, being afraid that his men would appear not to retreat, but to be repulsed, and that greater loss might be sustained, when his men were almost halfway down the hill, he encouraged them by Antonius, who commanded that legion, ordered the signal of battle to be sounded, and a charge to be made on the enemy. The soldiers of the 9th legion suddenly closing their files, threw their javelins, and advancing impetuously from the low ground up the steep, drove Pompey's men precipitately before them, and obliged them to turn their backs. But their retreat was greatly impeded by the hurdles that lay in a long line before them, and the palisadoes which were in their way, and the trenches that were sunk. But our men being contented to retreat without injury, having killed several of the enemy, and lost but 5 of their own, very quietly retired, and having seized some other hills somewhat on this side of that place, completed their fortifications. 347. This method of conducting a war was new and unusual, as well on account of the number of forts, the extent and greatness of the works, and the manner of attack and defense, as on account of other circumstances. For all who have attempted to besiege any person, have attacked the enemy when they were frightened or weak, or after a defeat, or have been kept in fear of some attack, when they themselves have had a superior force both of foot and horse. Besides, the usual design of a siege is to cut off the enemy's supplies. On the contrary, Caesar, with an inferior force, was enclosing troops sound and unhurt, and who had abundance of all things. For there arrived every day a prodigious number of ships, which brought them provisions, nor could the wind blow from any point, that would not be favorable to some of them. Whereas, Caesar, having consumed all the corn far and near, was in very great distress, but his soldiers bore all with uncommon patience. For they remembered that they lay under the same difficulties last year in Spain, and yet by labor and patience had concluded a dangerous war. They recollected too that they had suffered an alarming scarcity at Alesia, and a much greater at Avaricum, and yet had returned victorious over mighty nations. They refused neither barley nor pulse when offered them, and they held in great esteem cattle, of which they got great quantities from Epirus. 348. There was a sort of root called chara, discovered by the troops which served under Valerius. This they mixed up with milk, and it greatly contributed to relieve their want. They made it into a sort of bread. They had great plenty of it. Loaves made of this, when Pompey's men upbraided ours with want, they frequently threw among them to damp their hopes. 349. The corn was now beginning to ripen, and their hopes supported their want, as they were confident of having abundance in a short time. And there were frequently heard declarations of the soldiers on guard, in discourse with each other, that they would rather live on the bark of the trees, than let Pompey escape from their hands. For they were often told by deserters, that they could scarcely maintain their horses, and that their other cattle was dead, that they themselves were not in good health from their confinement within so narrow a compass, from the noisome smell. The number of carcasses, and the constant fatigue to them, being men unaccustomed to work, and laboring under a great want of water. For Caesar had either turned the course of all the rivers and streams which ran to the sea, or had dammed them up with strong works. And as the country was mountainous, and the valleys narrow at the bottom, he enclosed them with piles sunk in the ground, and heaped up mold against them to keep in the water. They were therefore obliged to search for low and marshy grounds, and to sink wells, and they had this labor in addition to their daily works. And even these springs were at a considerable distance from some of their posts, and soon dried up with the heat. But Caesar's army enjoyed perfect health and abundance of water, and had plenty of all sorts of provisions except corn. And they had a prospect of better times approaching, and saw greater hopes laid before them by the ripening of the grain. 350. In this new kind of war, new methods of managing it were invented by both generals. Pompey's men, perceiving by our fires at night, at what part of the works our cohorts were on guard, coming silently upon them discharged their arrows at random among the whole multitude, and instantly retired to their camp. As a remedy against which our men were taught by experience to light their fires in one place, and keep guard in another. Note, the translator felt that some of the original text was missing at this point. 351. In the meantime, Publius Sylla, whom Caesar at his departure had left governor of his camp, came up with 2 legions to assist the cohort, upon whose arrival Pompey's forces were easily repulsed. Nor did they stand the sight and charge of our men, and the foremost falling, the rest turned their backs and quitted the field. But Sylla called our men in from the pursuit, lest their ardor should carry them too far, but most people imagined that if he had consented to a vigorous pursuit, the war might have been ended that day. His conduct however does not appear to deserve censure, for the duties of a lieutenant general, and of a commander-in-chief, are very different. The one is bound to act entirely according to his instructions, the other to regulate his conduct without control, as occasion requires. Sylla, being deputed by Caesar to take care of the camp, and having rescued his men, was satisfied with that, and did not desire to hazard a battle, although this circumstance might probably have had a successful issue. That he might not be thought to have assumed the part of the general. One circumstance laid the Pompeians under great difficulty in making good a retreat, for they had advanced from disadvantageous ground, and were posted on the top of a hill. If they attempted to retire down the steep, they dreaded the pursuit of our men from the rising ground, and there was but a short time till sunset, for in hopes of completing the business, they had protracted the battle almost till night. Taking therefore measures suited to their exigency, and to the shortness of the time, Pompey possessed himself of an eminence, at such a distance from our fort that no weapon discharged from an engine could reach him. Here he took up a position, and fortified it, and kept all his forces there. 352. At the same time, there were engagements in 2 other places, for Pompey had attacked several forts at once, in order to divide our forces, that no relief might be sent from the neighboring posts. In one place, Volcatius Tullus sustained the charge of a legion with 3 cohorts, and beat them off the field. In another, the Germans, having sallied over our fortifications, slew several of the enemy, and retreated safe to our camp. 353. Thus 6 engagements having happened in one day, 3 at Dyrrhachium, and 3 at the fortifications, when a computation was made of the number of slain, we found that about 2,000 fell on Pompey's side. Several of them volunteer veterans and centurions. Among them was Valerius, the son of Lucius Flaccus, who as praetor had formerly had the government of Asia, and 6 military standards were taken. Of our men, not more than 20 were missing in all the action. But in the fort, not a single soldier escaped without a wound, and in one cohort, 4 centurions lost their eyes. And being desirous to produce testimony of the fatigue they underwent, and the danger they sustained, they counted to Caesar about 30,000 arrows which had been thrown into the fort. And in the shield of the centurion Sceva, which was brought to him, were found 230 holes. In reward for this man's services, both to himself and the public, Caesar presented to him 200,000 pieces of copper money, and declared him promoted from the 8th to the 1st centurion. For it appeared that the fort had been in a great measure saved by his exertions, and he afterward very amply rewarded the cohorts with double pay, corn, clothing, and other military honors. 354. Pompey, having made great additions to his works in the night, the following days built turrets, and having carried his works 15 feet high, faced that part of his camp with mantelets. And after an interval of 5 days, taking advantage of a second cloudy night, he barricaded all the gates of his camp to hinder a pursuit, and about midnight, quietly marched off his army, and retreated to his old fortifications. 355. Aetolia, Acarnania, and Amphilochus, being reduced, as we have related, by Cassius Longinus, and Calvisius Sabinus, Caesar thought he ought to attempt the conquest of Achaia, and to advance further into the country. Accordingly, he detached Fufius thither, and ordered Quintus Sabinus and Cassius to join him with their cohorts. Upon notice of their approach, Rutilius Lupus, who commanded in Achaia, under Pompey, began to fortify the isthmus, to prevent Fufius from coming into Achaia. Calenus recovered Delphi, Thebes, and Orchomenus, by a voluntary submission of those states. Some he subdued by force, the rest he endeavored to win over to Caesar's interest, by sending deputies round to them. In these things, principally, Fusius was employed. 356. Every day afterward, Caesar drew up his army on a level ground, and offered Pompey battle, and led his legions almost close to Pompey's camp. And his front line was at no greater distance from the rampart than that no weapon from their engines could reach it. But Pompey, to save his credit and reputation with the world, drew out his legions, but so close to his camp, that his rear line might touch the rampart, and that his whole army, when drawn up, might be protected by the darts discharged from it. 357. While these things were going forward in Achaia and at Dyrrachium, and when it was certainly known that Scipio was arrived in Macedonia, Caesar, never losing sight of his first intention, sends Clodius to him, an intimate friend to both. Whom Caesar, on the introduction and recommendation of Pompey, had admitted into the number of his acquaintance. To this man he gave letters and instructions to Pompey, the substance of which was as follows, that he had made every effort toward peace, and imputed the ill success of those efforts to the fault of those whom he had employed to conduct those negotiations, because they were afraid to carry his proposals to Pompey at an improper time. That Scipio had such authority, that he could not only freely explain what conduct met his approbation, but even in some degree enforce his advice, and govern him, Pompey, if he persisted in error. That he commanded an army independent of Pompey, so that besides his authority, he had strength to compel, and if he did so, all men would be indebted to him for the quiet of Italy, the peace of the provinces, and the preservation of the empire. These proposals Clodius made to him, and for some days at the first appeared to have met with a favorable reception, but afterward was not admitted to an audience. For Scipio being reprimanded by Favonius, as we found afterward when the war was ended, and the negotiation having miscarried, Clodius returned to Caesar. 358. Caesar, that he might the more easily keep Pompey's horse enclosed within Dyrrachium, and prevent them from foraging, fortified the two narrow passes already mentioned with strong works, and erected forts at them. Pompey perceiving that he derived no advantage from his cavalry, after a few days had them conveyed back to his camp by sea. Fodder was so exceedingly scarce that he was obliged to feed his horses upon leaves stripped off the trees, or the tender roots of reeds pounded. For the corn which had been sown within the lines was already consumed, and they would be obliged to supply themselves with fodder from Corcyra and Acarnania, over a long tract of sea. And as the quantity of that fell short, to increase it by mixing barley with it, and by these methods support their cavalry. But when not only the barley and fodder in these parts were consumed, and the herbs cut away, when the leaves too were not to be found on the trees, the horses being almost starved, Pompey thought he ought to make some attempt by a sally. 359. In the number of Caesar's cavalry were 2 Allobrogans, brothers, named Rosalus and Egas, the sons of Abdecillus, who for several years possessed the chief power in his own state. Men of singular valor, whose gallant services Caesar had found very useful in all his wars in Gaul. To them, for these reasons, he had committed the offices of greatest honor in their own country, and took care to have them chosen into the Senate at an unusual age, and had bestowed on them lands taken from the enemy, and large pecuniary rewards. And from being needy had made them affluent. Their valor had not only procured them Caesar's esteem, but they were beloved by the whole army. But presuming on Caesar's friendship, and elated with the arrogance natural to a foolish and barbarous people, they despised their countrymen, defrauded their cavalry of their pay, and applied all the plunder to their own use. Displeased at this conduct, their soldiers went in a body to Caesar, and openly complained of their ill usage, and to their other charges added, that false musters were given in to Caesar, and the surcharged pay applied to their own use. 3 hours 60 minutes. Caesar, not thinking it a proper time to call them to account, and willing to pardon many faults, on account of their valor, deferred the whole matter, and gave them a private rebuke, for having made a traffic of their troops. And advised them to expect everything from his friendship, and by his past favors to measure their future hopes. This however, gave them great offense, and made them contemptible in the eyes of the whole army. Of this they became sensible, as well from the reproaches of others, as from the judgment of their own minds, and a consciousness of guilt. Prompted then by shame, and perhaps imagining that they were not liberated from trial, but reserved to a future day, they resolved to break off from us, to put their fortune to a new hazard, and to make trial of new connections. And having conferred with a few of their clients, to whom they could venture to entrust so base an action, they first attempted to assassinate Caius Volusinus, general of the horse, as was discovered at the end of the war. That they might appear to have fled to Pompey after conferring an important service on him. But when that appeared too difficult to put in execution, and no opportunity offered to accomplish it, they borrowed all the money they could. As if they designed to make satisfaction and restitution for what they had defrauded, and having purchased a great number of horses, they deserted to Pompey along with those whom they had engaged in their plot. 3 hours 61 minutes. As they were persons nobly descended and of liberal education, and had come with a great retinue, and several cattle, and were reckoned men of courage, and had been in great esteem with Caesar, and as it was a new and uncommon event, Pompey carried them round all his works, and made an ostentatious show of them, for till that day, not a soldier, either horse or foot had deserted from Caesar to Pompey. Though there were desertions almost every day from Pompey to Caesar, but more commonly among the soldiers levied in Epirus and Aetolia, and in those countries, which were in Caesar's possession. But the brothers, having been acquainted with all things, either what was incomplete in our works, or what appeared to the best judges of military matters to be deficient, the particular times, the distance of places, and the various attention of the guards, according to the different temper and character of the officer who commanded the different posts, gave an exact account of all to Pompey. 3 hours 62 minutes. Upon receiving this intelligence, Pompey, who had already formed the design of attempting a sally, as before mentioned, ordered the soldiers to make osier coverings for their helmets, and to provide fascines. These things being prepared, he embarked on board small boats and row galleys by night, a considerable number of light infantry and archers, with all their fascines, and immediately after midnight he marched 60 cohorts drafted from the greater camp and the outposts, to that part of our works which extended toward the sea, and were at the furthest distance from Caesar's greater camp. To the same place he sent the ships, which he had freighted with the fascines and light-armed troops, and all the ships of war that lay at Dyrrachium. And to each he gave particular instructions. At this part of the line Caesar had posted Lentulus Marcellinus, the quaestor, with the 9th legion, and as he was not in a good state of health, Fulvius Costumus was sent to assist him in the command. 3 hours 63 minutes. At this place, fronting the enemy, there was a ditch 15 feet wide, and a rampart 10 feet high, and the top of the rampart was 10 feet in breadth. At an interval of 600 feet from that there was another rampart turned the contrary way, with the works lower. For some days before, Caesar, apprehending that our men might be surrounded by sea, had made a double rampart there, that if he should be attacked on both sides, he might have the means of defending himself. But the extent of the lines, and the incessant labor for so many days, because he had enclosed a circuit of 17 miles with his works, did not allow time to finish them. Therefore the transverse rampart which should make a communication between the other two, was not yet completed. This circumstance was known to Pompey, being told to him by the Allobrogian deserters, and proved of great disadvantage to us. For when our cohorts of the 9th legion were on guard by the seaside, Pompey's army arrived suddenly by break of day, and their approach was a surprise to our men, and at the same time, the soldiers that came by sea cast their darts on the front rampart. And the ditches were filled with fascines, and the legionary soldiers terrified those that defended the inner rampart, by applying the scaling ladders, and by engines and weapons of all sorts. And a vast multitude of archers poured round upon them from every side. Besides, the coverings of osiers, which they had laid over their helmets, were a great security to them against the blows of stones which were the only weapons that our soldiers had. And therefore, when our men were oppressed in every manner, and were scarcely able to make resistance, the defect in our works was observed, and Pompey's soldiers, landing between the two ramparts, where the work was unfinished, attacked our men in the rear, and having beat them from both sides of the fortification, obliged them to flee. 3 hours 64 minutes. Marcellinus, being informed of this disorder, detached some cohorts to the relief of our men, who seeing them flee from the camp, were neither able to persuade them to rally at their approach, nor themselves to sustain the enemy's charge. And in like manner, whatever additional assistance was sent, was infected by the fears of the defeated, and increased the terror and danger. For retreat was prevented by the multitude of the fugitives. In that battle, when the eagle-bearer was dangerously wounded, and began to grow weak, having got sight of our horse, he said to them, "This eagle have I defended with the greatest care for many years, at the hazard of my life. And now in my last moments restore it to Caesar with the same fidelity. Do not, I conjure you, suffer a dishonor to be sustained in the field, which never before happened to Caesar's army, but deliver it safe into his hands." By this accident the eagle was preserved, but all the centurions of the first cohorts were killed, except the principal. 3 hours 65 minutes. And now the Pompeians, after great havoc of our troops, were approaching Marcellinus's camp, and had struck no small terror into the rest of the cohorts, when Marcus Antonius, who commanded the nearest fort, being informed of what had happened, was observed descending from the rising ground with 12 cohorts. His arrival checked the Pompeians, and encouraged our men to recover from their extreme affright. And shortly after, Caesar having got notice by the smoke of all the forts, which was the usual signal on such occasions, drafted off some cohorts from the outposts, and went to the scene of action. And having there learned the loss he had sustained, and perceiving that Pompey had forced our works, and had encamped along the coast, so that he was at liberty to forage, and had a communication with his shipping, he altered his plan for conducting the war, as his design had not succeeded, and ordered a strong encampment to be made near Pompey. 3 hours 66 minutes. When this work was finished, Caesar's scouts observed that some cohorts, which to them appeared like a legion, were retired behind the wood, and were on their march to the old camp. The situation of the two camps was as follows: a few days before, when Caesar's 9th Legion had opposed a party of Pompey's troops, and were endeavoring to enclose them, Caesar's troops formed a camp in that place. This camp joined a certain wood, and was not above 400 paces distant from the sea. Afterward, changing his design for certain reasons, Caesar removed his camp to a small distance beyond that place. And after a few days, Pompey took possession of it, and added more extensive works, leaving the inner rampart standing, as he intended to keep several legions there. By this means, the lesser camp, included within the greater, answered the purpose of a fort and citadel. He had also carried an entrenchment from the left angle of the camp to the river, about 400 paces, that his soldiers might have more liberty and less danger in fetching water. But he too, changing his design for reasons not necessary to be mentioned, abandoned the place. In this condition the camp remained for several days, the works being all entire. 3 hours 67 minutes. Caesar's scouts brought him word that the standard of a legion was carried to this place. That the same thing was seen he was assured by those in the higher forts. This place was a half a mile distant from Pompey's new camp. Caesar, hoping to surprise this legion, and anxious to repair the loss sustained that day, left 2 cohorts employed in the works to make an appearance of entrenching himself, and by a different route, as privately as he could. With his other cohorts amounting to 33, among which was the 9th Legion, which had lost so many centurions, and whose privates were greatly reduced in number, he marched in 2 lines against Pompey's legion in his lesser camp. Nor did this first opinion deceive him. For he reached the place before Pompey could have notice of it. And though the works were strong, yet having made the attack with the left wing which he commanded in person, he obliged the Pompeians to quit the rampart in disorder. A barricade had been raised before the gates, at which a short contest was maintained, our men endeavoring to force their way in, and the enemy to defend the camp. Titus Pulchio, by whose means we have related that Caius Antonius's army was betrayed, defending them with singular courage. But the valor of our men prevailed, and having cut down the barricade, they first forced the greater camp, and after that the fort which was enclosed within it. And as the legion on its repulse had retired to this, they slew several defending themselves there. 3 hours 68 minutes. But fortune, who exerts a powerful influence as well in other matters, as especially in war, effects great changes from trifling causes, as happened at this time. For the cohorts on Caesar's right wing, through ignorance of the place, followed the direction of that rampart which ran along from the camp to the river, while they were in search of a gate, and imagined that it belonged to the camp. But when they found that it led to the river, and that nobody opposed them, they immediately climbed over the rampart, and were followed by all our cavalry. 3 hours 69 minutes. In the meantime Pompey, by the great delay which this occasioned, being informed of what had happened, marched with the 5th legion, which he called away from their work to support his party. And at the same time his cavalry were advancing up to ours, and an army in order of battle, was seen at a distance by our men who had taken possession of the camp, and the face of affairs was suddenly changed. For Pompey's legion, encouraged by the hope of speedy support, attempted to make a stand at the Decuman gate, and made a bold charge on our men. Caesar's cavalry, who had mounted the rampart by a narrow breach, being apprehensive of their retreat, were the first to flee. The right wing which had been separated from the left, observing the terror of the cavalry, to prevent their being overpowered within the lines, were endeavoring to retreat by the same way as they burst in. And most of them, lest they should be engaged in the narrow passes, threw themselves down a rampart 10 feet high into the trenches, and the first being trodden to death, the rest procured their safety, and escaped over their bodies. The soldiers of the left wing, perceiving from the rampart that Pompey was advancing, and their own friends fleeing, being afraid that they should be enclosed between the two ramparts, as they had an enemy both within and without, strove to secure their retreat the same way they came. All was disorder, consternation, and flight, insomuch that, when Caesar laid hold of the colors of those who were running away, and desired them to stand, some left their horses behind, and continued to run in the same manner. Others through fear even threw away their colors. Nor did a single man face about. 3 hours 70 minutes. In this calamity, the following favorable circumstance occurred to prevent the ruin of our whole army, viz. That Pompey, suspecting an ambuscade, because, as I suppose, the success had far exceeded his hopes, as he had seen his men a moment before fleeing from the camp, durst not for some time approach the fortification. And that his horse were retarded from pursuing, because the passes and gates were in possession of Caesar's soldiers. Thus a trifling circumstance proved of great importance to each party. For the rampart drawn from the camp to the river, interrupted the progress and certainty of Caesar's victory, after he had forged Pompey's camp. The same thing, by retarding the rapidity of the enemy's pursuit, preserved our army. 3 hours 71 minutes. In the two actions of this day, Caesar lost 960 rank and file, several Roman knights of distinction, Felginus Titicanus Gallus, a senator's son, Caius Felginus from Placentia, Aulus Gravius from Puteoli, Marcus Sacradivir from Capua, and 32 military tribunes and centurions. But the greatest part of all these perished without a wound, being trodden to death in the trenches, on the ramparts and banks of the river by reason of the terror and flight of their own men. Pompey, after this battle, was saluted Imperator. This title he retained, and allowed himself to be addressed by it afterward. But neither in his letters to the Senate, nor in the fasces, did he use the laurel as a mark of honor. But Labienus, having obtained his consent that the prisoners should be delivered up to him, had them all brought out, as it appeared, to make a show of them, and that Pompey might place a greater confidence in him who was a deserter. And calling them fellow soldiers, and asking them in the most insulting manner whether it was usual with veterans to flee, ordered them to be put to death in the sight of the whole army. 3 hours 72 minutes. Pompey's party were so elated with confidence and spirit at this success, that they thought no more of the method of conducting the war, but thought that they were already conquerors. They did not consider that the smallness of our numbers, and the disadvantage of the place and the confined nature of the ground occasioned by their having first possessed themselves of the camp, and the double danger both from within and without the fortifications, and the separation of the army into two parts, so that the one could not give relief to the other, were the causes of our defeat. They did not consider, in addition, that the contest was not decided by a vigorous attack, nor a regular battle, and that our men had suffered greater loss from their numbers and want of room, than they had sustained from the enemy. In fine, they did not reflect on the common casualties of war, how trifling causes, either from groundless suspicions, sudden affright, or religious scruples, have oftentimes been productive of considerable losses. How often an army has been unsuccessful either by the misconduct of the general, or the oversight of a tribune. But as if they had proved victorious by their valor, and as if no change could ever take place, they published the success of the day throughout the world by reports and letters. 3 hours 73 minutes. Caesar, disappointed in his first intentions, resolved to change the whole plan of his operations. Accordingly, he at once called in all outposts, gave over the siege, and collecting his army into one place, addressed his soldiers and encouraged them not to be troubled at what had happened, nor to be dismayed at it, but to weigh their many successful engagements against one disappointment, and that, too, a trifling one. That they ought to be grateful to fortune, through whose favor they had recovered Italy without the effusion of blood. Through whose favor they had subdued the two Spains, though protected by a most warlike people under the command of the most skillful and experienced generals. Through whose favor they had reduced to submission the neighboring states that abounded with corn. In fine, that they ought to remember with what success they had been all transported safe through blockading fleets of the enemy, which possessed not only the ports, but even the coasts. That if all their attempts were not crowned with success, the defects of fortune must be supplied by industry. And whatever loss had been sustained, ought to be attributed rather to her caprices than to any faults in him, that he had chosen a safe ground for the engagement, that he had possessed himself of the enemy's camp. That he had beaten them out, and overcome them when they offered resistance. But whether their own terror or some mistake, or whether fortune herself had interrupted a victory almost secured and certain, they ought all now to use their utmost efforts to repair by their valor the loss which had been incurred. If they did so, their misfortunes would turn to their advantage, as it happened at Gergovia, and those who feared to face the enemy would be the first to offer themselves to battle. 3 hours 74 minutes. Having concluded his speech, he disgraced some standard-bearers, and reduced them to the ranks. For the whole army was seized with such grief at their loss and with such an ardent desire of repairing their disgrace, that not a man required the command of his tribune or centurion. But they imposed each on himself severer labors than usual as a punishment, and at the same time were so inflamed with eagerness to meet the enemy, that the officers of the first rank, sensibly affected at their entreaties, were of opinion that they ought to continue in their present posts, and commit their fate to the hazard of a battle. But, on the other hand, Caesar could not place sufficient confidence in men so lately thrown into consternation, and thought he ought to allow them time to recover their dejected spirits. And having abandoned his works, he was apprehensive of being distressed for want of corn. 3 hours 75 minutes. Accordingly, suffering no time to intervene but what was necessary for a proper attention to be paid to the sick and wounded, he sent on all his baggage privately in the beginning of the night from his camp to Apollonia, and ordered them not to halt till they had performed their journey. And he detached 1 legion with them as a convoy. This affair being concluded, having retained only 2 legions in his camp, he marched the rest of his army out at 3 o'clock in the morning by several gates, and sent them forward by the same route. And in a short space after, that the military practice might be preserved, and his march known as late as possible, he ordered the signal for decamping to be given. And setting out immediately and following the rear of his own army, he was soon out of sight of the camp. Nor did Pompey, as soon as he had notice of his design, make any delay to pursue him. But with a view to surprise them while encumbered with baggage on their march, and not yet recovered from their fright, he led his army out of his camp, and sent his cavalry on to retard our rear. But was not able to come up with them, because Caesar had got far before him, and marched without baggage. But when we reached the river Genussus, the banks being steep, their horse overtook our rear, and detained them by bringing them to action. To oppose whom, Caesar sent his horse, and intermixed with them about 400 of his advanced light troops, who attacked their horse with such success, that having routed them all, and killed several, they returned without any loss to the main body. 3 hours 76 minutes. Having performed the exact march which he had proposed that day, and having led his army over the river Genussus, Caesar posted himself in his old camp opposite Asparagium, and kept his soldiers close within the entrenchments, and ordered the horse, who had been sent out under pretense of foraging, to retire immediately into the camp, through the Decuman gate. Pompey, in like manner, having completed the same day's march, took post in his old camp at Asparagium, and his soldiers, as they had no work, the fortifications being entire, made long excursions, some to collect wood and forage. Others, invited by the nearness of the former camp, laid up their arms in their tents, and quitted the entrenchments in order to bring what they had left behind them, because the design of marching being adopted in a hurry. They had left a considerable part of their wagons and luggage behind. Being thus incapable of pursuing, as Caesar had foreseen, about noon he gave the signal for marching, led out his army, and doubling that day's march, he advanced 8 miles beyond Pompey's camp. Who could not pursue him, because his troops were dispersed. 3 hours 77 minutes. The next day Caesar sent his baggage forward early in the night, and marched off himself immediately after the 4th watch, that if he should be under the necessity of risking an engagement, he might meet a sudden attack with an army free from encumbrance. He did so for several days successively, by which means he was enabled to effect his march over the deepest rivers, and through the most intricate roads without any loss. For Pompey, after the first day's delay, and the fatigue which he endured for some days in vain, though he exerted himself by forced marches, and was anxious to overtake us, who had got the start of him, on the 4th day desisted from the pursuit, and determined to follow other measures. 3 hours 78 minutes. Caesar was obliged to go to Apollonia, to lodge his wounded, pay his army, confirm his friends, and leave garrisons in the towns. But for these matters, he allowed no more time than was necessary for a person in haste. And being apprehensive for Domitius, lest he should be surprised by Pompey's arrival, he hastened with all speed and earnestness to join him. For he planned the operations of the whole campaign on these principles, that if Pompey should march after him, he would be drawn off from the sea, and from those forces which he had provided in Dyrrhachium, and separated from his corn and magazines, and be obliged to carry on the war on equal terms. But if he crossed over into Italy, Caesar, having effected a junction with Domitius, would march through Illyricum to the relief of Italy. But if he endeavored to storm Apollonia and Oricum, and exclude him from the whole coast, he hoped, by besieging Scipio, to oblige him, of necessity, to come to his assistance. Accordingly, Caesar dispatching couriers, writes to Domitius, and acquaints him with his wishes on the subject, and having stationed a garrison of 4 cohorts at Apollonia, 1 at Lissus, and 3 at Oricum. Besides those who were sick of their wounds, he set forward on his march through Epirus and Acarnania. Pompey, also, guessing at Caesar's design, determined to hasten to Scipio, that if Caesar should march in that direction, he might be ready to relieve him. But that if Caesar should be unwilling to quit the sea coast and Corcyra, because he expected legions and cavalry from Italy, he himself might fall on Domitius with all his forces. 3 hours 79 minutes. For these reasons, each of them studied dispatch, that he might succor his friends, and not miss an opportunity of surprising his enemies. But Caesar's engagements at Apollonia had carried him aside from the direct road. Pompey had taken the short road to Macedonia, through Candavia. To this was added another unexpected disadvantage, that Domitius, who for several days had been encamped opposite Scipio, had quitted that post for the sake of provisions, and had marched to Heraclea Sentica, a city subject to Candavia. So that fortune herself seemed to throw him in Pompey's way. Of this, Caesar was ignorant up to this time. Letters likewise being sent by Pompey through all the provinces and states, with an account of the action at Dyrrhachium, very much enlarged and exaggerated beyond the real facts, a rumor had been circulated that Caesar had been defeated and forced to flee, and had lost almost all his forces. These reports had made the roads dangerous, and drawn off some states from his alliance, whence it happened, that the messengers dispatched by Caesar, by several different roads to Domitius, and by Domitius to Caesar, were not able by any means to accomplish their journey. But the Allobroges, who were in the retinue of Egas and Rosalus, and who had deserted to Pompey, having met on the road a scouting party of Domitius, either from old acquaintance, because they had served together in Gaul, or elated with vain glory, gave them an account of all that had happened, and informed them of Caesar's departure, and Pompey's arrival. Domitius, who was scarce 4 hours' march distant, having got intelligence from these, by the courtesy of the enemy, avoided the danger, and met Caesar coming to join him at Aeginium, a town on the confines of and opposite to Thessaly. 3 hours 80 minutes. The two armies being united, Caesar marched to Gamphi, which is the first town of Thessaly on the road from Epirus. Now, the Thessalians, a few months before, had of themselves sent ambassadors to Caesar, offering him the free use of everything in their power, and requesting a garrison for their protection. But the report, already spoken of the battle at Dyrrhachium, which it had exaggerated in many particulars, had arrived before him. In consequence of which, Androsthenes, the praetor of Thessaly, as he preferred to be the companion of Pompey's victory, rather than Caesar's associate in his misfortunes, collected all the people, both slaves and freemen from the country into the town, and shut the gates, and dispatched messengers to Scipio and Pompey, to come to his relief, that he could depend on the strength of the town, if succor was speedily sent. But that it could not withstand a long siege. Scipio, as soon as he received advice of the departure of the armies from Dyrrhachium, had marched with his legions to Larissa. Pompey was not yet arrived near Thessaly. Caesar, having fortified his camp, ordered scaling ladders and penthouses to be made for a sudden assault, and hurdles to be provided. As soon as they were ready, he exhorted his soldiers, and told them of what advantage it would be to assist them with all sorts of necessaries, if they made themselves masters of a rich and plentiful town, and at the same time to strike terror into other states by the example of this, and to effect this with speed, before auxiliaries could arrive. Accordingly, taking advantage of the unusual ardor of the soldiers, he began his assault on the town at a little after 3 o'clock on the very day on which he arrived, and took it, though defended with very high walls, before sunset. And gave it up to his army to plunder, and immediately decamped from before it, and marched to Metropolis, with such rapidity as to outstrip any messenger or rumor of the taking of Gamphi. 3 hours 81 minutes. The inhabitants of Metropolis, at first influenced by the same rumors, followed the same measures, shut the gates and manned their walls. But when they were made acquainted with the fate of the city of Gamphi by some prisoners, whom Caesar had ordered to be brought up to the walls, they threw open their gates. As he preserved them with the greatest care, there was not a state in Thessaly, except Larissa, which was awed by a strong army of Scipios, but on comparing the fate of the inhabitants of Metropolis with the severe treatment of Gamphi, gave admission to Caesar, and obeyed his orders. Having chosen a position convenient for procuring corn, which was now almost ripe on the ground, he determined there to wait Pompey's arrival, and to make it the center of all his warlike operations. 3 hours 82 minutes. Pompey arrived in Thessaly a few days after, and having harangued the combined army, returned thanks to his own men, and exhorted Scipio's soldiers, that as the victory was now secured, they should endeavor to merit a part of the rewards and booty. And receiving all the legions into one camp, he shared his honors with Scipio, ordered the trumpet to be sounded at his tent, and a pavilion to be erected for him. The forces of Pompey being thus augmented, and two such powerful armies united, their former expectations were confirmed, and their hopes of victory so much increased, that whatever time intervened was considered as so much delay to their return into Italy. And whenever Pompey acted with slowness and caution, they used to exclaim, that it was the business only of a single day, but that he had a passion for power, and was delighted in having persons of consular and praetorian rank in the number of his slaves. And they now began to dispute openly about rewards and priesthoods, and disposed of the consulate for several years to come. Others put in their claims for the houses and properties of all who were in Caesar's camp, and in that council there was a warm debate, whether Lucius Hirtius, who had been sent by Pompey against the Parthians, should be admitted a candidate for the praetorship in his absence at the next election. His friends imploring Pompey's honor to fulfill the engagements which he had made to him at his departure, that he might not seem deceived through his authority, while others, embarked in equal labor and danger, pleaded that no individual ought to have a preference before all the rest. 3 hours 83 minutes. Already Domitius, Scipio, and Lentulus Spindler, in their daily quarrels about Caesar's priesthood, openly abused each other in the most scurrilous language. Lentulus urging the respect due to his age, Domitius boasting his interest in the city in his dignity, and Scipio presuming on his alliance with Pompey. Attius Rufus charged Lucius Afranius before Pompey with betraying the army in the action that happened in Spain, and Lucius Domitius declared in the council that it was his wish that, when the war should be ended, 3 billets should be given to all the senators, who had taken part with them in the war, and that they should pass sentence on every single person who had stayed behind at Rome, or who had been within Pompey's garrisons and had not contributed their assistance in the military operations. That by the first billet they should have power to acquit, by the second to pass sentence of death, and by the third to impose a pecuniary fine. In short, Pompey's whole army talked of nothing but the honors or sums of money which were to be their rewards, or of vengeance on their enemies. And never considered how they were to defeat their enemies, but in what manner they should use their victory. 3 hours 84 minutes. Corn being provided, and his soldiers refreshed, and a sufficient time having elapsed since the engagement at Dyrrachium, when Caesar thought he had sufficiently sounded the disposition of his troops. He thought that he ought to try whether Pompey had any intention or inclination to come to a battle. Accordingly he led his troops out of the camp, and ranged them in order of battle, at first on their own ground, and at a small distance from Pompey's camp, but afterward for several days in succession, he advanced from his own camp, and led them up to the hills on which Pompey's troops were posted, which conduct inspired his army every day with fresh courage. However he adhered to his former purpose respecting his cavalry, for as he was by many degrees inferior in number, he selected the youngest and most active of the advance guard, and desired them to fight intermixed with the horse. And they by constant practice acquired experience in this kind of battle. By these means it was brought to pass that 1,000 of his horse would dare even on open ground, to stand against 7,000 of Pompey's, if occasion required, and would not be much terrified by their number. For even on one of those days he was successful in a cavalry action, and killed one of the 2 Allobrogans, who had deserted to Pompey, as we before observed, and several others. 3 hours 85 minutes. Pompey, because he was encamped on a hill, drew up his army at the very foot of it, ever in expectation, as may be conjectured, that Caesar would expose himself to this disadvantageous situation. Caesar, seeing no likelihood of being able to bring Pompey to an action, judged it the most expedient method of conducting the war, to decamp from that post and to be always in motion, with this hope, that by shifting his camp and removing from place to place, he might be more conveniently supplied with corn, and also, that by being in motion he might get some opportunity of forcing them to battle, and might by constant marches harass Pompey's army, which was not accustomed to fatigue. These matters being settled, when the signal for marching was given, and the tent struck, it was observed that shortly before, contrary to his daily practice, Pompey's army had advanced further than usual from his entrenchments, so that it appeared possible to come to an action on equal ground. Then Caesar addressed himself to his soldiers, when they were at the gates of the camp, ready to march out. "We must defer," says he, "our march at present, and set our thoughts on battle, which has been our constant wish. Let us then meet the foe with resolute souls. We shall not hereafter easily find such an opportunity." He immediately marched out at the head of his troops. 3 hours 86 minutes. Pompey also, as was afterward known, at the unanimous solicitation of his friends, had determined to try the fate of a battle. For he had even declared in council a few days before that, before the battalions came to battle, Caesar's army would be put to the rout. When most people expressed their surprise at it, "I know," says he, "that I promise a thing almost incredible. But hear the plan on which I proceed, that you may march to battle with more confidence and resolution. I have persuaded our cavalry, and they have engaged to execute it, as soon as the 2 armies have met, to attack Caesar's right wing on the flank, and enclosing their army on the rear, throw them into disorder, and put them to the rout, before we shall throw a weapon against the enemy. By this means we shall put an end to the war, without endangering the legions, and almost without a blow. Nor is this a difficult matter, as we far outnumber them in cavalry." At the same time he gave them notice to be ready for battle on the day following, and since the opportunity which they had so often wished for was now arrived, not to disappoint the opinion generally entertained of their experience and valor. 3 hours 87 minutes. After him Labienus spoke, as well to express his contempt of Caesar's forces, as to extol Pompey's scheme with the highest encomiums. Think not, Pompey, says he, that this is the army which conquered Gaul and Germany. I was present at all those battles, and do not speak at random on a subject to which I am a stranger. A very small part of that army now remains, great numbers lost their lives, as must necessarily happen in so many battles. Many fell victims to the autumnal pestilence in Italy, many returned home, and many were left behind on the continent. Have you not heard that the cohorts at Brundusium are composed of invalids? The forces which you now behold, have been recruited by levies lately made in hither Spain, and the greater part from the colonies beyond the Po. Moreover, the flower of the forces perished in the 2 engagements at Dyrrhachium. Having so said, he took an oath, never to return to his camp unless victorious, and he encouraged the rest to do the like. Pompey applauded his proposal, and took the same oath, nor did any person present hesitate to take it. After this had passed in the council they broke up full of hopes and joy, and in imagination anticipated victory. Because they thought that in a matter of such importance, no groundless assertion could be made by a general of such experience. 3 hours 88 minutes. When Caesar had approached near Pompey's camp, he observed that his army was drawn up in the following manner. On the left wing were the 2 legions, delivered over by Caesar at the beginning of the disputes in compliance with the Senate's decree, one of which was called the first, the other the third. Here Pompey commanded in person. Scipio with the Syrian legions commanded the center. The Cilician legion in conjunction with the Spanish cohorts, which we said were brought over by Afranius, were disposed on the right wing. These Pompey considered his steadiest troops. The rest he had interspersed between the center and the wing, and he had 110 complete cohorts. These amounted to 45,000 men. He had besides 2 cohorts of volunteers, who having received favors from him in former wars, flocked to his standard. These were dispersed through his whole army. The 7 remaining cohorts he had disposed to protect his camp, and the neighboring forts. His right wing was secured by a river with steep banks, for which reason he placed all his cavalry, archers, and slingers, on his left wing. 3 hours 89 minutes. Caesar, observing his former custom, had placed the 10th legion on the right, the 9th on the left, although it was very much weakened by the battles at Dyrrhachium. He placed the 8th legion so close to the 9th, as to almost make one of the 2, and ordered them to support one another. He drew up on the field 80 cohorts, making a total of 22,000 men. He left 2 cohorts to guard the camp. He gave the command of the left wing to Antonius, of the right to P. Sulla, and of the center to C.N. Domitius. He himself took his post opposite Pompey. At the same time, fearing, from the disposition of the enemy which we have previously mentioned, lest his right wing might be surrounded by their numerous cavalry, he rapidly drafted a single cohort from each of the legions composing the 3rd line, formed of them a 4th line, and opposed them to Pompey's cavalry, and, acquainting them with his wishes, admonished them that the success of that day depended on their courage. At the same time he ordered the 3rd line, and the entire army not to charge without his command, that he would give the signal whenever he wished them to do so. 3 hours 90 minutes. When he was exhorting his army to battle, according to the military custom, and spoke to them of the favors that they had constantly received from him, he took especial care to remind them that he could call his soldiers to witness the earnestness with which he had sought peace, the efforts that he had made by Vatinius to gain a conference with Labienus, and likewise by Claudius to treat with Scipio, in what manner he had exerted himself at Oricum, to gain permission from Libo to send ambassadors. That he had been always reluctant to shed the blood of his soldiers, and did not wish to deprive the Republic of one or other of her armies. After delivering this speech, he gave by a trumpet the signal to his soldiers, who were eagerly demanding it, and were very impatient for the onset. 3 hours 91 minutes. There was in Caesar's army, a volunteer of the name of Crastinus, who the year before had been first centurion of the 10th Legion, a man of preeminent bravery. He, when the signal was given, says, "Follow me, my old comrades, and display such exertions in behalf of your general as you have determined to do. This is our last battle, and when it shall be won, he will recover his dignity, and we our liberty." At the same time he looked back to Caesar, and said, "General, I will act in such a manner today, that you will feel grateful to me living or dead." After uttering these words he charged first on the right wing, and about 120 chosen volunteers of the same century followed. 3 hours 92 minutes. There was so much space left between the two lines, as sufficed for the onset of the hostile armies, but Pompey had ordered his soldiers to await Caesar's attack, and not to advance from their position, or suffer their line to be put into disorder. And he is said to have done this by the advice of Caius Triarius, that the impetuosity of the charge of Caesar's soldiers might be checked, and their line broken, and that Pompey's troops remaining in their ranks might attack them while in disorder. And he thought that the javelins would fall with less force if the soldiers were kept in their ground, than if they met them in their course. At the same time he trusted that Caesar's soldiers, after running over double the usual ground, would become weary and exhausted by the fatigue. But to me Pompey seems to have acted without sufficient reason, for there is a certain impetuosity of spirit and an alacrity implanted by nature in the hearts of all men, which is inflamed by a desire to meet the foe. This a general should endeavor not to repress, but to increase, nor was it a vain institution of our ancestors, that the trumpets should sound on all sides, and a general shout be raised, by which they imagined that the enemy were struck with terror, and their own army inspired with courage. 3 hours 93 minutes. But our men, when the signal was given, rushed forward with their javelins ready to be launched, but perceiving that Pompey's men did not run to meet their charge, having acquired experience by custom, and being practiced in former battles, they of their own accord repressed their speed, and halted almost midway, that they might not come up with the enemy when their strength was exhausted, and after a short respite they again renewed their course, and threw their javelins, and instantly drew their swords, as Caesar had ordered them. Nor did Pompey's men fail in this crisis, for they received our javelins, stood our charge, and maintained their ranks, and having launched their javelins, had recourse to their swords. At the same time Pompey's horse, according to their orders, rushed out at once from his left wing, and his whole host of archers poured after them. Our cavalry did not withstand their charge, but gave ground a little, upon which Pompey's horse pressed them more vigorously, and began to file off in troops, and flank our army. When Caesar perceived this, he gave the signal to his fourth line, which he had formed of the 6 cohorts. They instantly rushed forward and charged Pompey's horse with such fury, that not a man of them stood, but all wheeling about, not only quitted their post, but galloped forward to seek a refuge in the highest mountains. By their retreat the archers and slingers, being left destitute and defenseless, were all cut to pieces. The cohorts, pursuing their success, wheeled about upon Pompey's left wing, while his infantry still continued to make battle, and attacked them in the rear. 3 hours 94 minutes. At the same time Caesar ordered his third line to advance, which till then had not been engaged, but had kept their post. Thus, new and fresh troops having come to the assistance of the fatigued, and others having made an attack on their rear, Pompey's men were not able to maintain their ground, but all fled, nor was Caesar deceived in his opinion, that the victory, as he had declared in his speech to his soldiers, must have its beginning from those 6 cohorts, which he had placed as a fourth line to oppose the horse. For by them the cavalry were routed, by them the archers and slingers were cut to pieces, by them the left wing of Pompey's army was surrounded, and obliged to be the first to flee. But when Pompey saw his cavalry routed, and that part of his army on which he reposed his greatest hopes thrown into confusion, despairing of the rest, he quitted the field, and retreated straightway on horseback to his camp. And calling to the centurions, whom he had placed to guard the Praetorian gate, with a loud voice, that the soldiers might hear, "Secure the camp," says he, "defend it with diligence, if any danger should threaten it. I will visit the other gates, and encourage the guards of the camp." Having thus said, he retired into his tent in utter despair, yet anxiously waiting the issue. 3 hours 95 minutes. Caesar, having forced the Pompeians to flee into their entrenchment, and thinking that he ought not to allow them any respite to recover from their fright, exhorted his soldiers to take advantage of fortune's kindness, and to attack the camp. Though they were fatigued by the intense heat, for the battle had continued till midday, yet, being prepared to undergo any labor, they cheerfully obeyed his command. The camp was bravely defended by the cohorts which had been left to guard it, but with much more spirit by the Thracians and foreign auxiliaries. For the soldiers who had fled for refuge to it from the field of battle, affrighted and exhausted by fatigue, having thrown away their arms and military standards, had their thoughts more engaged on their further escape than on the defense of the camp. Nor could the troops who were posted on the battlements long withstand the immense number of our darts, but fainting under their wounds, quitted the place, and under the conduct of their centurions and tribunes, fled, without stopping, to the high mountains which joined the camp. 3 hours 96 minutes. In Pompey's camp you might see arbors in which tables were laid, a large quantity of plates set out, the floors of the tents covered with fresh sods, the tents of Lucius Lentulus and others shaded with ivy, and many other things which were proofs of excessive luxury, and a confidence of victory, so that it might readily be inferred that they had no apprehensions of the issue of the day, as they indulged themselves in unnecessary pleasures. And yet upbraided with luxury Caesar's army, distressed and suffering troops, who had always been in want of common necessaries. Pompey, as soon as our men had forced the trenches, mounting his horse, and stripping off his general's habit, went hastily out of the back gate of the camp, and galloped with all speed to Larissa. Nor did he stop there, but with the same dispatch, collecting a few of his flying troops, and halting neither day nor night, he arrived at the seaside, attended by only 30 horse, and went on board a victualling bark, often complaining, as we have been told, that he had been so deceived in his expectation, that he was almost persuaded that he had been betrayed by those from whom he had expected victory, as they began the fight. 3 hours 97 minutes. Caesar, having possessed himself of Pompey's camp, urged his soldiers not to be too intent on plunder, and lose the opportunity of completing their conquest. Having obtained their consent, he began to draw lines round the mountain. The Pompeians, distrusting the position, as there was no water on the mountain, abandoned it, and all began to retreat toward Larissa. Which Caesar perceiving, divided his troops, and ordering part of his legions to remain in Pompey's camp, sent back a part to his own camp, and taking 4 legions with him, went by a shorter road to intercept the enemy, and having marched 6 miles, drew up his army. But the Pompeians, observing this, took post on a mountain, whose foot was washed by a river. Caesar, having encouraged his troops, though they were greatly exhausted by incessant labor the whole day, and night was now approaching, by throwing up works cut off the communication between the river and the mountain, that the enemy might not get water in the night. As soon as the work was finished, they sent ambassadors to treat about a capitulation. A few senators who had espoused that party, made their escape by night. 3 hours 98 minutes. At break of day, Caesar ordered all those who had taken post on the mountain, to come down from the higher grounds into the plain, and pile their arms. When they did this without refusal, and with outstretched arms, prostrating themselves on the ground, with tears, implored his mercy, he comforted them and bade them rise, and having spoken a few words of his own clemency to alleviate their fears, he pardoned them all, and gave orders to his soldiers, that no injury should be done to them, and nothing taken from them. Having used this diligence, he ordered the legions in his camp to come and meet him, and those which were with him to take their turn of rest, and go back to the camp, and the same day went to Larissa. 3 hours 99 minutes. In that battle, no more than 200 privates were missing, but Caesar lost about 30 centurions, valiant officers. Crastinus, also, of whom mention was made before, fighting most courageously, lost his life by the wound of a sword in the mouth. Nor was that false which he declared when marching to battle, for Caesar entertained the highest opinion of his behavior in that battle, and thought him highly deserving of his approbation. Of Pompey's army, there fell about 15,000. But upwards of 24,000 were made prisoners, for even the cohorts which were stationed in the forts, surrendered to Sylla. Several others took shelter in the neighboring states. 180 stands of colors, and 9 eagles, were brought to Caesar. Lucius Domitius, fleeing from the camp to the mountains, his strength being exhausted by fatigue, was killed by the horse. 3:100. About this time, Decimus Laelius arrived with his fleet at Brundusium and in the same manner, as Libo had done before, possessed himself of an island opposite the harbour of Brundusium. In like manner, Volinius, who was then governor of Brundusium, with a few decked barks, endeavoured to entice Laelius's fleet. And took 1 5-banked galley and 2 smaller vessels that had ventured further than the rest into a narrow part of the harbour, and likewise disposing the horse along the shore, strove to prevent the enemy from procuring fresh water. But Laelius, having chosen a more convenient season of the year for his expedition, supplied himself with water brought in transports from Corcyra and Dyrrhachium, and was not deterred from his purpose. Until he had received advice of the battle in Thessaly, he could not be forced either by the disgrace of losing his ships, or by the want of necessaries, to quit the port and islands. 3:101. Much about the same time, Cassius arrived in Sicily with a fleet of Syrians, Phoenicians, and Sicilians, and as Caesar's fleet was divided into 2 parts, Publius Sulpicius the praetor commanding one division at Vibo near the straits, Pomponius the other at Messana. Cassius got into Messana with his fleet, before Pomponius had notice of his arrival, and having found him in disorder, without guards or discipline, and the wind being high and favourable, he filled several transports with fir, pitch, and tow, and other combustibles, and sent them against Pomponius's fleet, and set fire to all his ships, 35 in number, 20 of which were armed with beaks, and this action struck such terror that though there was a legion in garrison at Messana, the town with difficulty held out. And had not the news of Caesar's victory been brought at that instant by the horse stationed along the coast, it was generally imagined that it would have been lost. But the town was maintained till the news arrived very opportunely, and Cassius set sail from thence to attack Sulpicius's fleet at Vibo, and our ships being moored to the land, to strike the same terror, he acted in the same manner as before. The wind being favourable, he sent into the port about 40 ships provided with combustibles, and the flame catching on both sides, 5 ships were burned to ashes. And when the fire began to spread wider by the violence of the wind, the soldiers of the veteran legions, who had been left to guard the fleet, being considered as invalids, could not endure the disgrace, but of themselves went on board the ships and weighed anchor, and having attacked Cassius's fleet, captured 2 5-banked galleys, in one of which was Cassius himself. But he made his escape by taking to a boat. 2 3-banked galleys were taken besides. Intelligence was shortly after received of the action in Thessaly, so well authenticated, that the Pompeians themselves gave credit to it. For they had hitherto believed it a fiction of Caesar's lieutenants and friends. Upon which intelligence Cassius departed with his fleet from that coast. 3:102. Caesar thought he ought to postpone all business and pursue Pompey, whithersoever he should retreat, that he might not be able to provide fresh forces, and renew the war. He therefore marched on every day, as far as his cavalry were able to advance, and ordered 1 legion to follow him by shorter journeys. A proclamation was issued by Pompey at Amphipolis, that all the young men of that province, Grecians and Roman citizens, should take the military oath. But whether he issued it with an intention of preventing suspicion, and to conceal as long as possible his design of fleeing further, or to endeavour to keep possession of Macedonia by new levies, if nobody pursued him, it is impossible to judge. He lay at anchor one night, and calling together his friends in Amphipolis, and collecting a sum of money for his necessary expenses, upon advice of Caesar's approach, set sail from that place, and arrived in a few days at Mytilene. Here he was detained 2 days, and having added a few galleys to his fleet he went to Cilicia, and thence to Cyprus. There he is informed that, by the consent of all the inhabitants of Antioch and Roman citizens who traded there, the castle had been seized to shut him out of the town. And that messengers had been dispatched to all those who were reported to have taken refuge in the neighboring states, that they should not come to Antioch, that if they did, that it would be attended with imminent danger to their lives. The same thing had happened to Lucius Lentulus, who had been consul the year before, and to Publius Lentulus a consular senator, and to several others at Rhodes, who having followed Pompey in his flight, and arrived at the island, were not admitted into the town or port. And having received a message to leave that neighborhood, set sail much against their will, for the rumor of Caesar's approach had now reached those states. 3:103. Pompey, being informed of these proceedings, laid aside his design of going to Syria, and having taken the public money from the farmers of the revenue, and borrowed more from some private friends, and having put on board his ships a large quantity of brass for military purposes, and 2,000 armed men, whom he partly selected from the slaves of the tax farmers, and partly collected from the merchants, and such persons as each of his friends thought fit on this occasion, he sailed for Pelusium. It happened that King Ptolemy, a minor, was there with a considerable army, engaged in war with his sister Cleopatra, whom a few months before, by the assistance of his relations and friends, he had expelled from the kingdom. And her camp lay at a small distance from his. To him Pompey applied to be permitted to take refuge in Alexandria, and to be protected in his calamity by his powerful assistance, in consideration of the friendship and amity which had subsisted between his father and him. But Pompey's deputies having executed their commission, began to converse with less restraint with the king's troops, and to advise them to act with friendship to Pompey, and not to think meanly of his bad fortune. In Ptolemy's army were several of Pompey's soldiers, of whom Gabinius had received the command in Syria, and had brought them over to Alexandria, and at the conclusion of the war had left with Ptolemy the father of the young king. 3:104. The king's friends, who were regents of the kingdom during the minority, being informed of these things, either induced by fear, as they afterward declared, lest Pompey should corrupt the king's army, and seize on Alexandria and Egypt, or despising his bad fortune, as in adversity friends commonly change to enemies, in public gave a favorable answer to his deputies, and desired him to come to the king. But secretly laid a plot against him, and dispatched Achillas, captain of the king's guards, a man of singular boldness, and Lucius Septimius a military tribune to assassinate him. Being kindly addressed by them, and deluded by an acquaintance with Septimius, because in the war with the pirates the latter had commanded a company under him, he embarked in a small boat with a few attendants, and was there murdered by Achillas and Septimius. In like manner, Lucius Lentulus was seized by the king's order, and put to death in prison. 3:105. When Caesar arrived in Asia, he found that Titus Ampius had attempted to remove the money from the temple of Diana at Ephesus, and for this purpose had convened all the senators in the province that he might have them to attest the sum, but was interrupted by Caesar's arrival, and had made his escape. Thus, on 2 occasions, Caesar saved the money of Ephesus. It was also remarked at Elis, in the temple of Minerva, upon calculating and enumerating the days, that on the very day on which Caesar had gained his battle, the image of victory which was placed before Minerva, and faced her statue, turned about toward the portal and entrance of the temple. And the same day, at Antioch in Syria, such a shout of an army and sound of trumpets was twice heard that the citizens ran in arms to the walls. The same thing happened at Ptolemy. A sound of drums too was heard at Pergamus, in the private and retired parts of the temple, into which none but the priests are allowed admission, and which the Greeks call Adida, the inaccessible, and likewise at Tralles, in the temple of Victory, in which there stood a statue consecrated to Caesar. A palm tree at that time was shown that had sprouted up from the pavement, through the joints of the stones, and shot up above the roof. 3:106. After a few days' delay in Asia, Caesar, having heard that Pompey had been seen in Cyprus, and conjecturing that he had directed his course into Egypt, on account of his connection with that kingdom, set out for Alexandria with 2 legions, one of which he ordered to follow him from Thessaly, the other he called in from Achaia, from Fufius, the lieutenant general, and with 800 horse, 10 ships of war from Rhodes, and a few from Asia. These legions amounted but to 3,200 men, the rest, disabled by wounds received in various battles, by fatigue and the length of their march, could not follow him. But Caesar, relying on the fame of his exploits, did not hesitate to set forward with a feeble force, and thought that he would be secure in any place. At Alexandria he was informed of the death of Pompey, and at his landing there, heard a cry among the soldiers whom the king had left to garrison the town, and saw a crowd gathering toward him, because the fasces were carried before him. For this the whole multitude thought an infringement of the king's dignity. Though this tumult was appeased, frequent disturbances were raised for several days successively, by crowds of the populace, and a great many of his soldiers were killed in all parts of the city. 3:107. Having observed this, he ordered other legions to be brought to him from Asia, which he had made up out of Pompey's soldiers. For he was himself detained against his will, by the Etesian winds, which are totally unfavorable to persons on a voyage from Alexandria. In the meantime, considering that the disputes of the princes belonged to the jurisdiction of the Roman people, and of him as consul, and that it was a duty more incumbent on him. As in his former consulate a league had been made with Ptolemy the late king, under sanction both of a law and a decree of the Senate, he signified that it was his pleasure that King Ptolemy, and his sister Cleopatra, should disband their armies, and decide their disputes in his presence by justice, rather than by the sword. 3:108. A eunuch named Pothinus, the boy's tutor, was regent of the kingdom on account of his youthfulness. He at first began to complain among his friends, and to express his indignation, that the king should be summoned to plead his cause, but afterward, having prevailed on some of those whom he had made acquainted with his views to join him, he secretly called the army away from Pelusium to Alexandria, and appointed Achillas, already spoken of, commander-in-chief of the forces. Him he encouraged and animated by promises both in his own and the king's name, and instructed him both by letters and messages how he should act. By the will of Ptolemy the father, the elder of his 2 sons and the more advanced in years of his 2 daughters were declared his heirs, and for the more effectual performance of his intention. In the same will he conjured the Roman people by all the gods, and by the league which he had entered into at Rome, to see his will executed. One of the copies of his will was conveyed to Rome by his ambassadors to be deposited in the treasury, but the public troubles preventing it, it was lodged with Pompey, another was left sealed up and kept at Alexandria. 3:109. While these things were debated before Caesar, and he was very anxious to settle the royal disputes as a common friend and arbitrator, news was brought on a sudden that the king's army and all his cavalry were on their march to Alexandria. Caesar's forces were by no means so strong that he could trust to them, if he had occasion to hazard a battle without the town. His only resource was to keep within the town in the most convenient places, and get information of Achillas's designs. However, he ordered his soldiers to repair to their arms, and advised the king to send some of his friends, who had the greatest influence, as deputies to Achillas, and to signify his royal pleasure. Dioscorides and Serapion, the persons sent by him, who had both been ambassadors at Rome, and had been in great esteem with Ptolemy the father, went to Achillas. But as soon as they appeared in his presence, without hearing them, or learning the occasion of their coming, he ordered them to be seized and put to death. One of them, after receiving a wound, was taken up and carried off by his attendants as dead, the other was killed on the spot. Upon this, Caesar took care to secure the king's person, both supposing that the king's name would have a great influence with his subjects, and to give the war the appearance of the scheme of a few desperate men, rather than of having been begun by the king's consent. 3:110. The forces under Achillas did not seem despicable either for number, spirit, or military experience, for he had 20,000 men under arms. They consisted partly of Gabinius's soldiers, who were now become habituated to the licentious mode of living at Alexandria, and had forgotten the name and discipline of the Roman people, and had married wives there, by whom the greatest part of them had children. To these was added a collection of highwaymen and freebooters, from Syria, and the province of Cilicia, and the adjacent countries. Besides, several convicts and transports had been collected, for at Alexandria all our runaway slaves were sure of finding protection for their persons on the condition that they should give in their names, and enlist as soldiers, and if any of them was apprehended by his master, he was rescued by a crowd of his fellow soldiers, who being involved in the same guilt, repelled, at the hazard of their lives, every violence offered to any of their body. These by a prescriptive privilege of the Alexandrian army, used to demand the king's favorites to be put to death, pillage the properties of the rich to increase their pay, invest the king's palace, banish some from the kingdom, and recall others from exile. Besides these, there were 2,000 horse, who had acquired the skill of veterans by being in several wars in Alexandria. These had restored Ptolemy the father to his kingdom, had killed Bibulus's 2 sons, and had been engaged in war with the Egyptians. Such was their experience in military affairs. 3:111. Full of confidence in his troops, and despising the small number of Caesar's soldiers, Achillas seized Alexandria, except that part of the town which Caesar occupied with his troops. At first he attempted to force the palace. But Caesar had disposed his cohorts through the streets, and repelled his attack. At the same time there was an action at the port, where the contest was maintained with the greatest obstinacy. For the forces were divided, and the fight maintained in several streets at once, and the enemy endeavored to seize with a strong party the ships of war, of which 50 had been sent to Pompey's assistance, but after the battle in Thessaly, had returned home. They were all of either 3 or 5 banks of oars, well equipped and appointed with every necessary for a voyage. Besides these, there were 22 vessels with decks, which were usually kept at Alexandria, to guard the port. If they made themselves masters of these, Caesar being deprived of his fleet, they would have the command of the port and whole sea, and could prevent him from procuring provisions and auxiliaries. Accordingly that spirit was displayed, which ought to be displayed when the one party saw that a speedy victory depended on the issue, and the other their safety. But Caesar gained the day, and set fire to all those ships, and to others which were in the docks, because he could not guard so many places with so small a force, and immediately he conveyed some troops to the Pharos by his ships. 3:112. The Pharos is a tower on an island, of prodigious height, built with amazing works, and takes its name from the island. This island lying over against Alexandria, forms a harbor. But on the upper side it is connected with the town by a narrow way 800 paces in length, made by piles sunk in the sea, and by a bridge. In this island some of the Egyptians have houses, and a village as large as a town. And whatever ships from any quarter, either through mistaking the channel, or by the storm, have been driven from their course upon the coast, they constantly plunder like pirates. And without the consent of those who are masters of the Pharos, no vessels can enter the harbor, on account of its narrowness. Caesar being greatly alarmed on this account, while the enemy were engaged in battle, landed his soldiers, seized the Pharos, and placed a garrison in it. By this means he gained this point, that he could be supplied without danger with corn, and auxiliaries, for he sent to all the neighboring countries, to demand supplies. In other parts of the town, they fought so obstinately, that they quitted the field with equal advantage, and neither were beaten, in consequence of the narrowness of the passes. And a few being killed on both sides, Caesar secured the most necessary posts, and fortified them in the night. In this quarter of the town was a wing of the king's palace, in which Caesar was lodged on his first arrival, and a theatre adjoining the house which served as for citadel, and commanded an avenue to the ports and other docks. These fortifications he increased during the succeeding days, that he might have them before him as a rampart, and not be obliged to fight against his will. In the meantime Ptolemy's younger daughter, hoping the throne would become vacant, made her escape from the palace to Achillas, and assisted him in prosecuting the war. But they soon quarrelled about the command, which circumstance enlarged the presents to the soldiers, for each endeavoured by great sacrifices to secure their affection. While the enemy was thus employed, Pothinus, tutor to the young king, and regent of the kingdom, who was in Caesar's part of the town, sent messengers to Achillas, and encouraged him not to desist from his enterprise, nor to despair of success. But his messengers being discovered and apprehended, he was put to death by Caesar. Such was the commencement of the Alexandrian War. Alexandrian War 1. When the war broke out at Alexandria, Caesar sent to Rhodes, Syria, and Cilicia, for all his fleet, and summoned archers from Crete, and cavalry from Malchus, king of the Nabateans. He likewise ordered military engines to be provided, corn to be brought, and forces dispatched to him. Meanwhile he daily strengthened his fortifications by new works. And such parts of the town as appeared less tenable were strengthened with testudos and mantelets. Openings were made in the walls, through which the battering rams might play. And the fortifications were extended over whatever space was covered with ruins, or taken by force. For Alexandria is in a manner secure from fire, because the houses are all built without joists or wood, and are all vaulted, and roofed with tile or pavement. Caesar's principal aim was, to enclose with works the smallest part of the town, separated from the rest by a morass toward the south, with these views, first, that as the city was divided into two parts, the army should be commanded by one general and one council. In the second place, that he might be able to succor his troops when hard pressed, and carry aid from the other part of the city. Above all, he by this means made sure of water and forage, as he was but ill provided with the one, and wholly destitute of the other. The morass, on the contrary, served abundantly to supply him with both. 2. Nor were the Alexandrians remiss on their side, or less active in the conduct of their affairs. For they had sent deputies and commissioners into all parts, where the powers and territories of Egypt extend, to levy troops. They had carried vast quantities of darts and engines into the town, and drawn together an innumerable multitude of soldiers. Nevertheless workshops were established in every part of the city, for the making of arms. They enlisted all the slaves that were of age, and the richer citizens supplied them with food and pay. By a judicious disposition of this multitude, they guarded the fortifications in the remoter parts of the town. While they quartered the veteran cohorts, which were exempted from all other service, in the squares and open places, that on whatever side an attack should be made, they might be at hand to give relief, and march fresh to the charge. They shut up all the avenues and passes by a triple wall built of square stones, and carried to the height of 40 feet. They defended the lower parts of the town by very high towers of 10 stories, besides which, they had likewise contrived a kind of moving towers, which consisted of the same number of stories, and which being fitted with ropes and wheels, could, by means of horses, as the streets of Alexandria were quite even and level, be conveyed wherever their service was necessary. 3. The city abounding in everything, and being very rich, furnished ample materials for these several works, and as the people were extremely ingenious, and quick of apprehension, they so well copied what they saw done by us that our men seemed rather to imitate their works. They even invented many things themselves, and attacked our works, at the same time that they defended their own. Their chiefs everywhere represented, that the people of Rome were endeavoring by degrees to assume the possession of Egypt. That a few years before Gabinius had come thither with an army, that Pompey had retreated to the same place in his flight, that Caesar was now among them with a considerable body of troops, nor had they gained anything by Pompey's death. That Caesar should not prolong his stay. That if they did not find means to expel him, the kingdom would be reduced to a Roman province, and that they ought to do it at once, for he, blockaded by the storms on account of the season of the year, could receive no supplies from beyond the sea. 4. Meanwhile, a division arising between Achillas, who commanded the veteran army, and Arsinoe, the youngest daughter of King Ptolemy, as has been mentioned above, while they mutually endeavored to supplant one another, each striving to engross the supreme authority, Arsinoe, by the assistance of the eunuch Ganymede, her governor, at length prevailed, and slew Achillas. After his death, she possessed the whole power without a rival, and raised Ganymede to the command of the army, who, on his entrance upon that high office, augmented the largesses of the troops, and with equal diligence discharged all other parts of his duty. 5. Alexandria is almost quite hollow underneath, occasioned by the many aqueducts to the Nile, that furnish the private houses with water, where being received in cisterns, it settles by degrees, and becomes perfectly clear. The master and his family are accustomed to use this, for the water of the Nile being extremely thick and muddy, is apt to breed many distempers. The common people, however, are forced to be contented with the latter, because there is not a single spring in the whole city. The river was in that part of the town which was in the possession of the Alexandrians. By which circumstance Ganymede was reminded that our men might be deprived of water. Because being distributed into several streets, for the more easy defense of the works, they made use of that which was preserved in the aqueducts and the cisterns of private houses. 6. With this view he began a great and difficult work. For having stopped up all the canals by which his own cisterns were supplied, he drew vast quantities of water out of the sea, by the help of wheels and other engines, pouring it continually into the canals of Caesar's quarter. The cisterns in the nearest houses soon began to taste salter than ordinary, and occasioned great wonder among the men, who could not think from what cause it proceeded. They were even ready to disbelieve their senses when those who were quartered a little lower in the town assured them that they found the water the same as before. This put them upon comparing the cisterns one with another, and by trial they easily perceived the difference. But in a little time the water in the nearest houses became quite unfit for use, and that lower down grew daily more tainted and brackish. 7. All doubt being removed by this circumstance, such a terror ensued among the troops that they fancied themselves reduced to the last extremity. Some complained of Caesar's delay, that he did not order them immediately to repair to their ships. Others dreaded a yet greater misfortune, as it would be impossible to conceal their design of retreating from the Alexandrians, who were so near them, and no less so to embark in the face of a vigorous and pursuing enemy. There were besides a great number of the townsmen in Caesar's quarter, whom he had not thought proper to force from their houses, because they openly pretended to be in his interest, and to have quitted the party of their fellow citizens. But to offer here a defense either of the sincerity or conduct of these Alexandrians, would be only labor in vain. Since all who know the genius and temper of the people must be satisfied that they are the fittest instruments in the world for treason. 8. Caesar labored to remove his soldiers' fears by encouraging and reasoning with them. For he affirmed that they might easily find fresh water by digging wells, as all sea coasts naturally abounded with fresh springs, that if Egypt was singular in this respect, and differed from every other soil, yet still, as the sea was open, and the enemy without a fleet, there was nothing to hinder their fetching it at pleasure in their ships, either from Perietonium on the left, or from the island on the right. And as their 2 voyages were in different directions, they could not be prevented by adverse winds at the same time. That a retreat was on no account to be thought of, not only by those that had a concern for their honor, but even by such as regarded nothing but life, that it was with the utmost difficulty they could defend themselves behind their works. But if they once quitted that advantage, neither in number or situation would they be a match for the enemy, that to embark would require much time, and be attended with great danger. Especially where it must be managed by little boats, that the Alexandrians, on the contrary, were nimble and active, and thoroughly acquainted with the streets and buildings. That, moreover, when flushed with victory, they would not fail to run before, seize all the advantageous posts, possess themselves of the tops of the houses, and by annoying them in their retreat, effectually prevent their getting on board. That they must therefore think no more of retreating, but place all their hopes of safety in victory. 9. Having by this speech reassured his men, he ordered the centurions to lay aside all other works, and apply themselves day and night to the digging of wells. The work once begun, and the minds of all aroused to exertion, they exerted themselves so vigorously that in the very first night abundance of fresh water was found. Thus, with no great labor on our side, the mighty projects and painful attempts of the Alexandrians were entirely frustrated. Within these 2 days the 37th Legion, composed of Pompey's veterans that had surrendered to Caesar, embarking by order of Domitius Calvinus, with arms, darts, provisions, and military engines, arrived upon the coast of Africa, a little above Alexandria. These ships were hindered from gaining the port by an easterly wind, which continued to blow for several days, but all along that coast it is very safe to ride at anchor. Being detained, however, longer than they expected, and distressed by want of water, they gave notice of it to Caesar, by a dispatch sloop. 10. Caesar, that he might himself be able to determine what was best to be done, went on board one of the ships in the harbor, and ordered the whole fleet to follow. He took none of the land forces with him, because he was unwilling to leave the works unguarded during his absence. Being arrived at that part of the coast known by the name of Chersonesus, he sent some mariners on shore to fetch water. Some of these venturing too far into the country for the sake of plunder, were intercepted by the enemy's horse. From them the Egyptians learned that Caesar himself was on board, without any soldiers. Upon this information, they thought fortune had thrown in their way a good opportunity of attempting something with success. They therefore manned all the ships that they had ready for sea, and met Caesar on his return. He declined fighting that day, for two reasons: first, because he had no soldiers on board, and secondly, because it was past 4 in the afternoon. The night, he was sensible, must be highly advantageous to his enemies, who depended on their knowledge of the coast, while he would be deprived of the benefit of encouraging his men, which could not be done with any effect in the dark, where courage and cowardice must remain equally unknown. Caesar, therefore, drew all his ships toward the shore, where he imagined the enemy would not follow him. 11. There was one Rhodian galley in Caesar's right wing, considerably distant from the rest. The enemy observing this, could not restrain themselves, but came forward with 4-decked ships, and several open barks, to attack her. Caesar was obliged to advance to her relief, that he might not suffer the disgrace of seeing one of his galleys sunk before his eyes, though, had he left her to perish, he judged that she deserved it for her rashness. The attack was sustained with great courage by the Rhodians, who, though at all times distinguished by their valor and experience in engagements at sea, yet exerted themselves in a particular manner on this occasion, that they might not draw upon themselves the charge of having occasioned a misfortune to the fleet. Accordingly they obtained a complete victory, took one 4-banked galley, sunk another, disabled a third, and slew all that were on board, besides a great number of the combatants belonging to the other ships. Nay, had not night interposed, Caesar would have made himself master of their whole fleet. During the consternation that followed upon this defeat, Caesar, finding the contrary winds to abate, took the transports in tow, and advanced with the victorious fleet to Alexandria. 12. The Alexandrians, disheartened at this loss, since they found themselves now worsted, not by the superior valor of the soldiers, but by the skill and ability of the mariners, retired to the tops of their houses, and blocked up the entrances of their streets, as if they feared our fleet might attack them even by land. But soon after, Ganymede assuring them in council, that he would not only restore the vessels they had lost, but even increase their number, they began to repair their old ships with great expectation and confidence, and resolved to apply more than ever to the putting their fleet in a good condition. And although they had lost above 110 ships in the port and arsenal, yet they did not relinquish the idea of repairing their fleet. Because, by making themselves masters of the sea, they saw they would have it in their power to hinder Caesar's receiving any reinforcements or supplies. Besides, being mariners, born upon the sea-coast, and exercised from their infancy in naval affairs, they were desirous to return to that wherein their true and proper strength lay, remembering the advantages they had formerly gained, even with their little ships. They therefore applied themselves with all diligence to the equipping a fleet. 13. Vessels were stationed at all the mouths of the Nile, for receiving and gathering in the customs. Several old ships were likewise lodged in the king's private arsenals which had not put to sea for many years. These last they refitted, and recalled the former to Alexandria. Oars were wanting. They uncovered the porticos, academies, and public buildings, and made use of the planks they furnished for oars. Their natural ingenuity, and the abundance of all things to be met with in the city, supplied every want. In fine, they had no long navigation to provide for, and were only solicitous about present exigences, foreseeing they would have no occasion to fight but in the port. In a few days, therefore, contrary to all expectation, they had fitted out 22 quadriremes, and 5 quinquiremes. To these they added a great number of small open barks. And after testing the efficiency of each in the harbor, put a sufficient number of soldiers on board, and prepared everything necessary for an engagement. Caesar had 9 Rhodian galleys. 4 of the 10 which were sent, 1 was shipwrecked on the coast of Egypt, 8 from Pontus, 5 from Lycia, and 12 from Asia. Of these, 10 were quadriremes, and 5 quinquiremes. The rest were smaller, and for the most part without decks. Yet, trusting to the valor of his soldiers, and being acquainted with the strength of the enemy, he prepared for an engagement. 14. When both sides were come to have sufficient confidence in their own strength, Caesar sailed round Pharos, and formed in line of battle opposite to the enemy. He placed the Rhodian galleys on his right wing, and those of Pontus on his left. Between these he left a space of 400 paces, to allow for extending and working the vessels. This disposition being made, he drew up the rest of the fleet as a reserve, giving them the necessary orders, and distributing them in such a manner that every ship followed that to which she was appointed to give succor. The Alexandrians brought out their fleet with great confidence, and drew it up, placing their 22 quadriremes in front, and disposing the rest behind them in a second line, by way of reserve. They had besides a great number of boats and smaller vessels, which carried fire and combustibles, with the intention of intimidating us by their number, cries, and flaming darts. Between the two fleets were certain flats, separated by very narrow channels, and which are said to be on the African coast, as being in that division of Alexandria which belongs to Africa. Both sides waited which should first pass these shallows, because whoever entered the narrow channels between them, in case of any misfortune, would be impeded both in retreating and working their ships to advantage. 15. Euphranor commanded the Rhodian fleet, who for valor and greatness of mind deserved to be ranked among our own men rather than the Grecians. The Rhodians had raised him to the post of admiral, on account of his known courage and experience. He, perceiving Caesar's design, addressed him to this effect: "You seem afraid of passing the shallow first, lest you should be thereby forced to come to an engagement, before you can bring up the rest of the fleet. Leave the matter to us. We will sustain the fight, and we will not disappoint your expectations, until the whole fleet gets clear of the shallows. It is both dishonorable and afflicting that they should so long continue in our sight with an air of triumph." Caesar, encouraging him in his design, and bestowing many praises upon him, gave the signal for engaging. For Rhodian ships having passed the shallows, the Alexandrians gathered round and attacked them. They maintained the fight with great courage, disengaging themselves by their art and address, and working their ships with so much skill, that notwithstanding the inequality of number, none of the enemy were suffered to run alongside, or break their oars. Meantime the rest of the fleet came up, when, on account of the narrowness of the place, art became useless, and the contest depended entirely upon valor. Nor was there at Alexandria a single Roman or citizen who remained engaged in the attack or defense, but mounted the tops of the houses and all the eminences that would give a view of the fight, addressing the gods by vows and prayers for victory. 16. The event of the battle was by no means equal. A defeat would have deprived us of all resources either by land or sea, and even if we were victorious, the future would be uncertain. The Alexandrians, on the contrary, by a victory gained everything, and if defeated, might yet again have recourse to fortune. It was likewise a matter of the highest concern to see the safety of all depend upon a few, of whom, if any were deficient in resolution and energy, they would expose their whole party to destruction. This Caesar had often represented to his troops during the preceding days, that they might be thereby induced to fight with the more resolution, when they knew the common safety to depend upon their bravery. Every man said the same to his comrade, companion, and friend, beseeching him not to disappoint the expectation of those who had chosen him in preference to others for the defense of the common interest. Accordingly, they fought with so much resolution, that neither the art nor address of the Egyptians, a maritime and seafaring people, could avail them, nor the multitude of their ships be of service to them. Nor the valor of those selected for this engagement be compared to the determined courage of the Romans. In this action a quinquireme was taken, and a bireme, with all the soldiers and mariners on board, besides 3 sunk, without any loss on our side. The rest fled toward the town, and protecting their ships under the mole and forts, prevented us from approaching. 17. To deprive the enemy of this resource for the future, Caesar thought it by all means necessary to render himself master of the mole and island. For having already in a great measure completed his works within the town, he was in hopes of being able to defend himself both in the island and city. This resolution being taken, he put into boats and small vessels 10 cohorts, a select body of light-armed infantry, and such of the Gallic cavalry as he thought fittest for his purpose, and sent them against the island. While, at the same time, to create a diversion, he attacked it on the other with his fleet, promising great rewards to those who should first render themselves masters of it. At first, the enemy firmly withstood the impetuosity of our men. For they both annoyed them from the tops of the houses, and gallantly maintained their ground along the shore, to which being steep and craggy, our men could find no way of approach. The more accessible avenues being skillfully defended by small boats, and 5 galleys, prudently stationed for that purpose. But when after examining the approaches, and sounding the shallows, a few of our men got a footing upon the shore, and were followed by others, who pushed the islanders, without intermission, the Pharians at last betook themselves to flight. On their defeat, the rest abandoning the defense of the port, quitted their ships, and retired into the town, to provide for the security of their houses. 18. But they could not long maintain their ground there, though. To compare small things with great, their buildings were not unlike those of Alexandria, and their towers were high, and joined together so as to form a kind of wall. And our men had not come prepared with ladders, fascines, or any weapons for assault. But fear often deprives men of intellect and counsel, and weakens their strength, as happened upon this occasion. Those who had ventured to oppose us on even ground, terrified by the loss of a few men, and the general rout, durst not face us from a height of 30 feet. But throwing themselves from the mole into the sea, endeavored to gain the town, though above 800 paces distant. Many however were slain, and about 600 taken. 19. Caesar, giving up the plunder to the soldiers, ordered the houses to be demolished, but fortified the castle at the end of the bridge next the island, and placed a garrison in it. This the Pharians had abandoned. But the other, toward the town, which was considerably stronger, was still held by the Alexandrians. Caesar attacked it next day. Because by getting possession of these 2 forts, he would be entirely master of the port, and prevent sudden excursions and piracies. Already he had, by means of his arrows and engines, forced the garrison to abandon the place, and retire toward the town. He had also landed 3 cohorts, which was all the place would contain. The rest of his troops were stationed in their ships. This being done, he orders them to fortify the bridge against the enemy, and to fill with stones and block up the arch on which the bridge was built, through which there was egress for the ships. When one of these works was accomplished so effectually, that no boat could pass out at all, and when the other was commenced, the Alexandrians sallied, in crowds from the town, and drew up in an open place. Over against the entrenchment we had cast up at the head of the bridge. At the same time they stationed at the mole the vessels which they had been wont to make pass under the bridge, to set fire to our ships of burden. Our men fought from the bridge and the mole. The enemy from the space, opposite to the bridge, and from their ships, by the side of the mole. 20. While Caesar was engaged in these things, and in exhorting his troops, a number of rowers and mariners, quitting their ships, threw themselves upon the mole, partly out of curiosity, partly to have a share in the action. At first, with stones and slings, they forced the enemy's ships from the mole, and seemed to do still greater execution with their darts. But when, some time after, a few Alexandrians found means to land, and attack them in flank, as they had left their ships without order or discipline, so they soon began to flee, with precipitation. The Alexandrians, encouraged by this success, landed in great numbers, and vigorously pressed upon our men, who were, by this time, in great confusion. Those that remained in the galleys perceiving this, drew up the ladders and put off from the shore, to prevent the enemies boarding them. Our soldiers who belonged to the 3 cohorts, which were at the head of the mole to guard the bridge, astonished at this disorder, the cries they heard behind them, and the general rout of their party. Unable besides to bear up against the great number of darts which came pouring upon them, and fearing to be surrounded, and have their retreat cut off, by the departure of their ships, abandoned the fortifications which they had commenced at the bridge, and ran, with all the speed they could, toward the galleys, some getting on board the nearest vessels, overloaded and sank them, part, resisting the enemy, and uncertain what course to take, were cut to pieces by the Alexandrians. Others, more fortunate, got to the ships that rode at anchor, and a few, supported by their bucklers, making a determined struggle, swam to the nearest vessels. 21. Caesar, endeavoring to reanimate his men, and lead them back to the defense of the works, was exposed to the same danger as the rest. When, finding them universally to give ground, he retreated to his own galley, whither such a multitude followed and crowded after him, that it was impossible either to work or put her off. Foreseeing what must happen, he flung himself into the sea, and swam to the ships that lay at some distance. Hence dispatching boats to succor his men, he, by that means, preserved a small number. His own ship, being sunk by the multitude that crowded into her, went down with all that were on board. About 400 legionary soldiers, and somewhat above that number of sailors and rowers, were lost in this action. The Alexandrians secured the fort by strong works, and a great number of engines, and having cleared away the stones with which Caesar had blocked up the port, enjoyed henceforward a free and open navigation. 22. Our men were so far from being disheartened at this loss, that they seemed rather roused and animated by it. They made continual sallies upon the enemy, to destroy or check the progress of their works. Fell upon them as often as they had an opportunity, and never failed to intercept them, when they ventured to advance beyond their fortifications. In short, the legions were so bent upon fighting, that they even exceeded the orders and exhortations of Caesar. They were inconsolable for their late disgrace, and impatient to come to blows with the enemy. Insomuch, that he found it necessary rather to restrain and check their ardor, than incite them to action. 23. The Alexandrians, perceiving that success confirmed the Romans, and that adverse fortune only animated them the more, as they knew of no medium between these on which to ground any further hopes, resolved, as far as we can conjecture, either by the advice of the friends of their king who were in Caesar's quarter, or of their own previous design, intimated to the king by secret emissaries, to send ambassadors to Caesar to request him to dismiss their king and suffer him to rejoin his subjects. That the people, weary of subjection to a woman, of living under a precarious government, and submitting to the cruel laws of the tyrant Ganymede, were ready to execute the orders of the king, and if by his sanction they should embrace the alliance and protection of Caesar, the multitude would not be deterred from surrendering by the fear of danger. 24. Though Caesar knew the nation to be false and perfidious, seldom speaking as they really thought, yet he judged it best to comply with their desire. He even flattered himself, that his condescension in sending back their king at their request, would prevail on them to be faithful. Or, as was more agreeable to their character, if they only wanted the king to head their army, at least it would be more for his honor and credit to have to do with a monarch than with a band of slaves and fugitives. Accordingly, he exhorted the king, to take the government into his own hands, and consult the welfare of so fair and illustrious a kingdom, defaced by hideous ruins and conflagrations. To make his subjects sensible of their duty, preserve them from the destruction that threatened them, and act with fidelity toward himself and the Romans, who put so much confidence in him, as to send him among armed enemies. Then taking him by the hand, he dismissed the young prince who was fast approaching manhood. But his mind being thoroughly versed in the art of dissimulation, and no way degenerating from the character of his nation, he entreated Caesar with tears not to send him back, for that his company was to him preferable to a kingdom. Caesar, moved at his concern, dried up his tears, and telling him, if these were his real sentiments, they would soon meet again, dismissed him. The king, like a wild beast escaped out of confinement, carried on the war with such acrimony against Caesar, that the tears he shed at parting seemed to have been tears of joy. Caesar's lieutenants, friends, centurions, and soldiers, were delighted that this had happened. Because his easiness of temper had been imposed upon by a child, as if in truth Caesar's behavior on this occasion had been the effect of easiness of temper, and not of the most consummate prudence. 25. When the Alexandrians found that on the recovery of their king, neither had they become stronger, nor the Romans weaker, that the troops despised the youth and weakness of their king, and that their affairs were in no way bettered by his presence, they were greatly discouraged. And a report ran that a large body of troops was marching by land from Syria and Cilicia to Caesar's assistance, of which he had not as yet himself received information, still they determined to intercept the convoys that came to him by sea. To this end, having equipped some ships, they ordered them to cruise before the Canopic branch of the Nile, by which they thought it most likely our supplies would arrive. Caesar, who was informed of it, ordered his fleet to get ready, and gave the command of it to Tiberius Nero. The Rhodian galleys made part of this squadron, headed by Euphranor their admiral, without whom there never was a successful engagement fought. But fortune, which often reserves the heaviest disasters for those who have been loaded with her highest favors, encountered Euphranor upon this occasion, with an aspect very different from what she had hitherto worn. For when our ships were arrived at Canopus, and the fleets drawn up on each side had begun the engagement, Euphranor, according to custom, having made the first attack, and pierced and sunk one of the enemy's ships. As he pursued the next a considerable way, without being sufficiently supported by those that followed him, he was surrounded by the Alexandrians. None of the fleet advanced to his relief, either out of fear for their own safety, or because they imagined he would easily be able to extricate himself by his courage and good fortune. Accordingly he alone behaved well in this action, and perished with his victorious galley. 26. About the same time Mithridates of Pergamus, a man of illustrious descent, distinguished for his bravery and knowledge of the art of war, and who held a very high place in the friendship and confidence of Caesar, having been sent in the beginning of the Alexandrian War, to raise succors in Syria and Cilicia, arrived by land at the head of a great body of troops, which his diligence, and the affection of these two provinces, had enabled him to draw together in a very short time. He conducted them first to Pelusium, where Egypt joined Syria. Achillas, who was perfectly well acquainted with its importance, had seized and put a strong garrison into it. For Egypt is considered as defended on all sides by strong barriers. On the side of the sea by the Pharos, and on the side of Syria by Pelusium, which are accounted the two keys of that kingdom. He attacked it so briskly with a large body of troops, fresh men continually succeeding in the place of those that were fatigued, and urged the assault with so much firmness and perseverance, that he carried it the same day on which he attacked it, and placed a garrison in it. Thence he pursued his march to Alexandria, reducing all the provinces through which he passed, and conciliating them to Caesar, by that authority which always accompanies the conqueror. 27. Not far from Alexandria lies Delta, the most celebrated province of Egypt, which derives its name from the Greek letter so called. For the Nile, dividing into two channels, which gradually diverge as they approach the sea, into which they at last discharge themselves, at a considerable distance from one another, leaves an intermediate space in form of a triangle. The king, understanding that Mithridates was approaching this place, and knowing he must pass the river, sent a large body of troops against him, sufficient, as he thought, if not to overwhelm and crush him, at least to stop his march. For though he earnestly desired to see him defeated, yet he thought it a great point gained, to hinder his junction with Caesar. The troops that first passed the river, and came up with Mithridates, attacked him immediately, hastening to snatch the honor of victory from the troops that were marching to their aid. Mithridates at first confined himself to the defense of his camp, which he had with great prudence fortified according to the custom of the Romans, but observing that they advanced insolently and without caution, he sallied upon them from all parts, and put a great number of them to the sword. Insomuch that, but for their knowledge of the ground, and the neighborhood of the vessels in which they had passed the river, they must have been all destroyed. But recovering by degrees from their terror, and joining the troops that followed them, they again prepared to attack Mithridates. 28. A messenger was sent by Mithridates to Caesar, to inform him of what had happened. The king learns from his followers that the action had taken place. Thus, much about the same time, Ptolemy set out to crush Mithridates, and Caesar to relieve him. The king made use of the more expeditious conveyance of the Nile, where he had a large fleet in readiness. Caesar declined the navigation of the river, that he might not be obliged to engage the enemy's fleet. And coasting along the African shore, found means to join the victorious troops of Mithridates, before Ptolemy could attack him. The king had encamped in a place fortified by nature, being an eminence surrounded on all sides by a plain. 3 of its sides were secured by various defenses. One was washed by the river Nile, the other was steep and inaccessible, and the third was defended by a morass. 29. Between Ptolemy's camp and Caesar's route lay a narrow river with very steep banks, which discharged itself into the Nile. This river was about 7 miles from the king's camp. Who, understanding that Caesar was directing his march that way, sent all his cavalry, with a choice body of light-armed foot, to prevent Caesar from crossing, and maintain an unequal fight from the banks. Where courage had no opportunity to exert itself, and cowardice ran no hazard. Our men, both horse and foot, were extremely mortified, that the Alexandrians should so long maintain their ground against them. Wherefore, some of the German cavalry, dispersing in quest of a ford, found means to swim the river where the banks were lowest. And the legionaries at the same time cutting down several large trees, that reached from one bank to another, and constructing suddenly a mound, by their help got to the other side. The enemy were so much in dread of their attack, that they betook themselves to flight, but in vain, for very few returned to the king, almost all being cut to pieces in the pursuit. 30. Caesar, upon this success, judging that his sudden approach must strike great terror into the Alexandrians, advanced toward their camp with his victorious army. But finding it well entrenched, strongly fortified by nature, and the ramparts covered with armed soldiers, he did not think proper that his troops, who were very much fatigued both by their march and the late battle, should attack it. And therefore encamped at a small distance from the enemy. Next day he attacked a fort, in a village not far off, which the king had fortified and joined to his camp by a line of communication, with a view to keep possession of the village. He attacked it with his whole army, and took it by storm, not because it would have been difficult to carry it with a few forces, but with the design of falling immediately upon the enemy's camp, during the alarm which the loss of this fort must give them. Accordingly, the Romans, in continuing the pursuit of those that fled from the fort, arrived at last before the Alexandrian camp, and commenced a most furious action at a distance. There were 2 approaches by which it might be attacked. One by the plain, of which we have spoken before, the other by a narrow pass, between their camp and the Nile. The first, which was much the easiest, was defended by a numerous body of their best troops. And the access on the side of the Nile gave the enemy great advantage in distressing and wounding our men, for they were exposed to a double shower of darts, in front from the rampart, behind from the river. Where the enemy had stationed a great number of ships, furnished with archers and slingers, that kept up a continual discharge. 31. Caesar, observing that his troops fought with the utmost ardor, and yet made no great progress, on account of the disadvantage of the ground. And perceiving they had left the highest part of their camp unguarded, because, it being sufficiently fortified by nature, they had all crowded to the other attacks, partly to have a share in the action, partly to be spectators of the issue. He ordered some cohorts to wheel round the camp, and gain that ascent, appointing Carfulinus to command them, a man distinguished for bravery and acquaintance with the service. When they had reached the place, as there were but very few to defend it, our men attacked them so briskly that the Alexandrians, terrified by the cries they heard behind them, and seeing themselves attacked both in front and rear, fled in the utmost consternation on all sides. Our men, animated by the confusion of the enemy, entered the camp in several places at the same time, and running down from the higher ground, put a great number of them to the sword. The Alexandrians, endeavoring to escape, threw themselves in crowds over the rampart in the quarter next the river. The foremost tumbling into the ditch, where they were crushed to death, furnished an easy passage for those that followed. It is ascertained that the king escaped from the camp, and was received on board a ship, but by the crowd that followed him, the ship in which he fled was overloaded and sunk. 32. After this speedy and successful action, Caesar, in consequence of so great a victory, marched the nearest way by land to Alexandria with his cavalry, and entered triumphant into that part of the town which was possessed by the enemy's guards. He was not mistaken in thinking that the Alexandrians, upon hearing of the issue of the battle, would give over all thoughts of war. Accordingly, as soon as he arrived, he reaped the just fruit of his valor and magnanimity. For all the multitude of the inhabitants, throwing down their arms, abandoning their works, and assuming the habit of suppliants, preceded by all those sacred symbols of religion with which they were wont to mollify their offended kings, met Caesar on his arrival and surrendered. Caesar, accepting their submission, and encouraging them, advanced through the enemy's works into his own quarter of the town, where he was received with the universal congratulations of his party, who were no less overjoyed at his arrival and presence, than at the happy issue of the war. 33. Caesar, having thus made himself master of Alexandria and Egypt, lodged the government in the hands of those to whom Ptolemy had bequeathed it by will, conjuring the Roman people not to permit any change. For the eldest of Ptolemy's 2 sons being dead, Caesar settled the kingdom upon the youngest, in conjunction with Cleopatra, the elder of the 2 sisters, who had always continued under his protection and guardianship. The younger, Arsinoe, in whose name Genimed, as we have seen, tyrannically reigned for some time, he thought proper to banish the kingdom, that she might not raise any new disturbance, through the agency of seditious men, before the king's authority should be firmly established. Taking the 6th veteran legion with him into Syria, he left the rest in Egypt to support the authority of the king and queen, neither of whom stood well in the affections of their subjects, on account of their attachment to Caesar. Nor could be supposed to have given any fixed foundation to their power, in an administration of only a few days' continuance. It was also for the honor and interest of the Republic that if they continued faithful our forces should protect them, but if ungrateful that they should be restrained by the same power. Having thus settled the kingdom, he marched by land into Syria. 34. While these things passed in Egypt, King Deiodorus applied to Domitius Calvinus, to whom Caesar had entrusted the government of Asia and the neighboring provinces, beseeching him not to suffer the Lesser Armenia which was his kingdom, or Cappadocia, which belonged to Ariobarzanes, to be seized and laid waste by Pharnaces, because, unless they were delivered from these insults, it would be impossible for them to execute Caesar's orders, or raise the money they stood engaged to pay. Domitius, who was not only sensible of the necessity of money to defray the expenses of the war, but likewise thought it dishonorable to the people of Rome and the victorious Caesar, as well as infamous to himself, to suffer the dominions of allies and friends to be usurped by a foreign prince, sent ambassadors to Pharnaces, to acquaint him, that he must withdraw immediately from Armenia and Cappadocia, and no longer insult the majesty and right of the Roman people, while engaged in a civil war. But believing that his deputation would have greater weight, if he was ready to second it himself at the head of an army, he repaired to the legions which were then in Asia, ordering 2 of them into Egypt, at Caesar's desire, and carrying the 36th, along with him. To the 36th legion Deiodorus added 2 more, which he had trained up for several years, according to our discipline, and 100 horse. The like number of horse were furnished by Ariobarzanes. At the same time, he sent P. Sextius to see Praetorius the quaestor, for the legion which had been lately levied in Pontus, and Quinctius Partisius into Cilicia, to draw thence a body of auxiliary troops. All these forces speedily assembled at Comana, by orders of Domitius. 35. Meanwhile his ambassadors bring back the following answer from Pharnaces, that he had quitted Cappadocia, but kept possession of the Lesser Armenia, as his own, by right of inheritance, that he was willing, however, to submit everything to the decision of Caesar, to whose commands he would pay immediate obedience. C. Domitius, sensible that he had quitted Cappadocia, not voluntarily, but out of necessity, because he could more easily defend Armenia, which lay contiguous to his own kingdom, than Cappadocia, which was more remote, and because believing, at first, that Domitius had brought all the 3 legions along with him, Upon hearing that two were gone to Caesar, he seemed more determined to keep possession, and insisted upon his quitting Armenia likewise, as the same right existed in both cases, nor was it just to demand that the matter should be postponed till Caesar's return, unless things were put in the condition in which they were at first. Having returned this answer, he advanced toward Armenia, with the forces above mentioned, directing his march along the hills. For from Pontus, by way of Comana, runs a woody ridge of hills, that extends as far as Lesser Armenia, dividing it from Cappadocia. The advantages he had in view, by such a march, were, that he would thereby effectually prevent all surprises, and be plentifully supplied with provisions from Cappadocia. 36. Meantime Pharnaces sends several embassies to Domitius to treat of peace, bearing royal gifts. All these he firmly rejected, telling the deputies, that nothing was more sacred with him, than the majesty of the Roman people, and recovering the rights of their allies. After long and continued marches, he reached Nicopolis, which is a city of Lesser Armenia, situated in a plain, having mountains, however, on its two sides, at a considerable distance, and encamped about 7 miles from the town. Between his camp and Nicopolis, lay a difficult and narrow pass, where Pharnaces placed a chosen body of foot, and all his horse, in ambuscade. He ordered a great number of cattle to be dispersed in the pass, and the townsmen and peasants to show themselves, that if Domitius entered the defile as a friend, he might have no suspicion of an ambuscade, when he saw the men in flocks dispersed without apprehension, in the fields. Or if he should come as an enemy, that the soldiers, quitting their ranks to pillage, might be cut to pieces when dispersed. 37. While this design was going forward, he never ceased sending ambassadors to Domitius, with proposals of peace and amity, fancying, by this means, the more easy to ensnare him. The expectation of peace kept Domitius in his camp. So that Pharnaces, having missed the opportunity, and fearing the ambuscade might be discovered, drew off his troops. Next day Domitius approached Nicopolis, and encamped near the town. While our men were working at the trenches, Pharnaces drew up his army in order of battle, forming his front into one line, according to the custom of the country, and securing his wings with a triple body of reserves. In the same manner, the center was formed in single files, and 2 intervals were left on the right and left. Domitius, ordering part of the troops to continue under arms before the rampart, completed the fortifications of his camp. 38. Next night, Pharnaces, having intercepted the couriers who brought Domitius an account of the posture of affairs at Alexandria, understood that Caesar was in great danger, and requested Domitius to send him succors speedily, and come himself to Alexandria by the way of Syria. Pharnaces, upon this intelligence, imagined that protracting the time would be equivalent to a victory, because Domitius, he supposed, must very soon depart. He therefore dug 2 ditches, 4 feet deep, at a moderate distance from each other, on that side where lay the easiest access to the town, and our forces might, most advantageously, attack him, resolving not to advance beyond them. Between these, he constantly drew up his army, placing all his cavalry upon the wings without them, which greatly exceeded ours in number, and would otherwise have been useless. 39. Domitius, more concerned at Caesar's danger than his own, and believing he could not retire with safety, should he now desire the conditions he had rejected, or march away without any apparent cause, drew his forces out of the camp, and ranged them in order of battle. He placed the 36th legion on the right, that of Pontus on the left, and those of Diodorus in the main body, drawing them up with a very narrow front, and posting the rest of the cohorts to sustain the wings. The armies being thus drawn up on each side, they advanced to the battle. 40. The signal being given at the same time by both parties, they engage. The conflict was sharp and various, for the 36th legion falling upon the king's cavalry, that was drawn up without the ditch, charged them so successfully, that they drove them to the very walls of the town, past the ditch, and attacked their infantry in the rear. But on the other side, the legion of Pontus having given way, the second line, which advanced to sustain them, making a circuit round the ditch, in order to attack the enemy in flank, was overwhelmed and borne down by a shower of darts. in endeavoring to pass it. The legions of Diodorus made scarcely any resistance, thus the victorious forces of the king turned their right wing and main body against the 36th legion, which yet made a brave stand. And though surrounded by the forces of the enemy, formed themselves into a circle, with wonderful presence of mind, and retired to the foot of a mountain, whither Pharnaces did not think fit to pursue them, on account of the disadvantage of the place. Thus the legion of Pontus being almost wholly cut off, with great part of those of Diodorus, the 36th legion retreated to an eminence, with the loss of about 250 men. Several Roman knights, of illustrious rank, fell in this battle. Domitius, after this defeat, rallied the remains of his broken army, and retreated, by safe ways, through Cappadocia, into Asia. 41. Pharnaces, elated with this success, as he expected that Caesar's difficulties would terminate as he, Pharnaces, wished, entered Pontus with all his forces. There, acting as conqueror and a most cruel king, and promising himself a happier destiny than his father, he stormed many towns, and seized the effects of the Roman and Pontic citizens, inflicted punishments, worse than death, upon such as were distinguished by their age or beauty, and having made himself master of all Pontus, as there was no one to oppose his progress, boasted that he had recovered his father's kingdom. 42. About the same time, we received a considerable check in Illyricum, which province had been defended the preceding months, not only without insult, but even with honor. For Caesar's quaestor, Q. Cornificius, had been sent there as propraetor, the summer before, with 2 legions. And though it was of itself little able to support an army, and at that time in particular was almost totally ruined by the war in the vicinity, and the civil dissensions, yet, by his prudence, and vigilance, being very careful not to undertake any rash expedition, he defended and kept possession of it. For he made himself master of several forts, built on eminences, whose advantageous situation tempted the inhabitants to make descents and inroads upon the country, and gave the plunder of them to his soldiers, and although this was but inconsiderable, yet as they were no strangers to the distress and ill condition of the province, they did not cease to be grateful, the rather as it was the fruit of their own valor. And when, after the battle of Pharsalia, Octavius had retreated to that coast with a large fleet, Cornificius, with some vessels of the inhabitants of Jadua, who had always continued faithful to the commonwealth, made himself master of the greatest part of his ships, which, joined to those of his allies, rendered him capable of sustaining even a naval engagement. And while Caesar, victorious, was pursuing Pompey to the remotest parts of the earth, when he, Cornificius, heard that the enemy had, for the most part, retired into Illyricum, on account of its neighborhood to Macedonia, and were there collecting such as survived the defeat, at Pharsalia, he wrote to Gabinius to repair directly thither, with the new raised legions, and join Cornificius, that if any danger should assail the province, he might ward it off, but if less forces sufficed, to march into Macedonia, which he foresaw would never be free from commotions, so long as Pompey lived. 43. Gabinius, whether he imagined the province better provided than it really was, or depended much upon the auspicious fortune of Caesar, or confided in his own valor and abilities, he having often terminated with success difficult and dangerous wars, marched into Illyricum, in the middle of winter, and the most difficult season of the year, where, not finding sufficient subsistence in the province, which was partly exhausted, partly disaffected, and having no supplies by sea, because the season of the year had put a stop to navigation, he found himself compelled to carry on the war, not according to his own inclination, but as necessity allowed. As he was therefore obliged to lay siege to forts and castles, in a very rude season, he received many checks, and fell under such contempt with the barbarians, that while retiring to Salona, a maritime city, inhabited by a set of brave and faithful Romans, he was compelled to come to an engagement on his march. And after the loss of 2,000 soldiers, 38 centurions, and 4 tribunes, got to Salona with the rest, where his wants continually increasing, he died a few days after. His misfortunes and sudden death gave Octavius great hopes of reducing the province. But fortune, whose influence is so great in matters of war, joined to the diligence of Cornificius, and the valor of Vatinius, soon put an end to his triumphs. 44. Vatinius, who was then at Brundusium, having intelligence of what passed in Illyricum, by letters from Cornificius, who pressed him to come to the assistance of the province, and informed him, that Octavius had leagued with the barbarians, and in several places attacked our garrisons, partly by sea with his fleet, partly by land with the troops of the barbarians. Vatinius, I say, upon notice of these things, though extremely weakened by sickness, insomuch that his strength of body no way answered his resolution and greatness of mind, yet, by his valor, surmounted all opposition, the force of his distemper, the rigor of the winter and the difficulties of a sudden preparation. For having himself but a very few galleys, he wrote to Q. Calenus, in Achaia, to furnish him with a squadron of ships. But these not coming with that dispatch which the danger our army was in required, because Octavius pressed hard upon them, he fastened beaks to all the barks and vessels that lay in the port, whose number was considerable enough, though they were not sufficiently large for an engagement. Joining these to what galleys he had, and putting on board the veteran soldiers, of whom he had a great number, belonging to all the legions, who had been left sick at Brundusium, when the army went over to Greece, he sailed for Illyricum, where, having subjected several maritime states that had declared for Octavius, and neglecting such as continued obstinate in their revolt, because he would suffer nothing to retard his design of meeting the enemy, he came up with Octavius before Epidaurus, and obliging him to raise the siege, which he was carrying on with vigor, by sea and land, joined the garrison to his own forces. 45. Octavius, understanding that Vatinius's fleet consisted mostly of small barks, and confiding in the strength of his own, stopped at the Isle of Taurus. Vatinius followed him thither, not imagining he would halt at that place, but being determined to pursue him wherever he went. Vatinius, who had no suspicion of an enemy, and whose ships were moreover dispersed by a tempest, perceived, as he approached the isle, a vessel filled with soldiers that advanced toward him, in full sail. Upon this he gave orders for furling the sails, lowering the sail yards, and arming the soldiers, and hoisting a flag, as a signal for battle, intimated to the ships that followed to do the same. Vatinius's men prepared themselves in the best manner their sudden surprise would allow, while Octavius advanced in good order, from the port. The two fleets drew up. Octavius had the advantage in arrangement, and Vatinius in the bravery of his troops. 46. Vatinius, finding himself inferior to the enemy, both in the number and largeness of his ships, resolved to commit the affair to fortune, and therefore in his own quinquereme, attacked Octavius in his four-banked galley. This he did with such violence, and the shock was so great, that the beak of Octavius's galley was broken. The battle raged with great fury likewise in other places, but chiefly around the two admirals. For as the ships on each side advanced to sustain those that fought, a close and furious conflict ensued in a very narrow sea, where the nearer the vessels approached the more had Vatinius's soldiers the advantage. For, with admirable courage, they leaped into the enemy's ships, and forcing them by this means to an equal combat, soon mastered them by their superior valor. Octavius's galley was sunk, and many others were taken or suffered the same fate. The soldiers were partly slain in the ships, partly thrown overboard into the sea. Octavius got into a boat, which sinking under the multitude that crowded after him, he himself, though wounded, swam to his brigantine, where, being taken up, and night having put an end to the battle, as the wind blew very strong, he spread all his sails and fled. A few of his ships, that had the good fortune to escape, followed him. 47. But Vatinius, after his success, sounded a retreat, and entered victorious the port whence Octavius had sailed to fight him, without the loss of a single vessel. He took, in this battle, 1 quinquereme, 2 triremes, 8 two-banked galleys, and a great number of rowers. The next day was employed in repairing his own fleet, and the ships he had taken from the enemy, after which, he sailed for the island of Issa, imagining Octavius had retired thither after his defeat. In this island was a flourishing city, well affected to Octavius, which however, surrendered to Vatinius, upon the first summons. Here he understood that Octavius, attended by a few small barks, had sailed, with a fair wind, for Greece, whence he intended to pass on to Sicily, and afterward to Africa. Vatinius, having in so short a space successfully terminated the affair, restored the province, in a peaceable condition, to Cornificius, and driven the enemy's fleet out of those seas, returned victorious to Brundusium, with his army and fleet in good condition. 48. But during the time that Caesar besieged Pompey at Dyrrhachium, triumphed at Old Pharsalia, and carried on the war, with so much danger, at Alexandria, Cassius Longinus, who had been left in Spain as propraetor of the further province, either through his natural disposition, or out of a hatred he had contracted to the province, on account of a wound he had treacherously received there when quaestor, drew upon himself the general dislike of the people. He discerned this temper among them, partly from a consciousness that he deserved it, partly from the manifest indications they gave of their discontent. To secure himself against their disaffection, he endeavored to gain the love of the soldiers. And having, for this purpose, assembled them together, promised them 100 sesterces each. Soon after, having made himself master of Metabriga, a town in Lusitania, and of Mount Herminius, whither the Metabrigians had retired, and being upon that occasion saluted imperator by the army, he gave them another 100 sesterces each. These, accompanied by other considerable largesses, in great number, seemed, for the present, to increase the goodwill of the army, but tended gradually and imperceptibly to the relaxation of military discipline. 49. Cassius, having sent his army into winter quarters, fixed his residence at Corduba, for the administration of justice. Being greatly in debt, he resolved to pay it by laying heavy burdens upon the province, and, according to the custom of prodigals, made his liberalities a pretense to justify the most exorbitant demands. He taxed the rich at discretion, and compelled them to pay, without the least regard to their remonstrances, frequently making light and trifling offences the handle for all manner of extortions. All methods of gain were pursued, whether great and reputable, or mean and sordid. None that had anything to lose could escape accusation. Insomuch, that the plunder of their private fortunes was aggravated by the dangers they were exposed to from pretended crimes. 50. For which reasons it happened that when Longinus as proconsul did those same things which he had done as quaestor, the provincials formed similar conspiracies against his life. Even his own dependents concurred in the general hatred. Who, though the ministers of his rapine, yet hated the man by whose authority they committed those crimes. The odium still increased upon his raising a 5th legion, which added to the expense and burdens of the province. The cavalry was augmented to 3,000, with costly ornaments and equipage, nor was any respite given to the province. 51. Meanwhile he received orders from Caesar, to transport his army into Africa and march through Mauritania, toward Numidia, because King Juba had sent considerable succors to Pompey, and was thought likely to send more. These letters filled him with an insolent joy, by the opportunity they offered him of pillaging new provinces, and a wealthy kingdom. He therefore hastened into Lusitania, to assemble his legions, and draw together a body of auxiliaries. Appointing certain persons to provide corn, ships, and money, that nothing might retard him at his return, which was much sooner than expected, for when interest called, Cassius wanted neither industry nor vigilance. 52. Having got his army together, and encamped near Corduba, he made a speech to the soldiers, wherein he acquainted them with the orders he had received from Caesar and promised them 100 sesterces each. When they should arrive in Mauritania, the 5th legion, he told them, was to remain in Spain. Having ended his speech, he returned to Corduba. The same day, about noon, as he went to the hall of justice, one Minucius Silo, a client of L. Rusilius, presented him with a paper, in a soldier's habit, as if he had some request to make. Then retiring behind Rusilius, who walked beside Cassius, as if waiting for an answer, he gradually drew near, and a favorable opportunity offering, seized Cassius with his left hand, and wounded him twice with a dagger in his right. A shout was then raised and an attack made on him by the rest of the conspirators, who all rushed upon him in a body. Munatius Plancus killed the lictor, that was next Longinus, and wounded Cassius his lieutenant. Vasius and L. Mergilio seconded their countryman Plancus, for they were all natives of Italica. L. Licinius Squillus flew upon Longinus himself, and gave him several slight wounds as he lay upon the ground. 53. By this time, his guards came up to his assistance, for he always had several Baronians and veterans, armed with darts, to attend him, and surrounded the rest of the conspirators, who were advancing to complete the assassination. Of this number were Calphurnius Salvianus and Manilius Tusculus. Cassius was carried home, and Minucius Silo, stumbling upon a stone, as he endeavored to make his escape, was taken, and brought to him. Rusilius retired to the neighboring house of a friend, till he should have certain information of the fate of Cassius. L. Laterensis, not doubting but he was dispatched, ran in a transport of joy to the camp, to congratulate the second and the new-raised legions upon it, who, he knew, bore a particular hatred to Cassius. And who, immediately upon this intelligence, placed him on the tribunal, and proclaimed him praetor. For there was not a native of the province, nor a soldier of the newly raised legion, nor a person who by long residence was naturalized in the province, of which class the second legion consisted, who did not join in the general hatred of Cassius. 54. Meantime Laterensis was informed that Cassius was still alive, at which, being rather grieved than disconcerted, he immediately so far recovered himself, as to go and wait upon him. By this time, the 30th Legion having notice of what had passed, had marched to Corduba, to the assistance of their general. The 21st and 5th followed their example. As only 2 legions remained in the camp, the 2nd, fearing they should be left alone, and their sentiments should be consequently manifested, did the same. But the new-raised legion continued firm, nor could be induced by any motives of fear to stir from its place. 55. Cassius ordered all the accomplices of the conspiracy to be seized, and sent back the 5th legion to the camp, retaining the other 3. By the confession of Minucius, he learned, that L. Rusilius, L. Laterensis, and Annius Scapula, man of great authority and credit in the province, and equally in his confidence with Laterensis and Rusilius, were concerned in the plot, nor did he long defer his revenge, but ordered them to be put to death. He delivered Minucius to be racked by his freedmen, likewise Calphurnius Salvianus, who, turning evidence, increased the number of the conspirators, justly, as some think, but others pretend that he was forced. L. Mergilio was likewise put to the torture. Squillus impeached many others, who were all condemned to die, except such as redeemed their lives by a fine, for he pardoned Calphurnius for 10, and Sextius for 50,000 sesterces, who, though deeply guilty, yet having, in this manner, escaped death, showed Cassius to be no less covetous than cruel. 56. Some days after, he received letters from Caesar, by which he learned that Pompey was defeated, and had fled with the loss of all his troops, which news equally affected him with joy and sorrow. Caesar's success gave him pleasure. But the conclusion of the war would put an end to his rapines, insomuch, that he was uncertain which to wish for, victory or an unbounded licentiousness. When he was cured of his wounds, he sent to all who were indebted to him, in any sums, and insisted upon immediate payment. Such as were taxed too low, had orders to furnish larger sums. He likewise instituted a levy of Roman citizens, and as they were enrolled from all the corporations and colonies, and were terrified by service beyond the sea, he called upon them to redeem themselves from the military oath. This brought in vast revenue, but greatly increased the general hatred. He afterward reviewed the army, sent the legions and auxiliaries, designed for Africa, toward the Straits of Gibraltar, and went himself to Seville, to examine the condition of the fleet. He stayed there some time, in consequence of an edict he had published, ordering all who had not paid the sums in which they were immersed, to repair to him thither, which created a universal murmuring and discontent. 57. In the meantime, L. Titius, a military tribune of the native legion, sent him notice of a report that the 13th legion, which Q. Cassius his lieutenant was taking with him, when it was encamped at Allergus, had mutinied and killed some of the centurions that opposed them, and were gone over to the 2nd legion, who marched another way toward the straits. Upon this intelligence he set out by night with 5 cohorts of the 21st legion, and came up with them in the morning. He stayed there that day to consult what was proper to be done, and then went to Carmona, where he found the 30th and 21st legions, with 4 cohorts of the 5th, and all the cavalry assembled. Here he learned that the new raised legion had surprised 4 cohorts, near Abucula, and forced them along with them to the 2nd legion, where all joining, they had chosen Thorius, a native of Italica, for their general. Having instantly called a council, he sent Marcellus to Corduba to secure that town, and Q. Cassius, his lieutenant, to Seville. A few days after, news was brought that the Roman citizens at Corduba had revolted, and that Marcellus, either voluntarily or through force, for the reports were various, had joined them. As likewise the 2 cohorts of the 5th legion that were in garrison there. Cassius, provoked at these mutinies, decamped, and the next day came to Segovia, upon the river Zenal. There, summoning an assembly, to sound the disposition of the troops, he found that it was not out of any regard to him, but to Caesar, though absent, that they continued faithful, and were ready to undergo any danger for the recovery of the province. 58. Meantime Thorius marched the veteran legions to Corduba, and, that the revolt might not appear to spring from a seditious inclination in him or the soldiers, as likewise to oppose an equal authority to that of Q. Cassius, who was drawing together a great force in Caesar's name, he publicly gave out that his design was to recover the province for Pompey. And perhaps he did this through hatred of Caesar, and love of Pompey, whose name was very powerful among those legions which Varro had commanded. Be this as it will, Thorius at least made it his pretense. And the soldiers were so infatuated with the thought, that they had Pompey's name inscribed upon their bucklers. The citizens of Corduba, men, women, and children, came out to meet the legions, begging they would not enter Corduba as enemies, seeing they joined with them in their aversion to Cassius. And only desired they might not be obliged to act against Caesar. 59. The soldiers, moved by the prayers and tears of so great a multitude, and seeing they stood in no need of Pompey's name and memory to spirit up a revolt against Cassius, and that he was as much hated by Caesar's followers as Pompey's. Neither being able to prevail with Marcellus or the people of Corduba to declare against Caesar, they erased Pompey's name from their bucklers, chose Marcellus their commander, called him praetor, joined the citizens of Corduba, and encamped near the town. 2 days after, Cassius encamped on an eminence, on this side the Guadalquivir, about 4 miles from Corduba, and within view of the town, whence he sent letters to Bogud, in Mauritania, and Lepidus, proconsul of hither Spain, to come to his assistance as soon as possible, for Caesar's sake. Meanwhile he ravaged the country, and set fire to the buildings around Corduba. 60. The legions under Marcellus, provoked at this indignity, ran to him, and begged to be led against the enemy, that they might have an opportunity of engaging with them before they could have time to destroy with fire and sword the rich and noble possessions of the inhabitants of Corduba. Marcellus, though averse to a battle, which, whoever was victorious, must turn to Caesar's detriment, yet unable to restrain the legions, led them across the Guadalquivir, and drew them up. Cassius did the same upon a rising ground, but as he would not quit his advantageous post, Marcellus persuaded his men to return to their camp. He had already begun to retire when Cassius, knowing himself to be stronger in cavalry, fell upon the legionaries with his horse, and made a considerable slaughter in their rear upon the banks of the river. When it was evident from this loss, that crossing the river was an error and attended with great loss, Marcellus removed his camp to the other side of the Guadalquivir, where both armies frequently drew up, but did not engage, on account of the inequality of the ground. 61. Marcellus was stronger in foot, for he commanded veteran soldiers of great experience in war. Cassius depended more on the fidelity than the courage of his troops. The two camps being very near each other, Marcellus seized a spot of ground, where he built a fort, very convenient for depriving the enemy of water. Longinus, apprehending he should be besieged in a country where all were against him, quitted his camp silently in the night, and, by a quick march, reached Julia, a town on which he thought he could rely. There he encamped so near the walls, that both by the situation of the place, for Julia stands on an eminence, and the defences of the town, he was on all sides secure from an attack. Marcellus followed him and encamped as near the town as possible. Having taken a view of the place, he found himself reduced, by necessity, to do what was most agreeable to his own inclination. Namely, neither to engage Cassius, which the ardour of his soldiers would have forced him to, had it been possible, nor to suffer him, by his excursions, to infest the territories of other states, as he had done those of Corduba. He therefore raised redoubts in proper places, and continued his works quite round the town, enclosing both Julia and Cassius within his lines. But before they were finished, Cassius sent out all his cavalry, who he imagined might do him great service by cutting off Marcellus's provisions and forage, and could only be a useless encumbrance to him, by consuming his provisions if he was shut up in his camp. 62. A few days after, King Bogud, having received Cassius's letters, came and joined him with all his forces, consisting of 1 legion, and several auxiliary cohorts. For as commonly happens in civil dissensions, some of the states of Spain at that time favoured Cassius, but a yet greater number, Marcellus. Bogud came up to the advanced works of Marcellus, where many sharp skirmishes happened with various success. However, Marcellus still kept possession of his works. 63. Meanwhile Lepidus came to Julia, from the hither province, with 35 legionary cohorts, and a great body of horse and auxiliaries, with the intention of adjusting the differences between Cassius and Marcellus. Marcellus submitted without hesitation, but Cassius kept within his works, either because he thought his cause the justest, or from an apprehension that his adversary's submission had prepossessed Lepidus in his favour. Lepidus encamped at Julia, and forming a complete junction with Marcellus, prevented a battle, invited Cassius into his camp, and pledged his honour to act without prejudice. Cassius hesitated long, but at last desired that the circumvallation should be levelled, and free egress given him. The truce was not only concluded, but the works demolished, and the guards drawn off. When King Bogud attacked one of Marcellus's forts, that lay nearest to his camp, unknown to any, except perhaps Longinus, who was not exempt from suspicion on this occasion, and slew a great number of his men. And had not Lepidus interposed, much mischief would have been done. 64. A free passage being made for Cassius, Marcellus joined camps with Lepidus, and both together marched for Corduba, while Cassius retired with his followers to Carmona. At the same time, Trebonius, the proconsul, came to take possession of the province. Cassius, having notice of his arrival, sent his legions and cavalry into winter quarters, and hastened, with all his effects, to Melica, where he embarked immediately, though it was the winter season, that he might not, as he pretended, entrust his safety to Marcellus, Lepidus, and Trebonius. As his friends gave out, to avoid passing through a province, great part of which had revolted from him, but as was more generally believed, to secure the money he had amassed by his numberless extortions. The wind favouring him as far as could be expected at that season of the year, he put into the Ebro, to avoid sailing in the night, and thence continuing his voyage, which he thought he might do with safety, though the wind blew considerably fresher. He was encountered by such a storm, at the mouth of the river, that being neither able to return on account of the stream, nor stem the fury of the waves, the ship sank, and he perished. 65. When Caesar arrived in Syria, from Egypt, and understood from those who attended him there from Rome, and the letters he received at the same time, that the government at Rome was badly and injudiciously conducted, and all the affairs of the commonwealth managed indiscreetly, that the contests of the tribunes were producing perpetual seditions, and that, by the ambition and indulgence of the military tribunes, many things were done contrary to military usage, which tend to destroy all order and discipline. All which required his speedy presence to redress them. thought it was yet first incumbent upon him to settle the state of the provinces through which he passed, that, freeing them from domestic contentions, and the fear of a foreign enemy, they might become amenable to law and order. This he hoped soon to effect in Syria, Cilicia, and Asia, because these provinces were not involved in war. In Bithynia and Pontus indeed he expected more trouble, because he understood Pharnaces still continued in the latter, and was not likely to quit it easily, being flushed with the victory he had obtained over Domitius Calvinus. He made a short stay in most states of note, distributing rewards both publicly and privately to such as deserved them, settling old controversies, and receiving into his protection the kings, princes, and potentates, as well of the provinces as of the neighboring countries. And having settled the necessary regulations for the defense and protection of the country, he dismissed them, with most friendly feelings to himself and the Republic. 66. After a stay of some days in these parts, he named Sextus Caesar, his friend and relation, to the command of Syria and the legions appointed to guard it, and sailed himself for Cilicia, with the fleet he had brought from Egypt. He summoned the states to assemble at Tarsus, the strongest and finest city of the province, where, having settled everything that regarded either that province or the neighboring countries, through his eagerness to march to carry on the war he delayed no longer, but advancing through Cappadocia with the utmost expedition. Where he stopped 2 days at Mazaca, he arrived at Comana, renowned for the ancient and sacred temple of Bellona, where she is worshipped with so much veneration, that her priest is accounted next in power and dignity to the king. He conferred this dignity on Lycomedes of Bithynia, who was descended from the ancient kings of Cappadocia, and who demanded it in right of inheritance, his ancestors having lost it upon occasion of the scepter being transferred to another line. As for Ariobarzanes, and his brother Ariarathes, who had both deserved well of the commonwealth, he confirmed the first in his kingdom, and put the other under his protection, after which, he pursued his march with the same dispatch. 67. Upon his approaching Pontus, and the frontiers of Galligratia, Diodorus, tetrarch of that province, whose title, however, was disputed by the neighboring tetrarchs, and king of Lesser Armenia, laying aside the regal ornaments, and assuming the habit not only of a private person, but even of a criminal, came in a suppliant manner to Caesar, to beg forgiveness for assisting Pompey with his army, and obeying his commands. At a time when Caesar could afford him no protection, urging, that it was his business to obey the governors who were present, without pretending to judge of the disputes of the people of Rome. 68. Caesar, after reminding him of the many services he had done him, and the decrees he had procured in his favor when consul, that his defection could claim no excuse for want of information, because one of his industry and prudence could not but know who was master of Italy and Rome, where the Senate, the people, and the majesty of the Republic resided. Who, in fine, was consul after Marcellus and Lentulus, told him, that he would notwithstanding forgive his present fault in consideration of his past services, the former friendship that had subsisted between them, the respect due to his age, and the solicitation of those connected with him by hospitality, and his friends who interceded in his behalf, adding, that he would defer the controversy relating to the tetrarchate to another time. He restored him the royal habit, and commanded him to join him with all his cavalry, and the legion he had trained up after the Roman manner. 69. When he was arrived in Pontus, and had drawn all his forces together, which were not very considerable either for their number or discipline, for except the 6th legion, composed of veteran soldiers, which he had brought with him from Alexandria, and which, by its many labors and dangers, the length of its marches and voyages, and the frequent wars in which it had been engaged, was reduced to less than 1,000 men. He had only the legion of Diodorus, and 2 more that had been in the late battle between Domitius and Pharnaces, ambassadors arrived from Pharnaces, to entreat that Caesar would not come as an enemy, for he would submit to all his commands. They represented particularly that Pharnaces had granted no aid to Pompey, as Diodorus had done, whom he had nevertheless pardoned. 70. Caesar replied, that Pharnaces should meet with the utmost justice, if he performed his promises, but at the same time he admonished the ambassadors, in gentle terms, to forbear mentioning Diodorus, and not to overrate the having refused aid to Pompey. He told them that he never did anything with greater pleasure than pardon a suppliant, but that he would never look upon private services to himself as an atonement for public injuries done the province. That the refusal of Pharnaces to aid Pompey had turned chiefly to his own advantage, as he had thereby avoided all share in the disaster of Pharsalia. That he was however willing to forgive the injuries done to the Roman citizens in Pontus, because it was now too late to think of redressing them. As he could neither restore life to the dead, nor manhood to those he had deprived of it, by a punishment more intolerable to the Romans than death itself. But that he must quit Pontus immediately, send back the farmers of the revenues, and restore to the Romans and their allies what he unjustly detained from them. If he should do this, he might then send the presents which successful generals were wont to receive from their friends, for Pharnaces had sent him a golden crown. With this answer he dismissed the ambassadors. 71. Pharnaces promised everything, but hoping that Caesar, who was in haste to be gone, would readily give credit to whatever he said. That he might the sooner set out upon more urgent affairs, for everybody knew that his presence was much wanted at Rome, he performed but slowly, wanted to protract the day of his departure, demanded other conditions. And in fine endeavored to elude his engagements. Caesar, perceiving his drift, did now, out of necessity, what he was usually wont to do through inclination, and resolved to decide the affair as soon as possible by a battle. 72. Zela is a town of Pontus, well fortified, though situated in a plain, for a natural eminence, as if raised by art, sustains the walls on all sides. All around is a great number of large mountains, intersected by valleys. The highest of these, which is celebrated for the victory of Mithridates, the defeat of Triarius, and the destruction of our army, is not above 3 miles from Zela, and has a ridge that almost extends to the town. Here Pharnaces encamped, with all his forces, repairing the fortifications of a position which had proved so fortunate to his father. 73. Caesar having encamped about 5 miles from the enemy, and observing that the valleys which defended the king's camp would likewise defend his own, at the same distance, if the enemy, who were much nearer, did not seize them before him, ordered a great quantity of fascines to be brought within the entrenchments. This being quickly performed, next night, at the 4th watch, leaving the baggage in the camp, he set out with the legions. And arriving at daybreak unsuspected by the enemy, possessed himself of the same post where Mithridates had defeated Triarius. Hither he commanded all the fascines to be brought, employing the servants of the army for that purpose, that the soldiers might not be called off from the works. Because the valley, which divided the eminence, where he was entrenching himself from the enemy, was not above a mile wide. 74. Pharnaces perceiving this, next morning ranged all his troops in order of battle before his camp. Caesar, on account of the disadvantage of the ground, believed that he was reviewing them according to military discipline, or with a view to retard his works, by keeping a great number of his men under arms. Or through the confidence of the king, that he might not seem to defend his position by his fortifications rather than by force. Therefore, keeping only his first line in order of battle, he commanded the rest of the army to go on with their works. But Pharnaces, either prompted by the place itself, which had been so fortunate to his father, or induced by favorable omens, as we were afterward told, or discovering the small number of our men that were in arms, for he took all that were employed in carrying materials to the works to be soldiers, or confiding in his veteran army, who valued themselves upon having defeated the 22nd Legion, and at the same time, despising our troops, whom he knew he had worsted, under Domitius, was determined upon a battle, and to that end began to cross the valley. Caesar, at first, laughed at his ostentation, in crowding his army into so narrow a place, where no enemy, in his right senses, would have ventured, while, in the meantime, Pharnaces continued his march, and began to ascend the steep hill on which Caesar was posted. 75. Caesar, astonished at his incredible rashness and confidence, and finding himself suddenly and unexpectedly attacked, called off his soldiers from the works, ordered them to arms, opposed the legions to the enemy, and ranged his troops in order of battle. The suddenness of the thing occasioned some terror at first, and our ranks not being yet formed, the scythed chariots disordered and confused the soldiers. However, the multitude of darts discharged against them, soon put a stop to their career. The enemy's army followed them close, and began the battle with a shout. Our advantageous situation, but especially the assistance of the gods, who preside over all the events of war, and more particularly those where human conduct can be of no service, favored us greatly on this occasion. 76. After a sharp and obstinate conflict, victory began to declare for us on the right wing, where the 6th Legion was posted. The enemy there were totally overthrown, but, in the center and left, the battle was long and doubtful. However, with the assistance of the gods, we at last prevailed there also, and drove them with the utmost precipitation down the hill which they had so easily ascended before. Great numbers being slain, and many crushed by the flight of their own troops, such as had the good fortune to escape were nevertheless obliged to throw away their arms. So that having crossed, and got upon the opposite ascent, they could not, being unarmed, derive any benefit from the advantage of the ground. Our men flushed with victory, did not hesitate to advance up the disadvantageous ground, and attack their fortifications, which they soon forced, notwithstanding the resistance made by the cohorts left by Pharnaces to guard it. Almost the whole army was cut to pieces or made prisoners. Pharnaces himself escaped, with a few horse, and had not the attack on the camp given him an opportunity of fleeing without pursuit, he must certainly have fallen alive into Caesar's hands. 77. Though Caesar was accustomed to victory, yet he felt incredible joy at the present success, because he had so speedily put an end to a very great war. The remembrance, too, of the danger to which he had been exposed, enhanced the pleasure, as he had obtained an easy victory in a very difficult conjuncture. Having thus recovered Pontus, and abandoned the plunder of the enemy's camp to the soldiers, he set out next day with some light horse. He ordered the 6th Legion to return to Italy to receive the honors and rewards they had merited. And sent home the auxiliary troops of Deiodorus, and left 2 legions with Caelius Vincianus to protect the kingdom of Pontus. 78. Through Galligratia and Bithynia he marched into Asia, and examined and decided all the controversies of the provinces as he passed, and established the limits and jurisdictions of the several kings, states, and tetrarchs. Mithridates of Pergamus, who had so actively and successfully served him in Egypt, as we have related above, a man of royal descent and education, for Mithridates, king of all Asia, out of regard to his birth, had carried him along with him when very young, and kept him in his camp several years, was appointed king of Bosphorus, which had been under the command of Pharnaces. And thus he guarded the provinces of the Roman people against the attempts of barbarous and hostile kings, by the interposition of a prince firmly attached to the interests of the Republic. He bestowed on him likewise the Tetrarchy of Galligratia, which was his by the law of nations and family claims, though it had been possessed for some years by Deiodorus. Thus Caesar, staying nowhere longer than the necessity of the seditions in the city required, and having settled all things relating to the provinces with the utmost success and dispatch, returned to Italy much sooner than was generally expected. African War. 1. Caesar, advancing by moderate journeys, and continuing his march without intermission, arrived at Lilybaeum, on the 14th day before the calends of January. Designing to embark immediately, though he had only 1 legion of new levies, and not quite 600 horse, he ordered his tent to be pitched so near the seaside that the waves lashed the very foot of it. This he did with a view that none should think he had time to delay, and that his men might be kept in readiness at a day or an hour's warning. Though the wind at that time was contrary, he nevertheless detained the soldiers and mariners on board, that he might lose no opportunity of sailing. The rather, because the forces of the enemy were announced by the inhabitants of the province, to consist of innumerable cavalry not to be numbered, for legions headed by Juba, together with a great body of light-armed troops. 10 legions under the command of Scipio, 120 elephants, and fleets in abundance. Yet he was not alarmed, nor lost his confident hopes and spirits. Meantime the number of galleys and transports increased daily. The new levied legions flocked into him from all parts, among the rest the 5th, a veteran legion, and about 2,000 horse. 2. Having got together 6 legions and about 2,000 horse, he embarked the legions as fast as they arrived, in the galleys, and the cavalry in the transports. Then sending the greatest part of the fleet before, with orders to sail for the island of Aponiana, not far from Lilybaeum, he himself continued a little longer in Sicily, and exposed to public sale some confiscated estates. Leaving all other affairs to the care of Aelianus the praetor, who then commanded in the island, and strictly charging him to use the utmost expedition in embarking the remainder of the troops. He set sail the 6th day before the calends of January, and soon came up with the rest of the fleet. As the wind was favorable, and afforded a quick passage, he arrived the 4th day within sight of Africa, attended by a few galleys, for the transports, being mostly dispersed and scattered by the winds. With the exception of a few were driven different ways. Passing Clopia and Neapolis with the fleet, he continued for some time to coast along the shore, leaving many towns and castles behind him. 3. After he came before Adrumetum, where the enemy had a garrison, commanded by C. Considius, and where Cn. Piso appeared upon the shore toward Clopia, with the cavalry of Adrumetum, and about 3,000 Moors, he stopped a while, facing the port, till the rest of the fleet should come up, and then landed his men. Though their number at that time did not exceed 3,000 foot and 150 horse. There, encamping before the town, he continued quiet, without offering any act of hostility, and restrained all from plunder. Meantime the inhabitants manned the walls, and assembled in great numbers before the gate, to defend themselves, their garrison within amounting to 2 legions. Caesar, having ridden round the town, and thoroughly examined its situation, returned to his camp. Some blamed his conduct on this occasion, and charged him with a considerable oversight, in not appointing a place of meeting to the pilots and captains of the fleet, or delivering them sealed instructions, according to his usual custom. Which being opened at a certain time, might have directed them to assemble at a specified place. But in this Caesar acted not without design. For as he knew of no port in Africa that was clear of the enemy's forces, and where the fleet might rendezvous in security, he chose to rely entirely upon fortune, and land where occasion offered. 4. In the meantime, L. Plancus, one of Caesar's lieutenants, desired leave to treat with Considius, and try, if possible, to bring him to reason. Leave being granted accordingly, he wrote him a letter, and sent it into the town by a captive. When the captive arrived, and presented the letter, Considius, before he received it, demanded whence it came, and being told from Caesar, the Roman general, answered, that he knew no general of the Roman forces but Scipio. Then, commending the messenger to be immediately slain in his presence, he delivered the letter, unread and unopened, to a trusty partisan, with orders to carry it directly to Scipio. 5. Caesar had now continued a day and a night before the town, without receiving any answer from Considius. The rest of the forces were not yet arrived, his cavalry was not considerable. He had not sufficient troops with him to invest the place, and these were new levies, neither did he think it advisable, upon his first landing, to expose the army to wounds and fatigue. More especially, as the town was strongly fortified, and extremely difficult of access, and a great body of horse was said to be upon the point of arrival to succor the inhabitants. He therefore thought it advisable not to remain and besiege the town, lest while he pursued that design, the enemy's cavalry should come behind and surround him. 6. But as he was drawing off his men, the garrison made a sudden sally. And the cavalry which had been sent by Juba to receive their pay, happening just then to come up, they took possession of the camp Caesar had left, and began to harass his rear. This being perceived, the legionaries immediately halted. And the cavalry, though few in number, boldly charged the vast multitude of the enemy. An incredible event occurred, that less than 30 Gallic horse repulsed 2,000 Moors, and drove them into the town. Having thus repulsed the enemy and compelled them to retire behind their walls, Caesar resumed his intended march, but observing that they often repeated their sallies, renewing the pursuit from time to time, and again fleeing when attacked by the horse, he posted a few of the veteran cohorts which he had with him, with part of the cavalry, in the rear, and so proceeded slowly on his march. The further he advanced from the town, the less eager were the Numidians to pursue. Meantime, deputies arrived from the several towns and castles on the road, offering to furnish him with corn, and to perform whatever he might command. Toward the evening of that day, which was the calends of January, he fixed his camp at Ruspina. 7. Thence he removed and came before Leptis, a free city and governed by its own laws. Here he was met by deputies from the town, who, in the name of the inhabitants, offered their free submission. Whereupon, placing centurions and a guard before the gates, to prevent the soldiers from entering, or offering violence to any of the inhabitants, he himself encamped toward the shore, not far distant from the town. Hither by accident arrived some of the galleys and transports, by whom he was informed that the rest of the fleet, uncertain what course to pursue, had been steering for Utica. In the meantime Caesar could not depart from the sea, nor seek the inland provinces, on account of the error committed by the fleet. He likewise sent the cavalry back to their ships, probably to hinder the country from being plundered, and ordered fresh water to be carried to them on board. Meanwhile the Moorish horse rose suddenly, Caesar's party not expecting it, on the rowers who had been employed in carrying water, as they came out of the ships, and wounded many with their darts and killed some. For the manner of these barbarians is, to lie in ambush with their horses among the valleys, and suddenly launch upon an enemy, they seldom choosing to engage hand to hand in a plain. 8. In the meantime, Caesar dispatched letters and messengers into Sardinia and the neighboring provinces, with orders, as soon as they read the letters, to send supplies of men, corn, and warlike stores. And having unloaded part of the fleet, detached it, with Rabirius Posthumus, into Sicily, to bring over the second embarkation. At the same time he ordered out 10 galleys, to get intelligence of the transports that had missed their way, and to maintain the freedom of the sea. He also ordered C. Sallustius Prispus, the praetor, at the head of a squadron, to sail to Persina, then in the hands of the enemy. Because he heard there was great quantity of corn in that island, he gave these orders and instructions in such a manner as to leave no room for excuse or delay. Meanwhile, having informed himself, from the deserters and natives, of the condition of Scipio and his followers, and understanding that they were at the whole charge of maintaining Juba's cavalry, he could not but pity the infatuation of men, who thus chose to be tributaries to the king of Numidia, rather than securely enjoy their fortunes at home with their fellow citizens. 9. Caesar moved his camp on the 3rd day before the nones of January, and leaving 6 cohorts at Leptis, under the command of Cicerna, returned with the rest of the forces to Ruspina, whence he had come the day before. Here he deposited the baggage of the army, and marching out with a light body of troops to forage, ordered the inhabitants to follow with their horses and carriages. Having by this means got together a great quantity of corn, he came back to Ruspina. I think that he acted with this intention, that by keeping possession of the maritime cities, and providing them with garrisons, he might secure a retreat for his fleet. 10. Leaving therefore P. Cicerna, the brother of him who commanded at Leptis, to take charge of the town, with 1 legion, he orders all the wood that could be found to be carried into the place. And set out in person from Ruspina, with 7 cohorts, part of the veteran legions who had behaved so well in the fleet under Sulpicius and Vatinius. And marching directly for the port, which lies at about 2 miles distance, embarked with them in the evening, without imparting his intentions to the army, who were extremely inquisitive concerning the general's design. His departure occasioned the utmost sadness and consternation among the troops. For being few in number, mostly new levies, and those not all suffered to land, they saw themselves exposed, upon a foreign coast, to the mighty forces of a crafty nation, supported by an innumerable cavalry. Nor had they any resource in their present circumstances, or expectation of safety in their own conduct, but derived all their hope from the alacrity, vigor, and wonderful cheerfulness that appeared in their general's countenance. For he was of an intrepid spirit, and behaved with undaunted resolution and confidence. On his conduct, therefore, they entirely relied, and hoped to a man, that by his skill and talents, all difficulties would vanish before them. 11. Caesar, having continued the whole night on board, prepared to set sail about daybreak, when, all on a sudden, the part of the fleet that had caused so much anxiety, appeared unexpectedly in view. Wherefore, ordering his men to quit their ships immediately, and receive the rest of the troops in arms upon the shore, he made the new fleet enter the port with the utmost diligence. And landing all the forces, horse and foot, returned again to Ruspina. Here he established his camp, and taking with him 30 cohorts, without baggage, advanced into the country to forage. Thus was Caesar's purpose at length discovered, that he meant, unknown to the enemy, to have sailed to the assistance of the transports that had missed their way, lest they should unexpectedly fall in with the African fleet. And he did not wish his own soldiers who were left behind in garrison to know this, lest they should be intimidated by the smallness of their numbers, and the multitude of the enemy. 12. Caesar had not marched above 3 miles from his camp, when he was informed by his scouts, and some advanced parties of horse, that the enemy's forces were in view. As soon as this announcement was made, a great cloud of dust began to appear. Upon this intelligence, Caesar ordered all his horse, of which he had at that time but a very small number, to advance, as likewise his archers, only a few of whom had followed him from the camp. And the legions to march quietly after him in order of battle, while he went forward at the head of a small party. Soon after, having discovered the enemy at some distance, he commanded the soldiers to repair to their arms, and prepare for battle. Their number in all did not exceed 30 cohorts, with 400 horse, and 150 archers. 13. Meanwhile the enemy, under the command of Labienus, and the 2 Pisidii, drew up, with a very large front, consisting not so much of foot as of horse, whom they intermixed with light-armed Numidians and archers. Forming themselves in such close order, that Caesar's army, at a distance, mistook them all for infantry, and strengthening their right and left with many squadrons of horse. Caesar drew up his army in a single line, being obliged to do so by the smallness of his numbers. Covering his front with his archers, and placing his cavalry on the right and left wings, with particular instructions not to suffer themselves to be surrounded by the enemy's numerous horse. For he imagined that he would have to fight only with infantry. 14. As both sides stood in expectation of the signal, and Caesar would not stir from his post, as he saw that with such few troops against so great a force he must depend more on stratagem than strength. On a sudden the enemy's horse began to extend themselves, and move in a lateral direction, so as to encompass the hills and weaken Caesar's horse, and at the same time to surround them. The latter could scarcely keep their ground against their numbers. Meanwhile, both the main bodies advancing to engage, the enemy's cavalry, intermixed with some light-armed Numidians, suddenly sprang forward, from their crowded troops, and attacked the legions with a shower of darts. Our men, preparing to return the charge, their horse retreated a little, while the foot continued to maintain their ground, till the others, having rallied, came on again, with fresh vigor, to sustain them. 15. Caesar perceived that his ranks were in danger of being broken by this new way of fighting, for our foot, in pursuing the enemy's horse, having advanced a considerable way beyond their colors, were wounded in the flank by the nearest Numidian darts, while the enemy's horse easily escaped our infantry's javelins by flight. He therefore gave express orders that no soldier should advance above 4 feet beyond the ensigns. Meanwhile, Labienus's cavalry, confiding in their numbers, endeavored to surround those of Caesar, who being few in number, and overpowered by the multitude of the enemy, were forced to give ground a little, their horses being much wounded. The enemy pressed on more and more, so that in an instant, the legions, being surrounded on all sides by the enemy's cavalry, were obliged to form themselves into a circle and fight, as if enclosed with barriers. 16. Labienus, with his head uncovered, advanced on horseback to the front of the battle, sometimes encouraging his own men, sometimes addressing Caesar's legions thus: "So ho! You raw soldiers there," says he, "why so fierce? Has he infatuated you too with his words? Truly he has brought you into a fine condition. I pity you sincerely." Upon this, one of the soldiers said, "I am none of your raw warriors, Labienus, but a veteran of the 10th Legion." "Where's your standard?" replied Labienus. "I'll soon make you sensible who I am," answered the soldier. Then pulling off his helmet, to discover himself, he threw a javelin, with all his strength at Labienus, which wounding his horse severely in the breast. "Know, Labienus," says he, "that this dart was thrown by a soldier of the 10th legion." However, the whole army was not a little daunted, especially the new levies, and began to cast their eyes upon Caesar, minding nothing, for the present, but to defend themselves from the enemy's darts. 17. Caesar meanwhile, perceiving the enemy's design, endeavored to extend his line of battle, as much as possible, directing the cohorts to face about alternately to the right and left. By this means, he broke the enemy's circle with his right and left wings, and attacking one part of them, thus separated from the other, with his horse and foot, at last put them to flight. He pursued them but a little way, fearing an ambuscade, and returned again to his own men. The same was done by the other division of Caesar's horse and foot, so that the enemy being driven back, and severely wounded on all sides, he retreated toward his camp, in order of battle. 18. Meantime Patrius, and C.N. Piso, with 1,100 select Numidian horse, and a considerable body of foot, arrived to the assistance of the enemy. Who, recovering from their terror, upon this reinforcement, and again resuming courage, fell upon the rear of the legions, as they retreated, and endeavored to hinder them from reaching their camp. Caesar, perceiving this, ordered his men to wheel about, and renew the battle in the middle of the plain. As the enemy still pursued their former plan, and avoided a closing engagement, and the horses of Caesar's cavalry had not yet recovered the fatigue of their late voyage, and were besides weakened with thirst, weariness, wounds, and of course unfit for a vigorous and long pursuit, which even the time of the day would not allow, he ordered both horse and foot to fall at once briskly upon the enemy, and not slacken the pursuit till they had driven them quite beyond the furthest hills, and taken possession of them themselves. Accordingly, upon a signal being given, when the enemy were throwing their javelins in a faint and careless manner, he suddenly charged them with his horse and foot, who in a moment driving them from the field, and over the adjoining hill, kept possession of that post for some time, and then retired slowly, in order of battle, to their camp. The enemy, who, in this last attack, had been very roughly handled, then at length retreated to their fortifications. 19. Meanwhile the action being over, a great number of deserters, of all kinds, flocked to Caesar's camp, besides multitudes of horse and foot that were made prisoners. From them we learn that it was the design of the enemy to have astonished our raw troops, with their new and uncommon manner of fighting, and after surrounding them with their cavalry, to have cut them to pieces, as they had done Curio. And that they had marched against us expressly with that intention. Labienus had even said, in the council of war, that he would lead such a numerous body of auxiliaries against his adversaries, as should fatigue us with the very slaughter, and defeat us even in the bosom of victory. For he relied more on the number than the valor of his troops. He had heard of the mutiny of the veteran legions at Rome, and their refusal to go into Africa. And was likewise well assured of the fidelity of his troops, who had served 3 years under him in Africa. He had a great number of Numidian cavalry and light-armed troops, besides the Gallic and German horse, whom he had drawn together out of the remains of Pompey's army, and carried over with him from Brundusium. He had likewise the freed men raised in the country, and trained to use bridled horses. And also the immense number of Juba's forces, his 120 elephants, his innumerable cavalry in legionaries, amounting to above 12,000. Emboldened by the hope such mighty forces raised in him, on the day before the nones of January, 3 days after Caesar's arrival, he came against him, with 1,600 Gallic and German horse, 900 under Patrius, 8,000 Numidians, 4 times that number of light-armed foot, with a multitude of archers and slingers. The battle lasted from the 5th hour till sunset, during which time Patrius, receiving a dangerous wound, was obliged to quit the field. 20. Meantime Caesar fortified his camp with much greater care, reinforced the guards, and threw up 2 entrenchments. One from Ruspina quite to the sea, the other from his camp to the sea likewise, to secure the communication, and receive supplies without danger. He landed a great number darts and military engines, armed part of the mariners, Gauls, Rhodians, and others, that after the example of the enemy he might have a number of light-armed troops to intermix with his cavalry. He likewise strengthened his army with a great number of Syrian and Etrurian archers whom he drew from the fleet into his camp, for he understood that within 3 days Scipio was expected to unite his forces to Labienus and Petreius. And his army was said to consist of 8 legions and 3,000 horse. At the same time he established workshops, made a great number of darts and arrows, provided himself with leaden bullets and palisades, wrote to Sicily for hurdles and wood to make rams, because he had none in Africa. And likewise gave orders for sending corn. For the harvest in that country was like to be inconsiderable, the enemy having taken all the laborers into their service the year before, and stored up the grain in a few fortified towns, after demolishing the rest. Forcing the inhabitants into the garrison places, and exhausting the whole country. 21. In this necessity, by paying court to private individuals, he obtained a small supply, and husbanded it with care. In the meantime he went round the works in person daily, and kept about 4 cohorts constantly on duty, on account of the multitude of the enemy. Labienus sent his sick and wounded, of which the number was very considerable, in wagons to Adrumetum. Meanwhile Caesar's transports, unacquainted with the coast, or where their general had landed, wandered up and down in great uncertainty. And being attacked, one after another, by the enemy's coasters, were, for the most part, either taken or burned. Caesar, being informed of this, stationed his fleet along the coast and islands for the security of his convoys. 22. Meanwhile Cato, who commanded in Utica, never ceased urging and exhorting young Pompey, in words to this effect: your father, when he was at your age, and observed the commonwealth oppressed by wicked and daring men. And the party of order either slain or driven into banishment from their country and relations, incited by the greatness of his mind and the love of glory, though then very young, and only a private man, had yet the courage to rally the remains of his father's army, and assert the freedom of Italy and Rome, which was almost crushed forever. He also recovered Sicily, Africa, Numidia, Mauritania, with amazing dispatch, and by that means gained an illustrious and extensive reputation among all nations, and triumphed while very young and only a Roman knight. Nor did he enter upon the administration of public affairs, distinguished by the shining exploits of his father, or the fame and reputation of his ancestors, or the honors and dignities of the state. Will you, on the contrary, possessed of these honors, and the reputation acquired by your father, sufficiently distinguished by your own industry and greatness of mind, not bestir yourself, join your father's friends, and give the earnestly required assistance to yourself, the Republic, and every man of worth? 23. The youth, roused by the remonstrances of that grave and worthy senator, got together about 30 sail, of all sorts, of which some few were ships of war, and sailing from Utica to Mauritania, invaded the kingdom of Bohn. And leaving his baggage behind him, with an army of 2,000 men, partly freedmen, partly slaves, some armed, some not, approached the town of Ascurum, in which the king had a garrison. On the arrival of Pompey, the inhabitants suffered him to advance to the very walls and gates, when, suddenly sallying out, they drove back his troops in confusion and dismay to the sea and their ships. This ill success determined him to leave that coast, nor did he afterward land in any place, but steered directly for the Balearian Isles. 24. Meantime Scipio, leaving a strong garrison at Utica, began his march, with the forces we have described above, and encamped first at Adrumetum. And then, after a stay of a few days, setting out in the night, he joined Petreius and Labienus, lodging all the forces in one camp, about 3 miles distant from Caesar's. Their cavalry made continual excursions to our very works, and intercepted those who ventured too far in quest of wood or water, and obliged us to keep within our entrenchments. This soon occasioned a great scarcity of provision among Caesar's men, because no supplies had yet arrived from Sicily and Sardinia. The season, too, was dangerous for navigation, and he did not possess above 6 miles in each direction, in Africa, and was moreover greatly distressed for want of forage. The veteran soldiers and cavalry, who had been engaged in many wars both by sea and land, and often struggled with wants and misfortunes of this kind, gathering seaweed, and washing it in fresh water. By that means subsisted their horses and cattle. 25. While things were in this situation, King Juba, being informed of Caesar's difficulties, and the few troops he had with him, resolved not to allow him time to remedy his wants or increase his forces. Accordingly he left his kingdom, at the head of a large body of horse and foot, and marched to join his allies. Meantime P. Sidious, and King Bogud, having intelligence of Juba's march, joined their forces, entered Numidia, and laying siege to Cirta, the most opulent city in the county, carried it in a few days, with 2 others belonging to the Gaetulians. They had offered the inhabitants leave to depart in safety, if they would peaceably deliver up the town, but these conditions being rejected, they were taken by storm, and the citizens all put to the sword. They continued to advance, and incessantly harassed the cities and country. Of which Juba having intelligence, though he was upon the point of joining Scipio and the other chiefs, determined that it was better to march to the relief of his own kingdom, than run the hazard of being driven from it while he was assisting others, and, perhaps, after all, miscarry too in his designs against Caesar. He therefore retired, with his troops, leaving only 30 elephants behind him, and marched to the relief of his own cities and territories. 26. Meanwhile Caesar, as there was a doubt in the province concerning his arrival, and no one believed that he had come in person, but that some of his lieutenants had come over with the forces lately sent, dispatched letters to all the several states, to inform them of his presence. Upon this, many persons of rank fled to his camp, complaining of the barbarity and cruelty of the enemy. Caesar, deeply touched by their tears and complaints, although before he had remained inactive, resolved to take the field as soon as the weather would permit, and he could draw his troops together. He immediately dispatched letters into Sicily, to Allianus and Rabirius Postumus the praetors, to tell them, that without delay or excuse either of the winter or the winds, they must send over the rest of the troops, to save Africa from utter ruin. Because, without some speedy remedy, not a single house would be left standing, nor anything escape the fury and ravages of the enemy. And he himself was so anxious and impatient, that from the day the letters were sent, he complained without ceasing of the delay of the fleet, and had his eyes night and day turned toward the sea. Nor was it wonderful. For he saw the villages burned, the country laid waste, the cattle destroyed, the towns plundered, the principal citizens either slain or put in chains, and their children dragged into servitude under the name of hostages. Nor could he, amid all this scene of misery, afford any relief to those who implored his protection, on account of the small number of his forces. In the meantime he kept the soldiers incessantly at work upon the entrenchments, built forts and redoubts, and carried on his lines quite to the sea. 27. Meanwhile Scipio made use of the following contrivance for training and disciplining his elephants. He drew up 2 parties in order of battle. One of slingers, who were to act as enemies, and discharge small stones against the elephants, and fronting them, the elephants themselves, in one line, and his whole army behind him in battle array. That when the enemy, by their discharge of stones, had frightened the elephants, and forced them to turn upon their own men, they might again be made to face the enemy, by the volleys of stones from the army behind them. The work however, went on but slowly, because these animals, after many years' training, are dangerous to both parties when brought into the field. 28. While the 2 generals were thus employed near Ruspina, c. Virgilius, a man of praetorian rank, who commanded in Thapsus, a maritime city, observing some of Caesar's transports that had missed their way, uncertain where Caesar had landed or held his camp, and thinking that a fair opportunity offered of destroying them, manned a galley that was in the port with soldiers and archers, and joining with it a few armed barks, began to pursue Caesar's ships. Though he was repulsed on several occasions he still pursued his design, and at last fell in with one, on board of which were 2 young Spaniards, of the name of Titius, who were tribunes of the 5th legion, and whose father had been made a senator by Caesar. There was with them a centurion of the same legion, Salienus by name, who had invested the house of Messala, Caesar's lieutenant, at Messana, and made use of very seditious language. Nay, had even seized the money and ornaments destined for Caesar's triumph, and for that reason dreaded his resentment. He, conscious of his demerits, persuaded the young men to surrender themselves to Virgilius, by whom they were sent under a strong guard to Scipio, and 3 days after put to death. It is said, that the elder Titius begged of the centurions who were charged with the execution, that he might be first put to death, which being easily granted, they both suffered according to their sentence. 29. The cavalry that mounted guard in the 2 camps were continually skirmishing with one another. Sometimes too the German and Gallic cavalry of Labienus entered into discourse with those of Caesar, after promising not to injure one another. Meantime Labienus, with a party of horse, endeavored to surprise the town of Leptis, which Cicerna guarded with 3 cohorts, but was easily repulsed, because the town was strongly fortified, and well provided with warlike engines. He however renewed the attempt several times. One day, as a strong squadron of the enemy had posted themselves before the gate, their officer being slain by an arrow discharged from a crossbow, and pinned to his own shield, the rest were terrified and took to flight. By which means the town was delivered from any further attempts. 30. At the same time Scipio daily drew up his troops in order of battle, about 300 paces from his camp. And after continuing in arms the greatest part of the day, retreated again to his camp in the evening. This he did several times, no one meanwhile offering to stir out of Caesar's camp, or approach his forces. Which forbearance and tranquillity gave him such a contempt of Caesar and his army, that drawing out all his forces, and his 30 elephants, with towers on their backs, and extending his horse and foot as wide as possible, he approached quite up to Caesar's entrenchments. 31. Upon perceiving this, Caesar, quietly, and without noise or confusion, recalled to his camp all that were gone out either in quest of forage, wood, or to work upon the fortifications. He likewise ordered the cavalry that were upon guard not to quit their post until the enemy were within reach of dart. And if they then persisted in advancing, to retire in good order within the entrenchments. He ordered the rest of the cavalry to be ready and armed, each in his own place. These orders were not given by himself in person, or after viewing the disposition of the enemy from the rampart. But such was his consummate knowledge of the art of war, that he gave all the necessary directions by his officers, he himself sitting in his tent, and informing himself of the motions of the enemy by his scouts. He very well knew, that, whatever confidence the enemy might have in their numbers, they would yet never dare to attack the camp of a general who had so often repulsed, terrified, and put them to flight. Who had frequently pardoned and granted them their lives, and whose very name had weight and authority enough to intimidate their army. He was besides well entrenched with a high rampart and deep ditch, the approaches to which were rendered so difficult by the sharp spikes which he had disposed in a very skilful manner, that they were even sufficient of themselves to keep off the enemy. He had also a large supply of crossbows, engines, and all sorts of weapons necessary for a vigorous defense, which he had prepared on account of the fewness of his troops, and the inexperience of his new levies. It was not owing to being influenced by the fear of the enemy or their numerical strength, that he allowed himself to appear daunted in their estimation. And it was not owing to his having any doubts of gaining the victory that he did not lead his troops to action, although they were raw and few, but he thought that it was a matter of great importance. What sort the victory should be, for he thought that it would disgrace him, if after so many noble exploits, and defeating such powerful armies, and after gaining so many glorious victories, he should appear to have gained a bloody victory over the remnants who had rallied after their flight. He determined, in consequence of this, to endure the pride and exultation of his enemies, until some portion of his veteran legion should arrive in the second embarkation. 32. Scipio, after a short stay before the entrenchments, as if in contempt of Caesar, withdrew slowly to his camp, and having called the soldiers together, enlarged upon the terror and despair of the enemy, when encouraging his men. He assured them of a complete victory in a short time. Caesar made his soldiers again return to the works, and under pretense of fortifying his camp, inured the new levies to labor and fatigue. Meantime the Numidians and Gaetulians deserted daily from Scipio's camp. Part returned home. Part came over to Caesar, because they understood he was related to C. Marius, from whom their ancestors had received considerable favors. Of these he selected some of distinguished rank, and sent them home, with letters to their countrymen, exhorting them to levy troops for their own defense, and not to listen to the suggestions of his enemies. 33. While these things were passing near Ruspina, deputies from Acylla, a free town, and all the neighboring towns, arrived in Caesar's camp, and promised to be ready to execute Caesar's commands, and to do so withal. And that they only begged and requested of him to give them garrisons, that they might do so in safety and without danger to themselves, that they would furnish them with corn and whatever supplies they had, to secure the common safety. Caesar readily complied with their demands, and having assigned a garrison, sent C. Messius, who had been aedile, to command in Acylla. Upon intelligence of this, Considius Longus, who was at Adrumetum with 2 legions and 700 horse, leaving a garrison in that city, hastened to Acylla at the head of 8 cohorts, but Messius, having accomplished his march with great expedition, arrived there before him. When Considius, therefore, approached, and found Caesar's garrison in possession of the town, not daring to make any attempt, he returned again to Adrumetum. But some days after, Labienus having sent him a reinforcement of horse, he began to besiege the town. 34. Much about the same time, c. Sallustius Crispus, who, as we have seen, had been sent a few days before to Cercina with a fleet, arrived in that island. Upon his arrival, c. Decimus the quaestor, who, with a strong party of his own domestics, had charge of the magazines erected there, went on board a small vessel and fled. Sallustius meanwhile was well received by the Cercinates, and finding great store of corn in the island, loaded all the ships then in the port, whose number was very considerable, and dispatched them to Caesar's camp. At the same time Aelianus, the proconsul, put on board of the transports at Lilybaeum the 13th and 14th legions, with 800 Gallic horse and 1,000 archers and slingers, and sent the second embarkation to Africa, to Caesar. This fleet meeting with a favorable wind, arrived in 4 days at Ruspina, where Caesar had his camp. Thus he experienced a double pleasure on this occasion, receiving at one and the same time, both a supply of provisions and a reinforcement of troops, which animated the soldiers, and delivered them from the apprehensions of want. Having landed the legions and cavalry, he allowed them some time to recover from the fatigue and sickness of their voyage, and then distributed them into the forts, and along the works. 35. Scipio and the other generals were greatly surprised at this conduct, and could not conceive why Caesar, who had always been forward and active in war, should all of a sudden change his measures. Which they therefore suspected must proceed from some very powerful reasons. Uneasy and disturbed to see him so patient, they made choice of 2 Gaetulians, on whose fidelity they thought they could rely. And promising them great rewards, sent them, under the name of deserters, to get intelligence of Caesar's designs. When they were brought before him, they begged they might have leave to speak without personal danger, which being granted, "It is now a long time, great general," said they, "since many of us Gaetulians, clients of C. Marius, and almost all Roman citizens of the 4th and 6th legions, have wished for an opportunity to come over to you, but have hitherto been prevented by the guards of Numidian horse, from doing it without great risk. Now we gladly embrace the occasion, being sent by Scipio under the name of deserters, to discover what ditches and traps you have prepared for his elephants, how you intended to oppose these animals, and what dispositions you are making for battle." They were praised by Caesar, and liberally rewarded, and sent to the other deserters. We had soon a proof of the truth of what they had advanced. For the next day a great many soldiers of these legions, mentioned by the Gaetulians, deserted to Caesar's camp. 36. While affairs were in this posture at Ruspina, M. Cato, who commanded in Utica, was daily enlisting freedmen, Africans, slaves, and all that were of age to bear arms, and sending them without intermission to Scipio's camp. Meanwhile deputies from the town of Tisra came to Caesar to inform him, that some Italian merchants had brought 300,000 bushels of corn into that city, and to demand a garrison as well for their own defense as to secure the corn. Caesar thanked the deputies, promised to send the garrison they desired, and having encouraged them, sent them back to their fellow citizens. Meantime P. Sidius entered Numidia with his troops, and took by storm a castle situated on a mountain, where Juba had laid up a great quantity of provisions, and other things necessary for carrying on the war. 37. Caesar, having increased his forces with 2 veteran legions, and all the cavalry and light-armed troops that had arrived in the second embarkation, detached 6 transports to Lilybaeum, to bring over the rest of the army. He himself on the 6th day before the calends of February, ordering the scouts and lictors to attend him at 6 in the evening, drew out all the legions at midnight and directed his march toward Ruspina, where he had a garrison, and which had first declared in his favor, no one knowing or having the least suspicion of his design. Thence he continued his route, by the left of the camp, along the sea, and passed a little declivity, which opened into a fine plain, extending 15 miles, and bordering upon a chain of mountains of moderate height, that formed a kind of theatre. In this ridge were some hills that rose higher than the rest, on which forts and watchtowers had formerly been erected, and at the furthest of which, Scipio's guards and outposts were stationed. 38. After Caesar gained the ridge, which I have just mentioned, and began to raise redoubts upon the several eminences, which he executed in less than half an hour, and when he was not very far from the last, which bordered on the enemy's camp, and where, as we have said, Scipio had his outguard of Numidians, he stopped a moment. And having taken a view of the ground, and posted his cavalry in the most commodious situation, he ordered the legions to throw up an entrenchment along the middle of the ridge, from the place at which he was arrived to that whence he set out. When Scipio and Labienus observed this, they drew all their cavalry out of the camp, formed them in order of battle, and advancing about a mile, posted their infantry by way of a second line, somewhat less than half a mile from their camp. 39. Caesar was unmoved by the appearance of the enemy's forces, and encouraged his men to go on with the work. But when he perceived that they were within 1,500 paces of the entrenchment, and saw that the enemy were coming nearer to interrupt and disturb the soldiers and oblige him to draw off the legions from the work, he ordered a squadron of Spanish cavalry, supported by some light-armed infantry, to attack the Numidian guard upon the nearest eminence, and drive them from that post. They accordingly, advancing rapidly, attacked the Numidian cavalry. They took some of them alive, severely wounded several in their flight, and made themselves masters of the place. This being observed by Labienus, he wheeled off almost the whole right wing of the horse, that he might the more effectually succor the fugitives. Caesar waited till he was at a considerable distance from his own men, and then detached his left wing to intercept the enemy. 40. In the plain where this happened was a large villa, with 4 turrets, which prevented Labienus from seeing that he was intercepted by Caesar's cavalry. He had therefore no apprehension of the approach of Caesar's horse till he found himself charged in the rear, which struck such a sudden terror into the Numidian cavalry that they immediately betook themselves to flight. The Gauls and Germans who stood their ground, being surrounded on all sides, were entirely cut off. This being perceived by Scipio's legions, who were drawn up in order of battle before the camp, they fled in the utmost terror and confusion. Scipio and his forces being driven from the plain and the hills, Caesar sounded a retreat, and ordered all the cavalry to retire behind the works. When the field was cleared, he could not forbear admiring the huge bodies of the Gauls and Germans, who had been partly induced by the authority of Labienus to follow him out of Gaul, and partly drawn over by promises and rewards. Some being made prisoners in the battle with Curio, and having their lives granted them, continued faithful out of gratitude. Their bodies, of surprising symmetry and size, lay scattered all over the plain. 41. Next day, Caesar drew all his forces together, and formed them in order of battle upon the plain. Scipio, discouraged by so unexpected a check, and the number of his wounded and slain, kept within his lines. Caesar, with his army in battle array, marched along the roots of the hills, and gradually approached his trenches. Caesar's legions were, by this time, not more than a mile from Uzeda, a town possessed by Scipio, when the latter, fearing lest he should lose the town, whence he procured water and other conveniences for his army, resolved therefore to preserve it at all hazards, and brought forth his whole army, and drew them up in 4 lines, forming the first of cavalry, supported by elephants with castles on their backs. Caesar, believing that Scipio approached with the intention of giving battle, continued where he was posted, not far from the town. Scipio meanwhile, having the town in the center of his front, extended his 2 wings, where were his elephants, in full view of our army. 42. When Caesar had waited till sunset, without finding that Scipio stirred from his post, who seemed rather disposed to defend himself by his advantageous situation, than hazard a battle in the open field, he did not think proper to advance further that day, because the enemy had a strong garrison of Numidians in the town, which besides covered the center of their front, and he foresaw great difficulty in forming, at the same time, an attack upon the town, and opposing their right and left, with the advantage of the ground. Especially as the soldiers had continued under arms and fasted since morning. Having therefore led back his troops to their camp, he resolved next day to extend his lines nearer the town. 43. Meantime Considius, who was besieging 8 mercenary cohorts of Numidians and Gaetulians in Asilla, where P. Messius commanded, after continuing long before the place, and seeing all his works burned and destroyed by the enemy, upon the report of the late battle of the cavalry, set fire to his corn, destroyed his wine, oil, and other stores, which were necessary for the maintenance of his army. And abandoning the siege of Asilla, divided his forces with Scipio, and retired through the kingdom of Juba, to Adramyttum. 44. Meanwhile one of the transports, belonging to the second embarkation, which Allianus had sent from Sicily, in which were Q. Cominius, and L. Ticida, a Roman knight, being separated from the rest of the fleet, in a storm, and driven to Thapsus, was taken by Virgilius, and all the persons on board sent to Scipio. A 3-banked galley likewise, belonging to the same fleet, being forced by the winds to Aegimurum, was intercepted by the squadron under Varus and M. Octavius. In this vessel were some veteran soldiers, with a centurion, and a few new levies, whom Varus treated without insult, and sent under a guard to Scipio. When they came into his presence, and appeared before his tribunal, "I am satisfied," said he, "it is not by your own inclination, but at the instigation of your wicked general, that you impiously wage war on your fellow citizens, and every man of worth. If, therefore, now that fortune has put you in our power, you will take this opportunity to unite with the good citizens, in the defense of the commonwealth, I am determined to give you life and money, therefore speak openly your sentiments." 45. Scipio having ended his speech, and expecting a thankful return to so gracious an offer, permitted them to reply. One of their number, a centurion of the 14th legion, thus addressed him, "Scipio," says he, "for I cannot give you the appellation of general, I return you my hearty thanks for the good treatment you are willing to show to prisoners of war. And perhaps I might accept of your kindness were it not to be purchased at the expense of a horrible crime. What? Shall I carry arms, and fight against Caesar, my general, under whom I have served as centurion? And against his victorious army, to whose renown I have for more than 36 years endeavored to contribute by my valor? It is what I will never do, and even advise you not to push the war any further. You know not what troops you have to deal with, nor the difference betwixt them and yours, of which, if you please, I will give you an indisputable instance. Do you pick out the best cohort you have in your army, and give me only 10 of my comrades, who are now your prisoners, to engage them, you shall see by the success, what you are to expect from your soldiers. 46. When the centurion had courageously made this reply, Scipio, incensed at his boldness, and resenting the affront, made a sign to some of his officers to kill him on the spot, which was immediately put in execution. At the same time, ordering the other veteran soldiers to be separated from the new levies, "Carry away," said he, "these men, contaminated by the pollution of crime, and pampered with the blood of their fellow citizens." Accordingly they were conducted without the rampart, and cruelly massacred. The new raised soldiers were distributed among his legions, and Cominius and Ticida forbade to appear in his presence. Caesar, concerned for his misfortune, broke, with ignominy, the officers whose instructions were to secure the coast, and advanced to a certain distance into the main sea, to protect and facilitate the approach of the transports. But who had neglected their duty on that important station? 47. About this time a most incredible accident befell Caesar's army, for the Pleiades being set, about the second watch of the night, a terrible storm arose, attended by hail of an uncommon size. But what contributed to render this misfortune the greater was, that Caesar had not, like other generals, put his troops into winter quarters, but was every 3 or 4 days changing his camp, to gain ground on the enemy. Which keeping the soldiers continually employed, they were utterly unprovided with any conveniences to protect them from the inclemency of the weather. Besides, he had brought over his army from Sicily with such strictness, that neither officer nor soldier had been permitted to take their equipages or utensils with them, nor so much as a vessel or a single slave. And so far had they been from acquiring or providing themselves with anything in Africa, that, on account of the great scarcity of provisions, they had even consumed their former stores. Impoverished by these accidents, very few of them had tents. The rest had made themselves a kind of covering, either by spreading their clothes, or with mats and rushes. But these being soon penetrated by the storm and hail, the soldiers had no resource left, but wandered up and down the camp, covering their heads with their bucklers to shelter them from the violence of the weather. In a short time the whole camp was under water, the fires extinguished, and all their provisions washed away or spoiled. The same night the shafts of the javelins belonging to the 5th Legion, of their own accord, took fire. 48. In the meantime, King Juba, having been informed of the cavalry actions with Scipio, and being earnestly solicited, by letters from that general, to come to his assistance, left Sabura at home with part of the army, to carry on the war against Sidius, and that he might add the weight of his authority to free Scipio's troops from the dread they had of Caesar, began his march, with 3 legions, 800 regular horse, a body of Numidian cavalry, great numbers of light-armed infantry, and 30 elephants. When he arrived he lodged himself, with those forces which I have described, in a separate camp, at no great distance from that of Scipio. Great alarm had prevailed for some time previously in Caesar's camp, and the report of his approach had increased and produced a general suspense and expectation among the troops. But his arrival, and the appearance of his camp, soon dispelled all these apprehensions, and they despised the king of Mauritania, now that he was present, as much as they had feared him when at a distance. After this junction, any one might easily perceive that Scipio's courage and confidence were increased by the arrival of the king. For next day, drawing out all his own and the royal forces, with 60 elephants, he ranged them, in order of battle, with great ostentation advancing a little beyond his entrenchments, and, after a short stay, retreated to his camp. 49. Caesar, knowing that Scipio had received all the supplies he expected, and judging he would no longer decline coming to an engagement, began to advance along the ridge with his forces, extend his lines, secure them with redoubts, and possess himself of the eminences between him and Scipio. The enemy, confiding in their numbers, seized a neighboring hill, and thereby prevented the progress of our works. Labienus had formed the design of securing this post, and as it lay nearest his quarters, soon got thither. 50. There was a broad and deep valley, of rugged descent, broken with caves, which Caesar had to pass before he could come to the hill which he wished to occupy, and beyond which was a thick grove of old olives. Labienus, perceiving that Caesar must march this way, and having a perfect knowledge of the country, placed himself in ambush, with the light-armed foot and part of the cavalry. At the same time he disposed some horse behind the hills, that when he should fall unexpectedly upon Caesar's foot, they might suddenly advance from behind the mountain. And thus Caesar and his army being attacked in front and rear, surrounded with danger on all sides, and unable either to retreat or advance, would, he imagined, fall an easy prey to his victorious troops. Caesar, who had no suspicion of the ambuscade, sent his cavalry before. And arriving at the place, Labienus's men, either forgetting or neglecting the orders of their general, or fearing to be trampled to death in the ditch by our cavalry, began to issue in small parties from the rock, and ascend the hill. Caesar's horse pursuing them, slew some, and took others prisoners, then making toward the hill drove thence Labienus's detachment and immediately took possession. Labienus, with a small party of horse, escaped with great difficulty by flight. 51. The cavalry having thus cleared the mountain, Caesar resolved to entrench himself there, and distributed the work to the legions. He then ordered 2 lines of communication to be drawn from the greater camp, across the plain on the side of Uzeda, which stood between him and the enemy, and was garrisoned by a detachment of Scipio's army. And placed them in such a manner as to meet at the right and left angles of the town. His design in this work was, that when he approached the town with his troops, and began to attack it, these lines might secure his flanks, and hinder the enemy's horse from surrounding him, and compelling him to abandon the siege. It likewise gave his men more frequent opportunities of conversing with the enemy, and facilitated the means of desertion to such as favored his cause, many of whom had already come over, though not without great danger to themselves. He wanted also, by drawing nearer the enemy, to see if they really intended to come to an action, and in addition to all these reasons, that the place itself being very low, he might there sink some wells. Whereas before he had a long and troublesome way to send for water. While the legions were employed in these works, part of the army stood ready drawn up before the trenches, and had frequent skirmishes with the Numidian horse and light-armed foot. 52. A little before evening. When Caesar was drawing off his legions from the works, Juba, Scipio, and Labienus, at the head of all their horse and light-armed foot, fell furiously upon his cavalry. Who, being overwhelmed by the sudden and general attack of so great a multitude, were forced to give ground a little. But the event was very different from what the enemy expected. For Caesar, leading back his legions to the assistance of his cavalry, they immediately rallied, turned upon the Numidians, and charging them vigorously while they were dispersed and disordered with the pursuit, drove them with great loss to the king's camp, and slew several of them. And had not night intervened, and the dust raised by the wind obstructed the prospect, Juba and Labienus would both have fallen into Caesar's hands, and their whole cavalry and light-armed infantry have been cut off. Meanwhile Scipio's men, of the 4th and 6th legions, left him in crowds, some deserting to Caesar's camp, others fleeing to such places as were most convenient for them. Curio's horse likewise, distrusting Scipio and his troops, followed the same counsel. 53. While these things were being carried on by Caesar and his opponents around Uzeda, 2 legions, the 9th and 10th, sailing in transports from Sicily, when they came before Ruspina, observing Caesar's ships that lay at anchor about Thapsus, and fearing it might be the enemy's fleet stationed there to intercept them, imprudently stood out to sea. And after being long tossed by the winds, and harassed by thirst and famine, at last arrived at Caesar's camp. 54. Soon after these legions were landed, Caesar, calling to mind their former licentious behavior in Italy, and the rapines of some of their officers, seized the slight pretext furnished by C. Avienus, a military tribune of the 10th legion, who, when he set out for Sicily, filled a ship entirely with his own slaves and horses, without taking on board one single soldier. Wherefore, summoning all the military tribunes and centurions to appear before his tribunal next day, he addressed them in these terms: I could have wished that those whose insolence and former licentious character have given me cause of complaint, had been capable of amendment, and of making a good use of my mildness, patience, and moderation. But since they know not how to confine themselves within due bounds, I intend to make an example of them, according to the law of arms, in order that others may be taught a better conduct. Because you, C. Avienus, when you were in Italy, instigated the soldiers of the Roman people to revolt from the Republic and have been guilty of rapines and plunders in the municipal towns. And because you have never been of any real service, either to the Commonwealth or to your general, and in lieu of soldiers, have crowded the transports with your slaves and equipage. So that, through your fault, the Republic is in want of soldiers, who at this time are not only useful, but necessary, for all these causes, I break you with ignominy, and order you to leave Africa this very day. In like manner I break you, A. Fonteius, because you have behaved yourself as a seditious officer, and as a bad citizen. You, T. Salienus, M. Tyro, C. Closinus, have attained the rank of centurions through my indulgence, and not through your own merit. And since you have been invested with that rank, have neither shown bravery in war, nor good conduct in peace, and have been more zealous in raising seditions, and exciting the soldiers against your general than in observing forbearance and moderation. I therefore think you unworthy of continuing centurions in my army. I break you, and order you to quit Africa as soon as possible. Having concluded this speech, he delivered them over to some centurions, with orders to confine them separately on board a ship, allowing each of them a single slave to wait on him. 55. Meantime the Gaetulian deserters, whom Caesar had sent home with letters and instructions, as we related above, arrived among their countrymen, who, partly swayed by their authority, partly by the name and reputation of Caesar, revolted from Juba, and speedily and unanimously taking up arms, scrupled not to act in opposition to their king. Juba, having thus 3 wars to sustain, was compelled to detach 6 cohorts from the army destined to act against Caesar, and send them to defend the frontiers of his kingdom against the Gaetulians. 56. Caesar, having finished his lines of communication, and pushed them so near the town, as to be just out of reach of dart, entrenched himself there. He caused warlike engines in great numbers to be placed in the front of his works, wherewith he played perpetually against the town, and to increase the enemy's apprehensions, drew 5 legions out of his other camp. When this opportunity was presented, several persons of eminence and distinction earnestly requested an interview with their friends, and held frequent conferences, which Caesar foresaw would turn to his advantage. For the chief officers of the Gaetulian horse, with other illustrious men of that nation, whose fathers had served under C. Marius, and from his bounty obtained considerable estates in their country, but after Sylla's victory had been made tributaries to King Hiempsal, taking advantage of the night, when the fires were lighted, came over to Caesar's camp near Uzeda, with their horses and servants, to the number of about 1,000. 57. When Scipio and his party learned this, and were much annoyed at the disaster, they perceived, much about the same time, M. Aquinius in discourse with C. Cicerna. Scipio sent him word that he did not do well to correspond with the enemy. Aquinius, however, paid no attention to this reprimand, but pursued his discourse. Soon after, one of Juba's guards came to him and told him, in the hearing of Cicerna, the king forbids you to continue this conversation. He, being terrified by this order, immediately retired, and obeyed the command of the king. One cannot wonder enough at this step in a Roman citizen, who had already attained to considerable honors in the commonwealth. That though neither banished his country, nor stripped of his possessions, he should pay a more ready obedience to the orders of a foreign prince than those of Scipio, and choose rather to behold the destruction of his party than return into the bosom of his country. And still greater insolence was shown by Juba, not to M. Aquinius, a man of no family, and an inconsiderable senator, but even to Scipio himself, a man of illustrious birth, distinguished honors, and high dignity in the state. For as Scipio, before the king's arrival, always wore a purple coat of mail, Juba is reported to have told him, that he ought not to wear the same habit as he did. Accordingly, Scipio changed his purple robe for a white one, submitting to Juba, a most haughty and insolent monarch. 58. Next day they drew out all their forces from both camps, and forming them on an eminence not far from Caesar's camp, continued thus in order of battle. Caesar likewise drew out his men, and disposed them in battle array before his lines, not doubting but the enemy, who exceeded him in number of troops, and had been so considerably reinforced by the arrival of King Juba, would advance to attack him. Wherefore, having ridden through the ranks, encouraged his men, and gave them the signal of battle, he stayed, expecting the enemy's charge. For he did not think it advisable to remove far from his lines, because the enemy having a strong garrison in Uzeda, which was opposite to his right wing, he could not advance beyond that place without exposing his flank to a sally from the town. He was also deterred by the following reason, because the ground before Scipio's army was very rough, and he thought it likely to disorder his men in the charge. 59. And I think that I ought not to omit to describe the order of battle of both armies. Scipio drew up his troops in the following manner: he posted his own legions and those of Juba in the front. Behind them the Numidians, as a body of reserve, but in so very thin ranks, and so far extended in length, that to see them at a distance you would have taken the main body for a simple line of legionaries, which was doubled only upon the wings. He placed elephants at equal distances on the right and left, and supported them by the light-armed troops and auxiliary Numidians. All the regular cavalry were on the right. For the left was covered by the town of Uzeda, nor had the cavalry room to extend themselves on that side. Accordingly, he stationed the Numidian horse, with an incredible multitude of light-armed foot, about 1,000 paces from his right, toward the foot of a mountain, considerably removed from his own and the enemy's troops. He did so with this intention, that, when the two armies should engage, his cavalry at the commencement of the action should take a longer sweep, enclose Caesar's army and throw them into confusion by their darts. Such was Scipio's disposition. 60. Caesar's order of battle, to describe it from left to right, was arranged in the following manner: the 9th and 8th legions formed the left wing, the 13th, 14th, 28th, and 26th, the main body, and the 30th and 28th the right. His second line on the right consisted partly of the cohorts of those legions we have already mentioned, partly of the new levies. His third line was posted to the left, extending as far as the middle legion of the main body, and so disposed, that the left wing formed a triple order of battle. The reason of this disposition was, because his right wing being defended by the works, it behooved him to make his left stronger, that they might be a match for the numerous cavalry of the enemy. For which reason he had placed all his horse there, intermixed with light-armed foot, and as he could not rely much upon them, had detached the 5th legion to sustain them. He placed archers up and down the field, but principally in the two wings. 61. The two armies thus facing one another in order of battle, with a space of no more than 300 paces between, continued so posted from morning till night without fighting, of which perhaps there was never an instance before. But when Caesar began to retreat within his lines, suddenly all the Numidian and Gaetulian horse without bridles, who were posted behind the enemy's army, made a motion to the right, and began to approach Caesar's camp on the mountain. While the regular cavalry under Labienus continued in their post to keep our legions in check. Upon this, part of Caesar's cavalry, with the light-armed foot, advancing hastily, and without orders, against the Gaetulians, and venturing to pass the morass, found themselves unable to deal with the superior multitude of the enemy. And being abandoned by the light-armed troops, were forced to retreat in great disorder, after the loss of 1 trooper, 26 light-armed foot, and many of their horses wounded. Scipio, overjoyed at this success, returned toward night to his camp. But fortune determined not to give such unalloyed joy to those engaged in war, for the day after, a party of horse, sent by Caesar to Leptis in quest of provisions, falling in unexpectedly with some Numidian and Gaetulian stragglers, killed or made prisoners about 100 of them. Caesar, meanwhile, omitted not every day to draw out his men and labor at the works, carrying a ditch and rampart quite across the plain, to prevent the incursions of the enemy. Scipio likewise drew lines opposite to Caesar's, and used great exertions lest Caesar should cut off his communication with the mountain. Thus both generals were busied about their entrenchments, yet a day seldom passed, without some skirmish between the cavalry. 62. In the meantime, Varus, upon notice that the 7th and 8th legions had sailed from Sicily, speedily equipped the fleet he had brought to winter at Utica. And manning it with Gaetulian rowers and mariners, went out a-cruising and came before Adrumetum with 55 ships. Caesar, ignorant of his arrival, sent L. Cispius, with a squadron of 27 sail toward Thapsus, to anchor there for the security of his convoys, and likewise dispatched Q. Aquila to Adrumetum, with 13 galleys, upon the same errand. Cispius soon reached the station appointed to him, but Aquila being attacked by a storm could not double the cape, which obliged him to put into a creek at some distance, that afforded convenient shelter. The rest of the fleet which remained at sea before Leptis, where the mariners having landed and wandered here and there upon the shore, some having gone into the town for the purpose of purchasing provisions, was left quite defenceless. Varus, having notice of this from a deserter, and resolving to take advantage of the enemy's negligence, left Adrumetum in Cothon at the commencement of the second watch, and arriving early next morning with his whole fleet before Leptis, burned all the transports that were out at sea, and took without opposition 2 5-benched galleys, in which were none to defend them. 63. Caesar had an account brought him of this unlucky accident, as he was inspecting the works of his camp. Whereupon he immediately took horse, and leaving everything else, went full speed to Leptis, which was but 2 leagues distant, and going on board a brigantine, ordered all the ships to follow him. He soon came up with Aquila, whom he found dismayed and terrified at the number of ships he had to oppose, and continuing his course, began to pursue the enemy's fleet. Meantime Varus, astonished at Caesar's boldness and dispatch, tacked about with his whole fleet, and made the best of his way for Adrumetum. But Caesar, after 4 miles' sail, recovered one of his galleys, with the crew and 130 of the enemy's men left to guard her, and took a 3-benched galley belonging to the enemy which had fallen astern during the engagement, with all the soldiers and mariners on board. The rest of the fleet doubled the cape, and made the port of Adrumetum in Cothon. Caesar could not double the cape with the same wind, but keeping the sea at anchor all night, appeared early next morning before Adrumetum. He set fire to all the transports without Cothon, and took what galleys he found there, or forced them into the harbor, and having waited some time to offer the enemy battle, returned again to his camp. 64. On board the ship he had taken was P. Vestриus, a Roman knight, and P. Ligarius, who had served in Spain under Afranius, the same who had prosecuted the war against him in Spain, and who, instead of acknowledging the conqueror's generosity, in granting him his liberty, had joined Pompey in Greece, and after the battle of Pharsalia, had gone into Africa, to Varus, there to continue in the service of the same cause. Caesar, to punish his perfidy and breach of oath, gave immediate orders for his execution. But he pardoned P. Vestриus, because his brother had paid his ransom at Rome, and because he himself proved, that being taken in Nicidius's fleet, and condemned to die, he had been saved by the kindness of Varus, since which no opportunity had offered of making his escape. 65. It is the custom of the people of Africa to deposit their corn privately in vaults, underground, to secure it in time of war, and guard it from the sudden incursions of an enemy. Caesar, having intelligence of this from a spy, drew out 2 legions, with a party of cavalry, at midnight, and sent them about 10 miles off, whence they returned, loaded with corn to the camp. Labienus, being informed of it, marched about 7 miles, through the mountains Caesar had passed the day before, and there encamped with 2 legions. Where expecting that Caesar would often come the same way in quest of corn, he daily lay in ambush with a great body of horse and light-armed foot. 66. Caesar, being informed of the ambuscade of Labienus by deserters, delayed there a few days, till the enemy, by repeating the practice often, had abetted a little of their circumspection. Then suddenly, one morning ordering 8 veteran legions with part of the cavalry to follow him by the Decuman gate, he sent forward the rest of the cavalry, who, coming suddenly upon the enemy's light-armed foot, that lay in ambush among the valleys, slew about 500, and put the rest to flight. Meantime Labienus advanced, with all his cavalry, to support the fugitives, and was on the point of overpowering our small party with his numbers, when suddenly Caesar appeared with the legions, in order of battle. This sight checked the ardor of Labienus, who thought proper to sound a retreat. The day after, Juba ordered all the Numidians who had deserted their post and fled to their camp to be crucified. 67. Meanwhile Caesar, being distressed by want of corn, recalled all his forces to the camp. And having left garrisons at Leptis, Ruspina, and Ascilla, ordered Cispius and Aquila to blockade with their fleets, the one Adrumetum, the other Thapsus, and setting fire to his camp at Uzeda, he set out, in order of battle, at the 4th watch. Disposed his baggage on the left, and came to Agar, which had been often vigorously attacked by the Gaetulians, and as valiantly defended by the inhabitants. There encamping in the plain before the town, he went with part of his army round the country in quest of provisions. And having found a large store of barley, oil, wine, and figs, with a small quantity of wheat, after allowing the troops some time to refresh themselves, he returned to his camp. Scipio meanwhile hearing of Caesar's departure, followed him along the hills, with all his forces, and posted himself about 6 miles off, in 3 different camps. 68. The town of Zeta, lying on Scipio's side of the country, was not above 10 miles from his camp, but might be about 18 from that of Caesar. Scipio had sent 2 legions thither to forage, which Caesar having intelligence of from a deserter, removed his camp from the plain to a hill, for the greater security. And leaving a garrison there, marched at 3 in the morning with the rest of his forces, past the enemy's camp, and possessed himself of the town. He found that Scipio's legions were gone further into the country to forage, against whom, setting out immediately, he found that the whole army had come up to their assistance, which obliged him to give over the pursuit. He took, on this occasion, C. Mutius Reginus, a Roman knight, Scipio's intimate friend, and governor of the town, also P. Atreus, a Roman knight, of the province of Utica, with 22 camels, belonging to King Juba. Then leaving a garrison in the place, under the command of Oppius, his lieutenant, he returned to his own camp. 69. As he drew near Scipio's camp, by which he was obliged to pass, Labienus and Afranius, who lay in ambuscade among the nearest hills, with all their cavalry and light-armed infantry, started up and attacked his rear. When Caesar perceived this, he detached his cavalry to receive their charge, ordered the legions to throw all their baggage into a heap, and face about upon the enemy. No sooner was this order executed than, upon the first charge of the legions, the enemy's horse and light-armed foot began to give way, and were with incredible ease driven from the higher ground. But when Caesar, supposing them sufficiently deterred from any further attempts, began to pursue his march, they again issued from the hills. And the Numidians, with the light-armed infantry, who are wonderfully nimble, and accustom themselves to fight intermixed with the horse, with whom they keep an equal pace either in advancing or retiring, fell a second time upon our foot. As they repeated this often, pressing upon our troops when we marched and retiring when we endeavored to engage, always keeping at a certain distance, and with singular care avoiding a close fight. And considering it enough to wound us with their darts, Caesar plainly saw that their whole aim was to oblige him to encamp in that place, where no water was to be had. That his soldiers, who had tasted nothing from 3 in the morning till 4 in the afternoon, might perish with hunger, and the cattle with thirst. 70. When sunset now approached, and Caesar found he had not gained 100 paces in 4 hours, and that by keeping his cavalry in the rear he lost many horse, he ordered the legions to fall behind, and close the march. Proceeding thus with a slow and gentle pace, he found the legions fitter to sustain the enemy's charge. Meantime the Numidian horse, wheeling round the hills, to the right and left, threatened to enclose Caesar's forces with their numbers, while part continued to harass his rear, and if but 3 or 4 veteran soldiers faced about, and darted their javelins at the enemy, no less than 2,000 of them would tail to flight, but suddenly rallying, returned to the fight, and charged the legionaries with their darts. Thus Caesar, at one time marching forward, at another halting, and going on but slowly, reached the camp safe, about 7 that evening, having only 10 men wounded. Labienus too retreated to his camp, after having thoroughly fatigued his troops with the pursuit, in which, besides a great number wounded, his loss amounted to about 300 men. And Scipio withdrew his legions and elephants, whom, for the greater terror, he had ranged before his camp within view of Caesar's army. 71. Caesar, to meet enemies of this sort, was necessitated to instruct his soldiers, not like a general of a veteran army which had been victorious in so many battles, but like a fencing master training up his gladiators. With what foot they must advance or retire. When they were to oppose and make good their ground, when to counterfeit an attack, at what place, and in what manner to launch their javelins. For the enemy's light-armed troops gave wonderful trouble and annoyance to our army. Because they not only deterred the cavalry from the encounter, by killing their horses with their javelins, but likewise wearied out the legionary soldiers by their swiftness, for as often as these heavy-armed troops advanced to attack them, they evaded the danger by a quick retreat. 72. Caesar was rendered very anxious by these occurrences. Because as often as he engaged with his cavalry, without being supported by the infantry, he found himself by no means a match for the enemy's horse, supported by their light-armed foot, and as he had no experience of the strength of their legions, he foresaw still greater difficulties when these should be united, as the shock must then be overwhelming. In addition to this, the number and size of the elephants greatly increased the terror of the soldiers. For which, however, he found a remedy, in causing some of those animals to be brought over from Italy, that his men might be accustomed to the sight of them, know their strength and courage, and in what part of the body they were most vulnerable. For as the elephants are covered with trappings and ornaments, it was necessary to inform them what parts of the body remained naked, that they might direct their darts thither. It was likewise needful to familiarize his horses to the cry, smell, and figure of these animals, in all of which he succeeded to a wonder, for the soldiers quickly came to touch them with their hands, and to be sensible of their tardiness. And the cavalry attacked them with blunted darts, and, by degrees, brought their horses to endure their presence. 73. For these reasons already mentioned, Caesar was very anxious, and proceeded with more slowness and circumspection than usual, abating considerably in his wonted expedition and celerity. Nor ought we to wonder. For in Gaul he had under him troops accustomed to fight in a champaign country, against an open undesigning enemy, who despised artifice, and valued themselves only on their bravery. But now he was to habituate his soldiers to the arts and contrivances of a crafty enemy, and teach them what to pursue, and what to avoid. The sooner therefore to instruct them in these matters, he took care not to confine his legions to one place, but under pretense of foraging, engaged them in frequent marches, and countermarches. Because he thought that the enemy's troops would not lose his track. 3 days after, he drew up his forces with great skill, and marching past Scipio's camp, waited for him in an open plain. But seeing that he still declined a battle, he retreated to his camp a little before evening. 74. Meantime ambassadors arrived from the town of Vacca, bordering upon Zeta, of which we have observed Caesar had possessed himself. They requested and entreated that he would send them a garrison, promising to furnish many of the necessaries of war. At the same time, by the will of the gods, and their kindness to Caesar, a deserter informed him, that Juba had, by a quick march, before Caesar's troops could arrive, reached the town and surrounded it, and after taking possession of it, massacred the inhabitants, and abandoned the place itself to the plunder of his soldiers. 75. Caesar, having reviewed his army the 12th day before the calends of April, advanced next day, with all his forces, 5 miles beyond his camp, and remained a considerable time in order of battle, 2 miles from Scipio's. When he saw distinctly that the enemy, though frequently and for a long time challenged to a battle, declined it, he led back his troops. Next day he decamped, and directed his march toward Sarsura, where Scipio had a garrison of Numidians, and a magazine of corn. Labienus being informed of this motion, began to harass his rear with the cavalry and light-armed troops, and having made himself master of part of the baggage, was encouraged to attack the legions themselves, believing they would fall an easy prey under the load and encumbrance of a march. However, this circumstance had not escaped Caesar's attention, for he had ordered 300 men out of each legion to hold themselves in readiness for action. These being sent against Labienus, he was so terrified at their approach, that he shamefully took to flight, great numbers of his men being killed or wounded. The legionaries returned to their standards, and pursued their march. Labienus continued to follow us at a distance along the summit of the mountains on our right. 76. Caesar, arriving before Sarsura, took it in presence of the enemy, who durst not advance to its relief. And put to the sword the garrison which had been left there by Scipio, under the command of P. Cornelius, one of Scipio's veterans, who, after a vigorous defense, was surrounded slain. Having given all the corn in the place to the army, he marched next day to Tisra, where Considius was, with a strong garrison and his cohort of gladiators. Caesar, having taken a view of the town, and being deterred from besieging it by want of corn, set out immediately, and after a march of 4 miles, encamped near a river. He marched from it on the 4th day, and then returned to his former camp at Agar. Scipio did the same, and retreated to his old quarters. 77. Meantime the inhabitants of Thebina, a nation situated on the extreme confines of Juba's kingdom, along the seacoast, and who had been accustomed to live in subjection to that monarch, having massacred the garrison left there by the king, sent deputies to Caesar to inform him of what they had done, and to beg he would take under his protection a city which deserved so well of the Roman people. Caesar, approving their conduct, sent them, Crispus the tribune, with a cohort, a party of archers, and a great number of engines of war, to charge himself with the defense of Thebina. At the same time the legionary soldiers, who, either on account of sickness or for other reasons, had not been able to come over into Africa with the rest, to the number of 4,000 foot, 400 horse, and 1,000 archers and slingers, reached Caesar by one embarkation. With these and his former troops, he advanced into a plain 8 miles distant from his own camp, and 4 from that of Scipio, where he awaited the enemy in order of battle. 78. There was a town below Scipio's camp, of the name of Tegea, where he had a garrison of 400 horse. These he drew up on the right and left of the town. And bringing forth his legions, formed them in order of battle upon a hill somewhat lower than his camp, and which was about 1,000 paces distant from it. After he had continued a considerable time in one place, without offering to make any attempt, Caesar sent some squadrons of horse, supported by his light-armed infantry, archers, and slingers, to charge the enemy's cavalry, who were on duty before the town. After Caesar's troops advanced and came to the charge with their horses at a gallop, Placidius began to extend his front, that he might at once surround us and give us a warm reception. Upon this Caesar detached 300 legionaries to our assistance, while at the same time Labienus was continually sending fresh reinforcements, to replace those that were wounded or fatigued. Our cavalry, who were only 400 in number, not being able to sustain the charge of 4,000, and being besides greatly harassed by the light-armed Numidians, began at last to give ground, which Caesar observing, detached the other wing to their assistance, who, joining those that were like to be overpowered, fell in a body upon the enemy, put them to flight, slew or wounded great numbers, pursued them 3 miles quite to the mountains, and then returned to their own men. Caesar continued in order of battle till 4 in the afternoon, and then retreated to his camp without the loss of a man. In this action Placidius received a dangerous wound in the head, and had many of his best officers either killed or wounded. 79. After he found that he could not by any means induce the enemy to come down to the plain and make trial of the legions, and that he could not encamp nearer them for want of water, in consideration of which alone, and not from any confidence in their numbers, the Africans had dared to despise him, he decamped the day before the nones of April at midnight, marched 16 miles beyond Agar to Thapsus, where Virgilius commanded with a strong garrison, and there fixed his camp, and began to surround the town the very day on which he arrived, and raised redoubts in proper places, as well for his own security, as to prevent any succors from entering the town. In the meantime, Scipio, on learning Caesar's designs, was reduced to the necessity of fighting, to avoid the disgrace of abandoning Virgilius and the Thapsitani, who had all along remained firm to his party. And therefore, following Caesar without delay, he posted himself in 2 camps 8 miles from Thapsus. 80. Now there were some salt pits, between which and the sea was a narrow pass of about 1,500 paces, by which Scipio endeavored to penetrate and carry succors to the inhabitants of Thapsus. But Caesar, anticipating that this might happen, had the day before raised a very strong fort at the entrance of it, in which he left a triple garrison. and encamping with the rest of his troops in the form of a half-moon, carried his works round the town. Scipio, disappointed in his design, passed the day and night following a little above the morass. But early next morning advanced within a small distance of the last-mentioned camp and fort, where he began to entrench himself about 1,500 paces from the sea. Caesar being informed of this, drew off his men from the works. And leaving Asprenas the proconsul, with 2 legions, at the camp, marched all the rest of his forces with the utmost expedition to that place. He left part of the fleet before Thapsus, and ordered the rest to make as near the shore as possible toward the enemy's rear, observing the signal he should give them, upon which they were to raise a sudden shout, that the enemy, alarmed and disturbed by the noise behind them, might be forced to face about. 81. When Caesar came to the place, he found Scipio's army in order of battle before the entrenchments, the elephants posted on the right and left wings, and part of the soldiers busily employed in fortifying the camp. Upon sight of this disposition, he drew up his army in 3 lines, placed the 10th and 2nd legions on the right wing, the 8th and 9th on the left, 5 legions in the center, covered his flanks with 5 cohorts. Posted opposite the elephants, disposed the archers and slingers in the 2 wings, and intermingled the light-armed troops with his cavalry. He himself on foot went from rank, to rouse the courage of the veterans, putting them in mind of their former victories, and animating them by his kind expressions. He exhorted the new levies who had never yet been in battle to emulate the bravery of the veterans, and endeavor by a victory to attain the same degree of fame, glory, and renown. 82. As he ran from rank to rank, he observed the enemy about the camp very uneasy, hurrying from place to place, at one time retiring behind the rampart, another coming out again in great tumult and confusion. As many others in the army began to observe this, his lieutenants and volunteers begged him to give the signal for battle, as the immortal gods promised him a decisive victory. While he hesitated and strove to repress their eagerness and desires, exclaiming that it was not his wish to commence the battle by a sudden sally, at the same time keeping back his army, on a sudden a trumpeter in the right wing, without Caesar's leave, but compelled by the soldiers, sounded a charge. Upon this all the cohorts began to rush toward the enemy, in spite of the endeavors of the centurions, who strove to restrain them by force, lest they should charge with all the general's order, but to no purpose. 83. Caesar, perceiving that the ardor of his soldiers would admit of no restraint, giving good fortune for the word, spurred on his horse, and charged the enemy's front. On the right wing the archers and slingers poured their eager javelins without intermission upon the elephants, and by the noise of their slings and stones, so terrified these animals, that turning upon their own men, they trod them down in heaps, and rushed through the half-finished gates of the camp. At the same time the Mauritanian horse, who were in the same wing with the elephants, seeing themselves deprived of their assistance, betook themselves to flight. Whereupon the legions wheeling round the elephants, soon possessed themselves of the enemy's entrenchments, and some few that made great resistance being slain, the rest fled with all expedition to the camp they had quitted the day before. 84. And here we must not omit to notice the bravery of a veteran soldier of the 5th Legion. For when an elephant which had been wounded in the left wing, and, roused to fury by the pain, ran against an unarmed sutler, threw him under his feet, and kneeling on him with his whole weight, and brandishing his uplifted trunk, with hideous cries, crushed him to death, the soldier could not refrain from attacking the animal. The elephant, seeing him advance with his javelin in his hand, quitted the dead body of the sutler, and seizing him with his trunk, wheeled him round in the air. But he, amid all the danger, preserving his presence of mind, ceased not with his sword to strike at the elephant's trunk, which enclasped him, and the animal, at last overcome with the pain, quitted the soldier, and fled to the rest with hideous cries. 85. Meanwhile the garrison of Thapsus, either designing to assist their friends, or abandoning the town to seek safety by flight, sallied out by the gate next the sea, and wading navel deep in the water, endeavored to reach the land. But the servants and attendants of the camp, attacking them with darts and stones, obliged them to return to the town. Scipio's forces meanwhile being beaten, and his men fleeing on all sides, the legions instantly began the pursuit, that they might have no time to rally. When they arrived at the camp to which they fled, and where, having repaired it, they hoped to defend themselves, they began to think of choosing a commander, to whose authority and orders they might submit. But finding none on whom they could rely, they threw down their arms, and fled to the king's quarter. Finding this, on their arrival, occupied by Caesar's forces, they retired to a hill, where, despairing of safety, they cast down their arms, and saluted them in a military manner. But this stood them in little stead, for the veterans, transported with rage and anger, not only could not be induced to spare the enemy, but even killed or wounded several citizens of distinction in their own army, whom they upbraided as authors of the war. Of this number was Tullius Rufus the quaestor, whom a soldier designedly ran through with a javelin, and Pompeius Rufus, who was wounded with a sword in the arm, and would doubtless have been slain, had he not speedily fled to Caesar for protection. This made several Roman knights and senators retire from the battle, lest the soldiers, who after so signal a victory assumed an unbounded license, should be induced by the hopes of impunity to wreak their fury on them likewise. In short, all Scipio's soldiers, though they implored the protection of Caesar, were in the very sight of that general, and in spite of his entreaties to his men to spare them, without exception put to the sword. 86. Caesar, having made himself master of the enemy's 3 camps, killed 10,000, and putting the rest to flight, retreated to his own quarters with the loss of not more than 50 men and a few wounded. In his way he appeared before the town of Thapsus, and ranged all the elephants he had taken in the battle, amounting to 64, with their ornaments, trappings, and castles, in full view of the place. This he did in hopes that possibly Virgilius and those that were besieged with him might give over the idea of resistance on learning the defeat of their friends. He even called and invited him to submit, reminding him of his clemency and mildness. But no answer being given, he retired from before the town. Next day, after returning thanks to the gods, he assembled his army before Thapsus, praised his soldiers in presence of the inhabitants, rewarded the victorious, and from his tribunal extended his bounty to every one, according to their merit and services. Setting out thence immediately he left the proconsul C. Rebellius, with 3 legions, to continue the siege, and sent C.N. Domitius with 2 to invest Tisra, where Considius commanded. Then ordering M. Messala to go before with the cavalry, he began his march to Utica. 87. Scipio's cavalry, who had escaped out of the battle, taking the road to Utica, arrived at Parada. But being refused admittance by the inhabitants, who heard of Caesar's victory, they forced the gates, lighted a great fire in the middle of the forum, and threw all the inhabitants into it, without distinction of age or sex, with their effects. Avenging in this manner, by an unheard of cruelty, the affront they had received. Thence they marched directly to Utica. M. Cato, some time before, distrusting the inhabitants of that city, on account of the privileges granted them by the Julian law, had disarmed and expelled the populace, obliging them to dwell without the warlike gate. In a small camp surrounded by a slight entrenchment, around which he had planted guards, while at the same time he put the senators under arrest. The cavalry attacked their camp, knowing them to be favorers of Caesar, and intending to wipe out by their destruction, the disgrace of their own defeat. But the people, animated by Caesar's victory, repulsed them with stones and clubs. They therefore threw themselves into the town, killed many of the inhabitants, and pillaged their houses. Cato, unable to prevail with them to abstain from rapine and slaughter, and undertake the defense of the town, as he was not ignorant of what they aimed at, gave each 100 sesterces to make them quiet. Sylla Faustus did the same out of his own money, and marching with them from Utica, advanced into the kingdom. 88. A great many others that had escaped out of the battle, fled to Utica. These Cato assembled, with 300 more who had furnished Scipio with money for carrying on the war, and exhorted them to set their slaves free, and in conjunction with them defend the town. But finding that though part assembled, the rest were terrified and determined to flee, he gave over the attempt, and furnished them with ships to facilitate their escape. He himself, having settled all his affairs with the utmost care, and commended his children to L. Caesar his quaestor, without the least indication which might give cause of suspicion, or any change in his countenance and behavior, privately carried a sword into his chamber when he retired to rest, and stabbed himself with it. When the wound not proving mortal, he fell heavily to the ground. His physician and friends suspecting what was going on, burst into the room and began to stanch and bind up his wound. He himself most resolutely tore it open, and met death with the greatest determination. The Uticans, though they hated his party, yet in consideration of his singular integrity, his behavior so different from that of the other chiefs, and because he had strengthened their town with wonderful fortifications, and increased the towers, interred him honorably. L. Caesar, that he might procure some advantage by his death, assembled the people, and after haranguing them, exhorted them to open their gates, and throw themselves upon Caesar's clemency, from which they had the greatest reason to hope the best. This advice being followed, he came forth to meet Caesar. Messala having reached Utica, according to his orders, placed guards at the gates. 89. Meanwhile Caesar, leaving Thapsus, came to Acida, where Scipio had laid up a great store of corn, arms, darts, and other warlike provisions, under a small guard. He soon made himself master of the place, and marched directly to Adrumetum, which he entered without opposition. He took an account of the arms, provisions, and money in the town, pardoned Q. Ligarius, and C. Considius. And leaving Livinius Regulus there with 1 legion, set out the same day for Utica. L. Caesar, meeting him by the way, threw himself at his feet, and only begged for his life. Caesar, according to his wonted clemency, easily pardoned him, as he did likewise Caecina, C. Aetius, P. Atreus, L. Sella, father and son, M. Epius, M. Aquinius, Cato's son, and the children of Damasippus. He arrived at Utica in the evening by torchlight, and continued all that night without the town. 90. Early on the morning of the following day he entered the place, summoned an assembly of the people, and thanked them for the affection they had shown to his cause. At the same time he censured severely, and enlarged upon the crime of the Roman citizens and merchants, and the rest of the 300, who had furnished Scipio and Verus with money. But concluded with telling them, that they might show themselves without fear, as he was resolved to grant them their lives, and content himself with exposing their effects to sale. But that he would give them notice when their goods were to be sold, and the liberty of redeeming them upon payment of a certain fine. The merchants, half dead with fear, and conscious that they merited death, hearing upon what terms life was offered them, greedily accepted the condition, and entreated Caesar that he would impose a certain sum in gross upon all the 300. Accordingly, he immersed them in 200,000 sesterces, to be paid to the Republic, at 6 equal payments, within the space of 3 years. They all accepted the condition, and considering that day as a second nativity, joyfully returned thanks to Caesar. 91. Meanwhile, King Juba, who had escaped from the battle with Petreius, hiding himself all day in the villages, and traveling only by night, arrived at last in Numidia. When he came to Zama, his ordinary place of residence, where were his wives and children, with all his treasures, and whatever he held most valuable, and which he had strongly fortified at the beginning of the war. The inhabitants, having heard of Caesar's victory, refused him admission, because, upon declaring war against the Romans, he had raised a mighty pile of wood in the middle of the forum, designing, if unsuccessful, to massacre all the citizens. Fling their bodies and effects upon the pile, then setting fire to the mass, and throwing himself upon it, destroy all without exception, wives, children, citizens, and treasures, in one general conflagration. After continuing a considerable time before the gates, finding that neither threats nor entreaties would avail, he at last desired them to deliver up his wives and children, that he might carry them along with him. But receiving no answer, and seeing them determined to grant him nothing, he quitted the place, and retired to one of his country seats with Petreius and a few horse. 92. Meantime the Zamians sent ambassadors to Caesar at Utica, to inform him of what they had done, and to request, that he should send them aid before the king could collect an army and besiege them. that they were determined to defend the town for him as long as life remained. Caesar commended the ambassadors, and sent them back to acquaint their fellow citizens that he was coming himself to their relief. Accordingly, setting out the next day from Utica with his cavalry, he directed his march toward the kingdom. Many of the king's generals met him on the way, and sued for pardon. To all of whom a favorable hearing was given, and they attended him to Zama. The report of his clemency and mildness spreading into all parts, the whole Numidian cavalry flocked to him at Zama, and were there relieved from their fears. 93. During these transactions, Considius, who commanded at Tisra, with his own retinue, a garrison of Gaetulians, and a company of gladiators, hearing of the defeat of his party, and terrified at the arrival of Domitius and his legions, abandoned the town. And privately withdrawing, with a few of the barbarians, and all his money, fled hastily toward the kingdom. The Gaetulians, to render themselves masters of his treasure, murdered him by the way, and fled every man where he could. Meantime, c. Virgilius, seeing himself shut up by sea and land, without the power of making a defense, his followers all slain or put to flight, Cato dead by his own hands at Utica, Juba despised and deserted by his own subjects. Sabura and his forces defeated by Sidius, Caesar received without opposition at Utica, and that of so vast an army, nothing remained capable of screening him or his children. Thought it his most prudent course, to surrender himself and the city to the proconsul Caninius, by whom he was besieged. 94. At the same time King Juba, seeing himself excluded from all the cities of his kingdom, and that there remained no hopes of safety, having supped with Patrius, proposed an engagement, sword in hand, that they might die honorably. Juba, as being the stronger, easily got the better of his adversary, and laid him dead at his feet, but endeavoring afterward to run himself through the body, and wanting strength to accomplish it, he was obliged to have recourse to one of his slaves, and, by entreaties, prevailed upon him to put him to death. 95. In the meantime, P. Sidius, having defeated the army of Sabura, Juba's lieutenant, and slain the general, and marching with a few troops through Mauritania, to join Caesar, chanced to fall in with Faustus and Afranius, who were at the head of the party that had plundered Utica, amounting in all to about 1,500 men, and designing to make the best of their way to Spain. Having expeditiously placed himself in ambuscade during the night, and attacking them by daybreak, he either killed or made them all prisoners, except a few that escaped from the van. Afranius and Faustus were taken among the rest, with their wives and children, but some few days after, a mutiny arising among the soldiers, Faustus and Afranius were slain. Caesar pardoned Pompeia, the wife of Faustus, with her children, and permitted her the free enjoyment of all her effects. 96. Meanwhile Scipio, with Damasippus and Torquatus, and Praetorius Rustianus, having embarked on board some galleys, with the intention of making for the coast of Spain, and being long and severely tossed by contrary winds, were at last obliged to put into the port of Hippo, where the fleet commanded by P. Sidius chanced at that time to be. Scipio's vessels, which were but small, and few in number, were easily surrounded and sunk, by the larger and more numerous ships of Sidius, on which occasion Scipio, and all those whom we have mentioned above, as having embarked with him, perished. 97. Meanwhile Caesar, having exposed the king's effects to public sale at Zama, and confiscated the estates of those who, though Roman citizens, had borne arms against the Republic. After conferring rewards upon such of the Zamians as had adopted the design of excluding the king, he abolished all the royal tribunes, converted the kingdom into a province, and appointing Crispus Sallustius to take charge of it, with the title of proconsul, returned to Utica. There he sold the estates of the officers who had served under Juba and Patrius, fined the people of Thapsus 20,000 sesterces, and the company of Roman merchants their 30,000. He likewise fined the inhabitants of Adramyttum in 30,000, and their company 50,000, but preserved the cities and their territories from insult and plunder. Those of Leptis, whom Juba had pillaged some time before, and who, upon complaint made to the Senate by their deputies, had obtained arbitrators and restitution, were enjoined to pay yearly 300,000 pounds of oil. Because from the beginning of the war, in consequence of a dissension among their chiefs, they had made an alliance with the king of Numidia, and supplied him with arms, soldiers, and money. The people of Tisra, on account of their extreme poverty, were only condemned to pay annually a certain quantity of corn. 98. These things being settled, he embarked at Utica on the Ides of June, and 3 days after arrived at Carlesh in Sardinia. Here he condemned the Sulcitani in a fine of 100,000 sesterces, for receiving and aiding Nicidius's fleet. And instead of a tenth which was their former assessment, ordered them now to pay an eighth to the public treasury. He likewise confiscated the estates of some who had been more active than the rest, and weighing from Carlesh on the 3rd day before the calends of July, coasted along the shore, and after a voyage of 28 days, during which he was several times obliged by contrary winds to put into port, arrived safe at Rome. Spanish War. 1. On the defeat of Pharnaces and reduction of Africa, those who escaped from those battles fled to young Cn. Pompey, who had taken possession of further Spain, while Caesar was detained in Italy in exhibiting games. Pompey began to throw himself on the protection of every state, in order the more readily to establish the means of defense against him. Accordingly, with a considerable force which had been collected, partly by entreaty, partly by force, he began to lay waste the province. Under these circumstances some states voluntarily sent him supplies, others shut the gates of their towns against him. If any of these chanced to fall into his hands by assault, although some citizen in it had deserved well of Cn. Pompey, his father, yet some cause was alleged against him on account of the greatness of his wealth, so that, he being dispatched, his fortune might become the reward of the soldiers. Thus the enemy, being encouraged by a few advantages, their forces increased much, wherefore those states which were opposed to Pompey, by continual messages dispatched to Italy, sought protection for themselves. 2. When Caesar, now a 3rd time dictator, and elected a 4th time, having already proceeded many marches into Spain with prompt dispatch, was coming to finish the war, he was met on the way by ambassadors from Corduba, who had deserted Cn. Pompey. These informed him that it would be an easy matter to make himself master of the town by night, because the enemy as yet knew nothing of his arrival in the province, as the scouts sent out by Cn. Pompey to inform him of Caesar's approach had been all made prisoners. They alleged besides many other very plausible reasons. He, therefore, immediately sent intelligence of his arrival to Q. Pedius, and Q. Fabius Maximus his lieutenants, to whom he had left the command of the troops in the province, ordering them to send him all the cavalry they had been able to raise. He came up with them much sooner than they expected, and had not the protection of the cavalry, according to his desire. 3. Sextus Pompey, the brother of Gnaeus, commanded at this time at Corduba, which was accounted the capital of the province. Young Gnaeus Pompey himself was employed in the siege of Julia, which had now lasted some months. Notice of Caesar's arrival having been received, messengers having passed Pompey's guards came to him from that town and besought him to send them relief as soon as possible. Caesar, knowing that this people had deserved very well of the Romans, detached, about 9 o'clock, at night 11 cohorts, with a like number of horse, under the command of L. Julius Pacificus, a man known in that province, and also well acquainted with it. When he arrived at Pompey's quarter, a dreadful tempest arising, attended with a violent wind, so great a darkness ensued that you could scarcely have distinguished even the person next you. This accident proved of great advantage to Pacificus, for being arrived at Pompey's camp, he ordered the cavalry to advance 2 by 2, and marched directly through the enemy's quarters to the town. One of their guards calling to know who passed, one of our troopers bade him be silent, for they were just then endeavoring by stealth to approach the wall, in order to get possession of the town. And partly by this answer, partly by favor of the tempest, the sentinels were prevented from examining things diligently. When they reached the gates, upon a signal being given, they were admitted. And both horse and foot raising a loud shout, after leaving some troops to guard the town, sallied in a body upon the enemy's camp. This came upon them so unexpectedly that the greater number of the men in the camps thought that they were captured. 4. Julia being relieved, Caesar, to draw Pompey from the siege, marched toward Corduba, sending the cavalry before, with a select body of heavy-armed foot, who, as soon as they came within sight of the place, got up behind the troopers. By this stratagem they could not possibly be perceived by those of Corduba. Upon their approach to the walls, the enemy sallied in great numbers to attack our cavalry. When the infantry, whom we have mentioned above, leaping down, fell upon them with such fury that out of an almost infinite multitude of men, very few returned to the town. This so alarmed Sextus Pompey that he immediately sent letters to his brother, requesting him to come speedily to his relief, lest Caesar should make himself master of Corduba before his arrival. Thus Cn. Pompey, moved by his brother's letters, quitted the siege of Iulia, which was upon the point of surrendering, and set out toward Corduba. 5. Caesar, arriving at the river Guadalquivir, which he found too deep to be forded, sank several baskets of stones in it. Thus having formed a bridge, he transported his troops in 3 bodies to the camps. As I have just mentioned, the beams of the bridge stretched over against the tower in 2 rows. Pompey, arriving soon after with his troops, encamped directly over against him. Caesar, to cut off his provisions and communication with the town, ran a line from his camp to the bridge. Pompey did the same, so that a struggle arose between the 2 generals, which should first get possession of the bridge. And this daily brought on skirmishes, in which sometimes the one, sometimes the other party had the better. When these merged into a serious engagement, both sides fought hand to hand. In the heat of the struggle for this position, owing to the narrowness of the bridge, they were pressed together, and in their efforts to extend themselves toward the river side, many fell headlong. Thus the loss was pretty equal. For on either side lay heaps of slain, and Caesar for many days used all possible endeavors to bring the enemy to an engagement on equal terms, that he might bring the war to a conclusion as soon as possible. 6. But finding that they carefully avoided a battle, with a view to which chiefly he had quitted the route of Iulia, he caused great fires to be lighted in the night, repassed the river with all his forces, and marched toward Ategua, one of their strongest garrisons. Pompey, being informed of this by the deserters, on the same day brought back many carriages and machines by narrow paths, and betook himself to Corduba. Caesar began his attack upon Ategua, and carried lines quite round the town. Pompey, having intelligence of this, set out upon his march the same day. In order to guard against his arrival, Caesar possessed himself of many forts, partly to shelter his cavalry, partly to post guards of infantry for the defense of his camp. Pompey's arrival happened at a time when the mist was very thick, so that he found means, with some cohorts and troops of cavalry, to hem in a party of Caesar's horse, and fell upon them in such manner that very few escaped slaughter. 7. The following night Pompey set fire to his camp, passed the river Rio Salado, and, marching through the valleys, encamped on a rising ground, between the 2 towns of Ategua and Eucubus. Caesar cast up a mound and brought forward his machines, with other preparations which were necessary for storming the town. The country all around is mountainous, and seems formed for war, being separated from the plain by the river Rio Salado, ascending on the side toward Ategua, about 2 miles from the river. Pompey's camp was upon these mountains, within view of both towns. He could, however, send no relief to his friends. He had the emblems and standards of 13 legions, but of those on whom he trusted for support 2 were natives which had deserted from Trebonius, 1 was formed out of the Roman colonies in those parts. And a 4th, belonging to Afranius, he had brought with him from Africa. The rest were for the most part made up of fugitives and deserters. In light-armed foot and cavalry we far exceeded him in both courage and numbers. 8. Another reason why Pompey was enabled to protract the war was that the country was full of mountains and extremely well adapted to encampments. For almost the whole province of Further Spain, though of an extremely fertile soil, and abounding in springs, is nevertheless very difficult of access. Here too, on account of the frequent incursions of the natives, all the places remote from great towns, are fortified with towers and castles, covered as in Africa, not with tiles but with earth. On these they place sentinels. And their high situation commands an extensive view of the country on all sides. Nay, the greatest part of the towns of this province are built on mountains, and places exceedingly strong by nature, the approaches to which are extremely difficult. Thus sieges are rare and hazardous in Spain, since it is not easy to reduce their towns by force, as happened in the present war. For Pompey having established his camp between Atagua and Eucubus, as related above, and within view of both towns, Caesar possessed himself of an eminence very conveniently situated, and only about 4 miles from his own camp, on which he built a fortress. 9. Pompey, who, from the nature of the ground, was covered by the same eminence, which was besides at a sufficient distance from Caesar's quarters, became sensible of the importance of this post. And as Caesar was separated from it by the river Rio Salado, he imagined that the difficulty of sending relief would prevent his attempting anything of that kind in its defense. Influenced by this belief, he set out about midnight and attacked the fort, that he might bring assistance to the besieged. Our troops, upon their approach, setting up a shout, discharged their javelins in great numbers, and wounded multitudes of men. After this, when those in the camp began to resist, and when tidings of it was conveyed to the great camps to Caesar, he set out with 3 legions, and when he approached them, many were killed, owing to their trepidation and flight. And a great number made prisoners. Among these 2, and many others, having thrown down their arms escaped, so that 80 shields were found. 10. The next day Argetius arrived from Italy with the cavalry, and 5 standards taken from the Saguntines. But was forced to quit his post by Asprenas, who likewise brought a reinforcement from Italy to Caesar. The same night Pompey set fire to his camp, and drew toward Corduba. A king, named Indus, who was bringing some troops to Caesar with a party of cavalry, following the pursuit of the enemy too briskly, was made prisoner, and slain by the Spanish legionaries. 11. On the next day, our cavalry pursued those who were employed in carrying provisions from the town to Pompey's camp, almost to the very walls of Corduba, and took 50 prisoners besides horses. On the same day, Q. Marcius, a military tribune in Pompey's army, deserted to us. At midnight, a keen encounter took place in the town, and they hurled fire and every means was resorted to by which fire could be cast. When the attack was ended, C. Fundanius, a Roman knight, quitted the enemy, and came over to us. 12. On the next day, 2 Spanish legionaries, who pretended to be slaves, were made prisoners by a party of our horse. But being brought to the camp, they were known by the soldiers, who had formerly served under Fabius and Pedius, and deserted from Trebonius. No pardon was extended to them, and they were slaughtered by our troops. At the same time, some couriers, sent from Corduba to Pompey, entering our camp by mistake, were seized, had their hands cut off, and then were dismissed. About 9 at night, the besieged, according to custom, spent a considerable time in casting fire and darts upon our soldiers, and wounded a great number of men. At daybreak they sallied upon the 6th Legion, while we were busy at the works, and began a sharp contest, in which, however, our men got the better, though the besieged had the advantage of the higher ground. Those who had begun the attack, being vigorously opposed on our side, notwithstanding all the inconveniences we fought under, were at length obliged to retire into the town, with many wounds. 13. On the next day Pompey began a line from the camp to the river Rio Salado, and a small party of our horse, being attacked by a much larger body of the enemy, were driven from their post, and 3 of their number slain. On the same day, A. Valgius, the son of a senator, whose brother was in Pompey's camp, mounted his horse and went over to the enemy, leaving all his baggage behind him. A spy, belonging to Pompey's 2nd Legion, was taken and slain. At the same time, a bullet was shot into the town, with this inscription, that he should set up a shield on whatever day they advanced to storm the town. This encouraging some to hope that they might scale the walls, and possess themselves of the town without danger, they fell the next day to sapping them, and threw down a considerable part of the outward wall. In this action, being captured and protected by the townsmen, as if they had been of their own party, they requested Caesar to dismiss in armor even those who were appointed over the city by Pompey to guard it. To this Caesar answered, that it was his custom to give, not accept of conditions, which being reported to the garrison, they set up a shout, and began to pour their darts upon our men from the whole circuit of the wall. Which gave reason to believe that the garrison intended that day to make a vigorous sally. Wherefore, surrounding the town with our troops, the conflict was for some time maintained with great violence, and one of our engines threw down a tower belonging to the enemy, in which were 5 of their men, and a boy, whose office it was to observe the engine. 14. After this Pompey erected a fort on the other side of the Rio Salado, in which he met with no interruption from our men, and exulted not a little in the idea of having possessed himself of a post so near us. Also the following day, extending himself in like manner still further, he came up with our outpost of cavalry. And charging them briskly, obliged several squadrons and the light-armed foot to give ground, many of whom, owing to the smallness of their numbers and their light armor, were trodden down by the enemy's horse. This passed within view of both camps, and not a little animated the Pompeians, to see our men pushed so far, but the latter, being afterward reinforced by a party from our camp, faced about with the intention of renewing the fight. 15. It invariably happens in encounters of cavalry that when the troopers dismount to charge the infantry, the match proves unequal, as happened on the present occasion. For a select body of the enemy's light-armed foot, coming unexpectedly upon our horse, they alighted to sustain the charge. Thus in a very little time, from a cavalry it became an infantry engagement, and again from an infantry changed to a cavalry engagement, in which our men were driven back to their very lines. But being there reinforced, about 123 of the enemy were slain, several forced to throw down their arms, many wounded, and the rest pursued quite to their camp. On our side, 3 were slain, besides 12 foot soldiers and 5 troopers wounded. Toward the evening of the same day, the fight, as usual, was renewed before the walls, and the enemy having thrown many darts, and a great quantity of fire from the battlements, proceeded afterward to an action of unexampled cruelty and barbarity, for in the very sight of our troops they fell to murdering the citizens, and tumbling them headlong from the walls. As is usual among barbarians, no parallel to this is to be found in the memory of man. 16. When night came on, Pompey sent a messenger unknown to us, to exhort the garrison to set fire to our towers and mound, and make a sally at midnight. Accordingly, having poured upon us a great quantity of darts and fire, and destroyed a considerable part of the rampart, they opened the gate which lay over against and within view of Pompey's camp, and sallied out with all their forces, carrying with them fascines to fill up the ditch, hooks and fire to destroy and reduce to ashes the barracks, which the soldiers had built mostly of reeds to defend them from the winter, and some silver and rich apparel to scatter among the tents, that while our men should be employed in securing the plunder, they might fight their way through and escape to Pompey, who, in expectation that they would be able to effect their design, had crossed the Rio Salado with his army, where he continued all night in order of battle, to favor their retreat. But though our men had no apprehension of this design, their valor enabled them to frustrate the attempt, and repulse the enemy with many wounds. They even made themselves masters of the spoil, their arms, and some prisoners, who were put to death next day. At the same time, a deserter from the town informed us that Julius, who was employed in the mine when the citizens were massacred, exclaimed that it was a cruel and barbarous action that they had never deserved such treatment at their hands, for that they had received them in their temples and their homes, that it was in violation of all hospitality. He added many things besides, which made such an impression upon the garrison that they desisted from the massacre. 17. The next day, Tullius, a lieutenant general, accompanied by C. Antonius of Lusitania, came to Caesar, and addressed him to this effect: "Would to heaven I had been one of your soldiers rather than a follower of C. Pompey, and given those proofs of valor and constancy in obtaining victories for you, rather than in suffering for him. The only advantage we reap from following his banners are wretched applauses. Being reduced to the condition of indigent citizens, and by the melancholy fate of our country ranked among its enemies, we, who having never shared with Pompey his good fortune, yet find ourselves involved in his disgrace. And after sustaining the attack of so many armed legions, employing ourselves day and night in the works of defense, exposed to the darts and swords of our fellow citizens. Vanquished, deserted by Pompey, and compelled to give way to the superior valor of your troops, find ourselves at last obliged to have recourse to your clemency, and implore that you will not show yourselves less placable to fellow citizens than you have so often been to foreign nations. I shall, said Caesar, prove myself the same to fellow citizens, as I have been to conquered nations. 18. The ambassadors being dismissed, when Tiberius Tullius arrived at the gate of the town, and c. Antony did not follow him, he returned to the gate and laid hold of him, upon which drawing a poniard from his breast, he wounded him in the hand, and in this condition they both fled to Caesar. At the same time the standard-bearer of the first legion came over to our camp, and reported that the day when the skirmish happened between the horse, no less than 35 of his company fell. But it was not allowed to mention it in Pompey's camp, or so much as own the loss of one man. A slave, whose master was in Caesar's camp, and who had left his wife and son in the city, cut his master's throat, and deceiving the guards, escaped privately to Pompey's camp. Whence by means of a bullet, on which he inscribed his intelligence, Caesar was informed of the preparations made for the defense of the place. When we had read the inscription, those who were employed to throw the bullet returning to the city, 2 Lusitanian brothers deserted, and informed us that Pompey in a speech made to his soldiers had said, that as he found it impossible to relieve the town, he was resolved to withdraw in the night from the sight of the enemy, and retire toward the sea. To which one answered, that it was better to hazard a battle than take refuge in flight, but he who said so was instantly put to death. At the same time some of his couriers were intercepted, who were endeavoring to get into the town. Caesar sent the letters to the inhabitants, and ordered one of the messengers begging his life, to set fire to the townsman's wooden turret, promising that if he did this he would grant him all. The enterprise was not without difficulty, he undertook it, however, but was slain in the attempt. The same night a deserter informed us that Pompey and Labienus were greatly offended at the massacre of the citizens. 19. About 9 at night, one of our wooden towers, which had been severely battered by the enemy's engines, gave way as far as the 3rd story. A sharp encounter ensued under the walls, and the besieged, assisted by a favorable wind, burned the remaining part of that tower and another. Next morning a matron threw herself from the wall, and came over to the camp, reporting, that the rest of her family had intended the same, but were apprehended and put to death. Likewise, a letter was thrown over, in which was written, L. Menatius to Caesar, Pompey has abandoned me, if you will grant me my life, I promise to serve you with the same fidelity and attachment I have hitherto manifested toward him. At the same time deputies who had been sent before to Caesar by the garrison, now waited on him a second time, offering to deliver up the town next day, upon a bare grant of their lives, to which he replied, that he was Caesar, and would perform his word. Thus, having made himself master of the place, on the 19th of February he was saluted Imperator. 20. Pompey, being informed by some deserters that the town had surrendered, removed his camp toward Eucubus, where he began to build redoubts, and secure himself with lines. Caesar also decamped and drew near him. At the same time a Spanish legionary soldier deserting to our camp, informed us that Pompey had assembled the people of Eucubus, and given them instructions to inquire diligently who favored his party, who that of the enemy. Some time after in the town which was taken, the slave, who, as we have related above, had murdered his master, was apprehended in a mine and burned alive. About the same time 8 Spanish centurions came over to Caesar, and in a skirmish between our cavalry and that of the enemy, we were repulsed, and some of our light-armed foot wounded. The same night we took of the enemy's spies, 3 slaves and 1 Spanish soldier. The slaves were crucified, and the soldier was beheaded. 21. The day following, some of the enemy's cavalry and light-armed infantry deserted to us. And about 11 of their horse falling upon a party of our men that were sent to fetch water, killed some and took others prisoners, among which last were 8 troopers. On the next day Pompey beheaded 74 persons supposed to be favorers of Caesar's cause, ordering the rest who lay under the same suspicion to be carried back to the town, of whom 120 escaped to Caesar. 22. Some time after, the deputies from Bursivola, whom Caesar had taken prisoners at Ategua, and sent along with his own ambassadors to their city, to inform them of the massacre of the Ateguans, and what they had to apprehend from Pompey, who suffered his soldiers to murder their hosts, and commit all manner of crimes with impunity. Arriving in the town, none of our deputies, except such as were natives of the place, durst enter the city, though they were all Roman knights and senators. But after many messages backward and forward, when the deputies were upon their return, the garrison pursued and put them all to the sword, except 2 who escaped to Caesar, and informed him of what had happened. Some time after, the inhabitants of Bursivola, sending spies to Ategua to know the truth of what had happened, and finding the report of our deputies confirmed, were for stoning to death him who had been the cause of the murder of the deputies, and were with difficulty restrained from laying violent hands upon him, which in the end proved the occasion of their own destruction. For having obtained leave of the inhabitants to go in person to Caesar and justify himself, he privately drew together some troops, and when he thought himself strong enough, returned in the night, and was treacherously admitted into the town, where he made a dreadful massacre of the inhabitants, slew all the leaders of the opposite party, and reduced the place to subjection. Soon after, some slaves who had deserted informed us that he had sold all the goods of the citizens, and that Pompey suffered none of his soldiers to quit the camp but unarmed, because, since the taking of Ategua, many despairing of success fled into Baeturia, having given over all expectation of victory. And that if any deserted from our camp, they were put among the light-armed infantry, whose pay was only 16 asses a day. 23. The day following Caesar removed his camp nearer to Pompey's, and began to draw a line to the river Salado. While our men were employed in the work, some of the enemy fell upon us from the higher ground, and as we were in no condition to make resistance, wounded great numbers. Here, as Ennius says, our men retreated a little. This occurrence, so contrary to our usual custom, being perceived, 2 centurions of the 5th legion passed the river, and restored the battle. When, pressing upon the enemy with astonishing bravery, one of them fell overwhelmed by the multitude of darts discharged from above. The other continued the combat for some time, but seeing himself in danger of being surrounded, endeavored to make good his retreat, but stumbled and fell. His death being known, the enemy crowded together in still greater numbers, upon which our cavalry passed the river, and drove them back to their entrenchments. So that, while they too eagerly desired to slay them within their lines, they were surrounded by the cavalry and light-armed troops. Many of these would have been captured alive, had not their valor been preeminent, for they were so confined by the space included in the fortress, that the cavalry could not well defend itself. Many of our men were wounded in these 2 encounters, and among the rest Clodius Aquitius, but as the fight was carried on mostly from a distance, none of our men fell, except the 2 centurions who sacrificed themselves in the cause of glory. 24. Next day both parties withdrawing from Soricaria, we continued our works. But Pompey, observing that our fort had cut off his communication with Aspavia, which is about 5 miles distant from Eucubus, judged it necessary to come to a battle. Yet he did not offer it upon equal terms, but chose to draw up his men upon a hill, that he might have the advantage of the higher ground. In this respect, when both parties were seeking the superior position, our men anticipating them, drove them into the plain, which gave us the advantage. The enemy yielded on all hands, and we made immense havoc among them. The mountain and not their valor protected them, of which advantage, and of all relief, our men, though few in number, would have deprived them had not night intervened. 324 light-armed foot, and about 138 legionary soldiers of their number fell, besides those whose armor and spoils we carried off. Thus the death of the 2 centurions, which happened the day before, was fully revenged. 25. The day after, Pompey's cavalry advanced, according to their usual custom, to our lines, for they only dared venture to draw up on equal ground. They therefore began to skirmish with our men who were at work, the legionaries calling out to us at the same time to choose our field of battle, with a view to make us believe that they desired nothing so much as to come to blows. Upon this our men quitted the eminence where they were encamped, and advanced a great way into the plain. But none of the enemy had the boldness to present themselves, excepting Antistius Turpio, who, presuming on his strength, and fancying no one on our side a match for him, offered us defiance. Upon this, as is recorded of Memnon and Achilles, Pompeius Niger, a Roman knight, born in Italy, advanced from our ranks to the encounter. The fierce air of Antistius having engaged the attention of all, the two armies drew up to be spectators of the issue of this challenge, and expressed as much impatience as if the whole fortune of the war had depended upon it. The wishes on both sides for success were equal to the anxiety and concern each felt for his own combatant. They advanced into the plain with great courage, having each a resplendent buckler of curious workmanship. And doubtless the combat would have been soon decided, had not some light-armed foot drawn up near the lines, to serve as a guard to the camp because of the approach of the enemy's horse, which we have before alluded to. Our horse, in retreating to their camp, being warmly pursued by the enemy, suddenly faced about with great cries, which so terrified the Pompeians, that they immediately betook themselves to flight, and retreated to their camp with the loss of many of their men. 26. Caesar, to reward the valor of the Cassan troop, presented them with 13,000 sesterces, distributed 10,000 more among the light-armed foot, and gave to the commander of the cavalry 5 golden collars. The same day, A. Baebius, C. Flavius, and A. Trebellius, Roman knights of Asta, with their horses richly caparisoned and adorned with silver, came over to Caesar, and informed him, that all the rest of the Roman knights in Pompey's camp, had like them conspired to come and join him, that on the information of a slave they had all been seized and cast into custody. That out of this number they only had escaped. The same day letters were intercepted, sent by Pompey to Urseo, with the usual greeting, and stating, that hitherto he had all the success against the enemy he could desire, and would have ended the war much sooner than was expected, could he have brought them to engage him upon equal terms. That he did not think it advisable to venture new levied troops on a plain. That the enemy, depending on our supplies, as yet protract the war, for they stormed city after city, then supplying themselves with provisions, that he would therefore endeavor to protect the towns of his party, and bring the war to as speedy an issue as possible, that he would send them a reinforcement of some cohorts, and that having deprived them of provisions he would necessitate the enemy to come to an engagement. 27. Some time after, as our men were carelessly dispersed about the works, a few horse were killed, who had gone to a grove of olives to fetch wood. Several slaves deserted at this time, and informed us that ever since the action at Seritia on the 7th of March, the enemy had been under continual alarms, and appointed Attius Verus to guard the lines. The same day Pompey decamped, and posted himself in an olive wood over against Hispalis. Caesar, before he removed, waited till midnight, when the moon began to appear. At his departure he ordered them to set fire to the fort of Eucubus, which Pompey had abandoned, and to assemble in the greater camp. He afterward laid siege to Ventispont, which surrendered. And marching thence to Caruca, encamped over against Pompey, who had burned the city, because the garrison refused to open the gates to him. A soldier who had murdered his brother in the camp, being intercepted by our men, was scourged to death. Caesar, still pursuing his march, arrived in the plains of Munda, and pitched his camp opposite to that of Pompey. 28. Next day, as Caesar was preparing to set out with the army, notice was sent him by his spies, that Pompey had been in order of battle ever since midnight. Upon this intelligence he ordered the standard to be raised. Pompey had taken this resolution in consequence of his letter to the inhabitants of Urseo, who were his firm adherents, in which he told them that Caesar refused to come down into the plain, because his army consisted mostly of new levied troops. This had greatly confirmed the city in its allegiance. Thus, relying on this opinion, he thought that he could effect the whole, for he was defended by the nature of his situation, and by the position for defense of the town, where he had his camp, for, as we observed before, This country is full of hills which run in a continued chain, without any plains intervening. 29. But we must by no means omit to mention an accident which happened about this time. The two camps were divided from one another by a plain about 5 miles in extent, so that Pompey, in consequence of the town's elevated position, and the nature of the country, enjoyed a double defense. Across this valley ran a rivulet, which rendered the approach to the mountain extremely difficult, because it formed a deep morass on the right. Caesar had no doubt that the enemy would descend into the plain and come to a battle, when he saw them in array. This appeared evident to all. The rather because the plain would give their cavalry full room to act, and the day was so serene and clear that the gods seemed to have sent it on purpose to favor the engagement. Our men rejoiced at the favorable opportunity. Some however were not altogether exempt from fear when they considered that their all was at stake, with the uncertainty of what might be their fate an hour after. He advanced however to the field of battle, fully persuaded that the enemy would do the same, but they durst not venture above a mile from the town, being determined to shelter themselves under its walls. Our men still continued before them in order of battle, but although the equality of the ground sometimes tempted them to come and dispute the victory, they nevertheless still kept their post on the mountain, in the neighborhood of the town. We doubled our speed to reach the rivulet, without their stirring from the place where they stood. 30. Their army consisted of 13 legions. The cavalry was drawn up upon the wings, with 6,000 light-armed infantry and about the same number of auxiliaries. We had only 80 heavy-armed cohorts, and 8,000 horse. When we reached the extremity of the plain, the real seat of disadvantage, the enemy were awaiting us above, so that it would have been exceedingly dangerous to proceed. When Caesar perceived this, he pointed out the locality, lest any disagreeable occurrence should result from the temerity of his troops. The army murmured greatly, as if they had been kept back from a certain victory, when this was told them. The delay, however, served to enliven the enemy, thinking that Caesar's troops shrank from an encounter through fear. They therefore had the boldness to advance a little way, yet without quitting the advantage of their post. The approach to which was extremely dangerous. The 10th Legion, as usual, was on the right, the 3rd and 5th on the left, with the auxiliary troops and cavalry. The battle began with a shout. 31. But though our men were superior to the enemy in courage, the latter nevertheless defended themselves so well by the advantage of the higher ground, and the shouts were so loud, and the discharge of darts on both sides so great, that we almost began to despair of victory. For the first onset and shout, by which an enemy is most apt to be dismayed, were pretty equal in the present encounter. All fought with equal valor, the place was covered with arrows and darts, and great numbers of the enemy fell. We have already observed that the 10th Legion was on the right, which, though not considerable for the number of men, was nevertheless formidable for its courage. And so pressed the enemy on that side that they were obliged to draw a legion from the right wing to reinforce the left, lest we should come upon their flank. But they fought so bravely that the reinforcement could not find an opportunity of entering the ranks. Upon this motion, our cavalry on the left fell upon Pompey's right wing. Meanwhile the clashing of armor mingled with the shouts of combatants, and the groans of the dying and the wounded, terrified the new-raised soldiers. On this occasion, as Ennius says, they fought hand to hand, foot to foot, and shield to shield. But though the enemy fought with the utmost vigor, they were obliged to give ground, and retire toward the town. The battle was fought on the feast of Bacchus, and the Pompeians were entirely routed and put to flight. Insomuch that not a man could have escaped, had they not sheltered themselves in the place whence they advanced to the charge. The enemy lost on this occasion upward of 30,000 men, and among the rest Labienus and Attius Verus, whose funeral obsequies were performed upon the field of battle. They had likewise 3,000 Roman knights killed, partly Italian, partly provincial. About 1,000 were slain on our side, partly foot, partly horse, and 500 wounded. We gained 13 eagles, and several standards, and emblems of authority, and made 17 officers prisoners. Such was the issue of this action. 32. The remains of Pompey's army retreating to Munda, with the intention of defending themselves in that town, it became necessary to invest it. The dead bodies of the enemy, heaped together, served as a rampart, and their javelins and darts were fixed up by way of palisades. Upon these we hung their bucklers to supply the place of a breastwork, and fixing the heads of the deceased upon swords and lances, planted them all around the works, to strike the greater terror into the besieged, and keep awake in them a sense of our prowess. Amid these mournful objects did they find themselves shut in, when our men began the attack, which was conducted chiefly by the Gauls. Young Valerius, who had escaped to Corduba with some horse, informed Sextus Pompey of what had happened. Who, upon receipt of the mournful news, distributing what money he had about him to the troopers, left the town about 9 at night, under pretense of going to find out Caesar, to treat of an accommodation. On the other side, Cn. Pompey, attended by a few horse and foot, took the road to Cardiae, where his fleet lay, and which was about 170 miles distant from Corduba. When he was arrived within 8 miles of the place, he sent P. Calvisius his camp-marshal before, to procure a litter to carry him to the town, as he found himself unwell. The litter came, and when he entered the town, those of his party waited on him privately, to receive his orders about the management of the war. As they assembled round the place in great crowds, Pompey quitting his litter put himself under their protection. 33. After the encounter, Caesar seeing the circumvallation of Munda completed, marched to Corduba. Those of the enemy who had escaped the slaughter, possessing themselves of a bridge, upon the approach of our men, called out to them with an air of derision, "What? We who are no more than a handful of men escaped from the battle, shall we be allowed no place of retreat?" They immediately prepared to defend the bridge. Caesar passed the river and encamped. Scapula, who had stirred up the freedmen to a revolt, escaping after the battle to Corduba, when he found himself besieged, assembled all his followers, ordered a funeral pile to be erected and a magnificent supper served up. When, putting on his richest dress, he distributed his plate and money among his domestics, supped cheerfully, anointed himself several times, and, last of all, ordered one of his freedmen to dispatch him, and another to set fire to the pile. 34. Caesar had no sooner encamped before the place than a division arose among the inhabitants, between the parties of Caesar and Pompey, till the dispute almost reached to our camps. During the contest, some legions, composed partly of deserters, partly of slaves made free by Pompey, came and surrendered themselves to Caesar. But the 13th legion prepared to defend the town, and with that view possessed themselves of the walls and some towers, in spite of all opposition, which obliged the other party to send deputies to Caesar for aid. Upon this those who had escaped out of the battle set fire to the place, and our men entering at the same time, slew about 22,000 of them, besides those who were slain without the walls. Thus Caesar obtained the town. While he was employed in this siege, those who, as we have said, were blockaded at Munda made a sally, but were driven back into the town with considerable loss. 35. Then Caesar marched to Hispalis, which sent deputies to sue for pardon. Though the citizens assured him that they were able to defend the town, he sent Caninius his lieutenant thither with some troops, and encamped before the place. There was in the town a strong party of Pompeians, who, displeased to see Caesar's troops received within the walls, secretly deputed one Philo, a zealous partisan of Pompey, and well known in Lusitania, to beg assistance of Caecilius Niger, one of the barbarians, who lay encamped near Lennius, with a strong army of Lusitanians. He is received into the town of Hispalis by night, surprises the sentinels and garrison, shuts the gates, and begins to defend the place. 36. During these transactions deputies arrived from Cardiae, with accounts of their having secured Pompey, hoping by this service to atone for their former fault of shutting their gates against Caesar. Meantime, the Lusitanians in Hispalis plundered the town, which, though known to Caesar, did not yet determine him to press it too hard, lest they should in despair set fire to it, and destroy the walls. It was resolved in council to suffer the Lusitanians to escape in the night by a sally, yet so that the thing might not appear designed. In this sally, they set fire to the ships that were in the river Guadalquivir, and while our men were employed in extinguishing the flames, endeavored to get off, but being overtaken by the cavalry, were mostly cut to pieces. Then Caesar marched to Asta, which submitted. Munda having been now a long while besieged, many of those who had escaped out of the battle, despairing of safety, surrendered to us. And being formed into a legion, conspired among themselves, that upon a signal being given, the garrison should sally out in the night, while they at the same time should begin a massacre in the camp. But the plot being discovered, they were next night, at the changing of the third watch, all put to death outside the rampart. 37. The Cartians, while Caesar was employed in reducing the other towns upon his route, began to disagree about young Pompey. One party had sent the deputies to Caesar, and another was in the Pompeian interest. These last prevailing, seized the gates, and made a dreadful slaughter of their adversaries. Pompey himself was wounded in the fray, but escaping to his ships, fled with about 20 galleys. Didius, who was at Gades with Caesar's fleet, hearing of what had happened, immediately sailed in pursuit of them, stationing at the same time some cavalry and infantry along the coast, to prevent his escaping by land. Pompey had left Cartiae with so much precipitation, that he took no time to furnish himself with water, and this circumstance obliging him to stop by the way, Didius came up with him after 4 days' sailing, took some of his ships, and burned the rest. 38. With a few friends, Pompey escaped to a place strongly fortified by nature, of which the troops sent in pursuit of him having certain intelligence by their scouts, followed day and night. He was wounded in the shoulder and left leg, and had besides sprained his ankle, all which greatly retarded his flight, and obliged him to make use of a litter. A Lusitanian having discovered the place of his retreat, he was quickly surrounded by our cavalry and cohorts. Seeing himself betrayed, he took refuge in a post fortified by nature, and which could easily be defended by a few men, the approach to it being extremely difficult. We attempted to storm it, but were repulsed and pursued by the enemy. And meeting with no better success after several trials, we at length resolved to lay siege to the place, it seeming too hazardous to force it. Accordingly, a terrace was raised, and lines drawn round the place, which the enemy perceiving, thought it best to betake themselves to flight. 39. Pompey, as we have observed above, being lame and wounded, was in no condition to make a speedy retreat. And the rather, because the place was such that he could use neither horse nor litter. Slaughter was dealt on all hands by our troops, his fortress having been stormed, and his resources cut off. In this extremity he fled to a cave, where he could not easily be discovered, unless by the information of the captives. Here he was slain, his head was brought to Hispalis on the day before the Ides of April, and exhibited before the people when Caesar was at Gades. 40. After the death of young Pompey, Didius, proud of his success, retired to the nearest fortress and hauled some of his vessels on shore to be refitted. The Lusitanians, who had escaped from the battle, rallying in great bodies, advanced to Didius. Though the preservation of the fleet principally engaged his attention, he was obliged to leave his fort in order to restrain the frequent sallies of the enemy. These daily skirmishes gave them an opportunity of projecting an ambuscade, for which purpose they divided their troops into 3 bodies. Some were prepared to set fire to the fleet, and in the meantime others were to come to their relief. These were so arranged that they could advance to the battle without anyone seeing them. Didius sallied out according to custom, when upon a signal being given, one of the parties advanced to set fire to the fleet. And another, counterfeiting a retreat, drew him insensibly into the ambuscade, where he was surrounded and slain with most of his followers, fighting valiantly. Some escaped in boats which they found upon the coast. Others endeavored to reach the galleys by swimming, and, weighing anchor, stood out to sea. A great many saved themselves in this manner, but the Lusitanians got all the baggage. Caesar meanwhile returned from Gades to Hispalis. 41. Fabius Maximus, whom he had left to continue the siege of Munda, conducted it with great zeal, so that the enemy, seeing themselves shut up on all sides, sallied out, but were repulsed with great loss. Our men seized this opportunity to get possession of the town, and took the rest prisoners, in number about 14,000. Thence they retreated toward Urseo, a town exceedingly strong both by nature and art, and capable of resisting an enemy. Besides, there is not, within 8 miles of the place any spring but that which supplies the town, which was a decided advantage to the besieged. In addition to all this, the wood necessary for building towers and other machines had to be fetched from a distance of 6 miles. And Pompey, to render the siege more difficult, had cut down all the timber round the place, and collected it within the walls, which obliged our men to bring all the materials for carrying on the siege from Munda, the nearest town which they had subdued. 42. During these transactions at Munda and Urseo, Caesar, who had returned from Gades to Hispalis, assembled the citizens, and made the following speech, that when he was advanced to the quaestorship, he had chosen their province in preference to all others, and during his continuance in that office, had done them every service in his power. That during his praetorship he had obtained for them from the Senate the abolition of the taxes imposed by Metellus, declared himself their patron, procured their deputies a hearing at Rome, and made himself many enemies by undertaking the defense both of their private and public rights. In fine, that when he was consul, he had, though absent, rendered the province all the services in his power. That instead of making a suitable return for so many favors, they had always discovered the utmost ingratitude both toward him and the people of Rome, as well in this last war as the preceding. You, says he, though no strangers to the law of nations and the rights of Roman citizens, have yet like barbarians often violated the sacred persons of Roman magistrates. You attempted in open day, in the public square, to assassinate Cassius. You have been always such enemies to peace that the Senate could never suffer the province to be without legions. You take favors for offenses, and insults for benefits, are insolent and restless in peace, and cowardly and effeminate in war. Young Pompey, though only a private citizen, nay a fugitive, was yet received among you, and suffered to assume the ensigns of magistracy. After putting many citizens to death, you still furnished him with forces, and even urged him to lay waste the country and province. Against whom do you hope to be victorious? Can you be ignorant that even if I should be destroyed, the people of Rome have still 10 legions, capable not only of opposing you, but even of pulling down heaven? With whose praises and virtues? Note, the end of the book is lost.